All right, we live. Glad to see y'all again on another beautiful Sunday. Hope your Sunday is working out good. I got Brother Jarvis over here, and today we got a special guest. We got Brother Daryl Long, and he is going to be here and he's going to sit in with us. We've been blessed today. Brother Long, how are you doing, brother?
I'm doing blessed, man. I'm very blessed right now. Highly favored. My family is doing well. Like I said, I'm planning my daughter's birthday party. Um, everything's going good for me. After that, Christmas is coming around. Just work, and trying to stay focused on what's best for the black community.
All right, brother. All right, and I know you. I know you have, man. I'll talk to you, and I know that is a priority for you, and that's good, brother. How you doing, brother Jarvis?
Fine, sir. With the grace and mercy of Allah God Himself, I'm doing well myself. Can't complain. As my mama would say, God rest her soul. As long as you walking, you're doing all right.
All right, y'all. Well, then let's get right into it. Let me find my banners here so we can get right into the work that we got to do here. Let's put that up there. And oh, brother Daryl, people will watch this later. What is your YouTube page? And can you put that in the chat so that people can see how to get in touch with you, brother?
Yes, sir. I'll do it for you right now.
Okay. Yes, sir. All right, while he's doing that, coming up, y'all, we got news, the hit parade, your Black History Minute, your money, and then we got the lead topics and whatever else we got going on. So we're going to get right into that without no further ado. Okay, the news. Mexican rapper gets gold chain hooked, surgically implanted into his scalp. Yes, I read that right, brother. There was a Mexican rapper that got what do you call those gold chains surgically inserted into his head. Read the article real quick. 23-year-old Mexican recently got hooks surgically implanted into his head, replaced his original hair with gold chains. In a series of videos that have gone viral on TikTok, the rapper showed off his new hair with gold chains hanging from the hooks implanted in his head. As reported by the New York Post, Dan Sir is a rapper by profession. He's claimed to be the first rapper in human history to have gold chains as his hair. Sir has been showing off his bizarre new headpiece on the streaming platform TikTok. He has nearly 2 million followers on the social media platform. After the procedure, in one of the TikTok videos, Sir said in one of his TikTok videos, the truth is what I wanted to do. The truth is that I wanted to do something different because I see these days everyone dyes their hair differently. Now I hope not everyone starts following me. Sir stated that he wanted to look like he had just come out of the jewelry store. Speaking about his hair locks, the rapper said, I have it as a hook that is implanted in my head, and that hook has hooks, and they're all hooked to my skull under my skin. All right, brothers, that's our first story. Uh, what do you think about that, brother Jarvis?
Once again, I guess fiction is becoming reality. There have been many movies out about, being half robot, half human. I guess if you put it on the screen, you can find some human being foolish enough to do it. It's one thing to do it because you have to. It's another thing to do it. I mean, not for sport. You doing it. You don't have to do that. So why are you doing it? There have been a lot of movies I've watched where they surgically implanted machine into your body to make you stronger, faster, or whatever. But he did it for what? And he gained 1 million more followers, if I'm following that correctly, because he did it. All right. I don't understand. Maybe I'm just too old.
You know what you got to say about that, brother Daryl?
You know what? I kind of feel the same way Brother Jarvis feels. Like, um, you know what? I'm into science fiction, but in real life, like in genuine real life, that doesn't sound like it serves anybody. Um, that's my thoughts on it. Like the moment somebody put a saw or anything and like implant it into their head, who does that serve and why? And it kind of sounds like some just entertainment stuff. To be perfectly honest, it sounds like something that's meant to grab a headline. But you know how I move. It doesn't. Um, it seemed to serve the person that we're talking about versus a group of people that can be benefited from one person's action.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I even feel that it's probably a cry for help that you know a person is saying, hey, I need some help. I need some guidance in my life. If you're gonna put metal in your head for no reason, then just like when the other brother put the diamond in his head. He put the ruby in his head. I
Yeah,
mean,
Lil Uzi Vert. Yeah.
yeah, right. So I mean, it's just a cry for help, and I believe in the problem is a lot of these young people watch them, and that's the problem. So that's our job, gentlemen. Our job is to fight, combat that situation. That's why we're here. So I appreciate both of you coming on and doing that. So I'm gonna move on to the next story. We're gonna move on to the hit parade, brothers.
Hold on,
Uh,
hold on, hold on, hold on,
okay, yes, sir.
hold on, 1 second, one
Yes, sir.
second.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
You know, brother that put the diamond in his head, and even brother that put a gold chain on his neck. I know why you did it. You know, he's Mexican. The other brother who did it was black. The black and the Mexican life, or who they are and what they are, has been valued not only in America but all over the world. They've made white life more valuable than anything else. So what the brother did when he put a diamond in his head, he was trying to add value to himself. The Mexican also, you're trying to add value to yourself. But what you don't realize is, in God's eye, you're more valuable than all the gold and diamonds on the planet. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said he wouldn't trade at one time Minister Farrakhan for all the gold and diamonds on the planet. He was invaluable. And as a
Right.
human being, you really don't know how valuable you are because you're going off of the devil's value of you. How he sees you is how you see yourself. And
Right.
that's the problem. You know, you're invaluable. It's like you see a lot of us NBA players, football players, you're getting all these tattoos up your arm. You're getting all these tattoos on your chest. What you don't realize is if you're a black man or woman, or if you're a Mexican, or just original, you have a tattoo. Your dark skin or your complexion is your tattoo. God gave you a tattoo. God gave you a tattoo already. You don't need one.
That's good
You
teaching.
just you just don't understand. You
Yeah.
really don't understand who you are. That's the problem. You don't know. But there is a teacher out who knows who you are. You're listening to the wrong teacher. That's the
Yeah.
problem. You're putting diamonds in your head. You're putting a gold chain and surgical implant in your body. What's wrong with you? You're more valuable than diamond.
You worth more than that, right?
Yes, sir.
Crazy, man.
Allah God said you are the best of his creations. Of all the things that he made, you are the best of his creations. You just don't know it.
All right,
That's it,
brother.
brother. I had to say that.
All right, brother. I want to let you get it all out. Anything else, brother Daryl?
Yes, sir.
I would just say, from a non-religious standpoint, right? Because we live in a country like I would feel hypocritical to get up here and leave these group of people out, but everybody isn't religious, and we live, as you gentlemen know, we live in a world that's so much more diverse, and thinking has been diversified.
True indeed.
So, When I think about tattoos, for examples, in certain cultures, tattoos are basically like a badge of honor. For example, the Polynesian culture. I've been doing a lot of research on them because my daughter loves the story Moana. But that story, Moana and Maui, those are based on actual Polynesian culture and their actual stories. And their culture, getting a tattoo, getting your tribe, put on you is almost a badge of honor. So I think that the tattoo thing is the only thing that I thought, like everything else I definitely agree with brother on, but the tattoo thing is just the only thing I would have any slight pushback on because I understand in certain cultures it's meant as a sign of recognition. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
But that's all.
yeah, right on. We gotta look at it from all different sides, brother. We got all different sides. Um, okay, y'all. Let me hit one of our hard driving soldiers, JP, the aspiring matriarch. Good afternoon, and let's talk to Better Black Life and guest. I hope your spirit is well. Yeah, look like a JP. Everybody's doing good. Glad to be your reflection this morning. Glad to have you as a reflection, sis. Okay, we're gonna move on down the road here. We're gonna get to the hit parade. Uh, okay, our first story: judge who ate the memory card amid child sex abuse probe kills himself. Well, maybe we won't read that one. We don't need that one, but this is another one that I think we definitely need to do this one. Mount Vernon man charged with sex misconduct with the minor, possession of child prime. A Mount Vernon man is facing felony charges of sex misconduct with a minor and possession of child prime after the prosecutor office says he had a sex relationship with underage girl. A Posey County man faced criminal charges after the prosecutor said he had a sex relationship with underage girl. The Posey prosecutor's office said Gerald Osborne of Mount Vernon, Indiana, was arrested on Friday as a result of an investigation conducted by a detective with the Mount Vernon Police Department. The prosecutor's office said the detective investigation revealed that Osborne had a sex relationship with an underage girl during the months of January and February of 2021. They say it was also discovered that Osborne had requested and received nude pictures of the girl. Oh, he smokes. According to the prosecutor's office, the girl's parents contacted the Mount Vernon Police Department in July, that they had found graphic images between the two. Holy smokes. The girl was later interviewed at Holly's house, where she confirmed the relationship. According to authorities, the prosecutor's office said that Osborne was 20 years old at the time of the offenses. Osborne now faces criminal charges of sexual misconduct with a minor, a level 5 felony. A level 5 felony and possession of child prime, a level 6 felony. Holy smokes. If convicted as charged, Osborne faces up to 6 years in prison under Indiana law, plus a fine of 10 grand. Osborne is being held at the Posey County Jail on a $50,000 bond or a $5,000 cash bond. His initial hearing is for August 16th at 1:30. All right, so it looks like this guy made a mistake that a lot of guys make, right? He's 20 years old. He reaches back and gets a 15, 16, 17-year-old, thinks that everything's going to be okay. So he puts himself in this position. This is why I tell these young guys, don't do this. Don't do nothing like that. If the girl ain't 18, don't even mess with her because you're going to get in trouble. You're just going to get in trouble. It's going to lead to stuff like this, and it's going to hamper your business career, your relationships with people, everything. They're not going to take the time to ask you what the circumstances were. Sometimes it's just the circumstances. This ain't no 50-year-old guy trying to mess with a younger. The guy was 20 years old. But see, not knowing the law, he did what he did. What you got to say, Brother Darrell? What you think about that?
You know what? When it comes to, I'm not gonna use the words on your platform. Let's use the abbreviations SA.
Right.
Right. When it comes to anything like that, it's very, very hard for me to feel bad for you. Now, I get the circumstance and the context matters, right?
Right.
Once we analyze the context, we understand that it might have been somewhat entrapment. But
Hey,
at our age, the one thing that I teach both of my sons, and I try to teach them this to the best of my ability. You have to vet women,
right.
vet them, vet women, because if you do not vet them, you might get lied to, and that lie might cost you money, it might cost you time, it might cost you freedom, it might cost you mental health. This story seems like it might lead to criminal charges.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So it's going to cost him not only everything I just said, but his reputation.
Yeah.
That's something that money doesn't genuinely does a like how much money does Donald Trump have, but he can't rebuild his reputation with his pocketbook. Not with everybody. Your character, the things you do matters more than what you say. And when you put yourself in that situation, unless you have genuinely concrete proof, it's going to be hard for me to even give you a pass. I said this on your like the last time me and you talked. Um, it's just all about protecting black women. It's all about protecting the black community. So for me, I would have to get more context, talk to him personally to understand what happened, to understand what like before I give him a pass. As for me right now, it's more like a no, no, you was wrong. Whatever
Oh, yeah,
retribution comes, you got to pay. That's all.
yeah, definitely. See, the thing is, a lot of these young guys make the same mistake. They make the same mistake. They think that, oh, because I'm young and she's young, I'm over the line, she's not over the line. It's not going to be a big deal, and that's what I'm trying to get out there. Hey, don't think just because you're over the line, but you're so close to the line, you're still close to the line that they won't prosecute you, especially if they have pictures of you and her doing all kind of different things. You can still get prosecuted. That's the whole point. We're just trying to put it out there so these young guys could see something like this. Because you never know, Brother D, man. Sometimes people watch these streams days later, weeks later, months later, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they might just catch what we're talking about, and it might save somebody's life, brother. So you know what I mean? But I appreciate your perspective, and they need to hear that so they'll know, damn, they're gonna still be mad at me. I better not do that. You know what I'm saying? They need to hear all our perspectives so we can have it right. Okay, that's enough for the hit parade, brother. We're gonna move on down the road to the Black History Minute. Brother, do you know who Alexander Miles is?
I do not. Okay, educate me.
About to learn right now, brother. About to learn today. Brother Alexander Miles invented the automatic elevator doors. See, you're a young dude, man, so all you know is when they had just automatic elevator doors. But there was a time where black people was actually working, and they had a person that would open and close the elevator door for you when you got on an elevator. This man invented the automatic elevator door. Use of elevator doors in everyday life keeps people from committing a long and grueling climb up several flights of stairs. However, before the creation of the elevator doors, that automatically riding a lift was both complicated and risky. Before automatic doors, people had to manually shut and the shaft and the elevator doors before riding. Getting to do so led to multiple accidents as well as people falling down the elevator shafts. As the story goes, when the daughter of African-American inventor Alexander Miles almost fatally fell down a shaft, he took it upon himself to develop a solution. In 1887, he took out a patent for a mechanism that automatically opens and closes elevator shaft doors, and his designs are largely reflected in elevators used today. Alexander Miles was born May 18, 1838, died May 7th, of course, 1918. Was an American inventor and businessman, best known for being awarded a patent for the automatic opening and closing elevator doors. He was awarded U.S. patent 371.207 on October 11, 1887. And that is Alex. That's the Black History Minute. That's Alexander Miles. Don't just take our word for it. Go look it up for yourself. Dig that. Anything to say about that, Brother Daryl?
No, that's super dope, man. I never knew about Alexander Miles, but I definitely appreciate all Black engineers, all Black builders, people who used to be carpenters back in the day, people who know how to take natural resources and turn it into something. I'm here for it, man.
Yeah, man, that's good. And see, a lot of times I tease Brother Jarvis all the time. Like I'm saying to you, you probably never even, when you was in high school, you never learned about the brother. You know what I'm saying? You never learned about Alexander Miles. And so we have to put our history out there for our own people, man, so they can grab it and see, oh, we was more than basketball players and football players and singers and dancers. We did a lot of stuff to help this society elevate to where it is today. You know what I'm saying? So that's why it shouldn't be no problem for us taking advantage of the situation or the benefits of that society being where it is today.
Yes, sir.
Okay, man, let's move on to your money. We're going to do the STEM job of the day. We're almost there, Brother D. We're almost there. Your money STEM C job of the week is a mechanical engineer. Oh, mechanical engineer? Do I have it right? No, I don't have the right one. Oh, hold on, Brother D.
No problem. No problem. Take your time, brother.
Let me make a quick adjustment here. Let's see here. Make a quick adjustment. Anesthesiologist here. Let's see. All right. All right, brother. Today, job of the week is nurse as anesthetist.
Anesthetist, right?
Anesthetist, I believe.
Nurse anesthetist.
Read, man, you got better glasses on than me, brother. We'll go with what you said.
They do the needles. They poke the needles in people.
Oh yes. Well, I'm gonna read and find out right now. Yeah, number of entries. Okay, so you know what STEM stands for, brother?
I do not. Are you talking about science, technology, engineering, math?
My man, you were right on the head with it.
I thought, okay, yeah, of course.
I put the C on there for communications because as I was telling you the other night, man, I think you're a very, very good communicator, brother. You're a very good communicator. You're probably about 2 years away from making $200,000 or $300,000 a year. Just going places talking because you're very smooth. But that's what the C is for. Our people don't know how to communicate to each other. We don't know how to communicate to the world. And so we got to learn how to communicate to each other. I'm going to get to the chats in just a minute. I see you guys in the chat room. I'm going to get there in just a minute. So we have to learn these are the basics of building a society, man. So we got to learn those things. Okay, let's get into it. What is a nurse anesthetist? What is it, Brother Dale?
Yeah, you said it right. Nurse anesthetist. Usually they say anesthesiology.
Okay. A nurse anesthetist can use a number of intravenous drugs and inhaled gases to administer general or regional anesthesia, so surgeons and other physicians can complete procedures with little to no discomfort to the patient. Modern anesthesia has come a long way from chloroform administered by the first nurse anesthesia in the Civil War. Anesthesia is safer today than it's ever been, says Frank Garabowski, a certified registered nurse anesthetist and executive director of the Council of Accreditation of Nurse Anesthesia Educational Programs. You might wonder what the difference between a nurse anesthetist and an anesthesiologist. One way of answering this is education. The nurse anesthesiologists are registered nurses who specialize in anesthesiology with at least 1 year of critical care experience, and a master's degree, which usually takes 2 years to complete. Anesthesiologists are physicians, and their education track includes 4 years of medical school, 1 year of internship, 3 year of residency, and sometimes an additional 1 to 2 year fellowship. Both anesthesia specialists use the same techniques and procedures to safely deliver the same types of anesthetic drugs for every type of procedure that requires a patient to receive anesthesia. Anesthesia, Garibaldi says. Okay, so let's get to the gritty. How much does a nurse anesthetist make? Median salary is $174,000 a year in 2019. The best paid 25% made $203,000 that year, while the lowest 25% made $150,000. That is not bad, brother. How do you become a nurse anesthetist? To become a certified nurse anesthetist, professionals must have a bachelor's degree and their registered nurse licensure, which involves taking and passing the National Council licensure examination. Additionally, these professionals must have a minimum of 1 year of experience in critical care. They then will have to complete both the COA accredited nurse anesthesia program and a national certification exam. And the trend is moving toward more education. According to Garibaldi, in 2025, graduates from nurse anesthesia programs will need to have a doctoral degree. Holy smokes. Hey, but don't tell us ain't no jobs out there. There's jobs out here. And it ain't just for other people. It's for all of us. It's for all of us. Okay, bro, Daryl, I'm going to get to the chats. We're right there. We're right there. We're right here. Let me see. Let's get to this. Uh-oh, wait a minute. Let's hide this. Let's get to this.
Somebody asked in the chats, what is the average debt? They say about $100,000 for the 4-year degree program, but what he's saying is you're going to need to get a doctorate program, so it's going to be more money than that. And I know one doctor. Her name is Dr. Therese Thomas. We're good friends, and she spent a lot of money, over to $500,000 to become a doctor. So it's a lot of money.
Yeah, but if they finding money to give to people not like us. They find money to give to them, so they can find money to give it to us. You know what I'm saying? We just got to go fight. We just got to go fight and go fight and go fight. You know what I mean? So if my point is, if you want it, it's here. But you got to fight for it. It's just like people, like we were talking, Brother D. Some people are religious and some people aren't. But for you that's religious, you got the Bible sitting in your house, but the words ain't gonna jump out the book. You got to open the book. You got to go get that. You got to go get that information so you can apply it to your life to make it better. All right, y'all.
I definitely agree.
You agree, Brother Daryl?
Yeah, you definitely got to go get it, man. Everything is about your willpower.
All right, brother. We are here. Let's do it. We got the lead topic. The lead topic is, does money make you better? Brother Daryl, does money make you a better person? If I got money, let's say I got shoes right here. Let me stack my shoes up. If I got shoes here, brother, and I got a robe on that costs $1,000, am I better than you?
Are you better than me?
Yeah, am I better than you?
To answer your question, I'm answering two ways. The way I personally feel. The way I personally feel is I don't feel like I'm better than anybody. It's all about if we have a fucking world of unity, a black community made of unity, we don't have I'm better than yous. We have rankings, right? And that ranking is based on experience. And it's also about work, about what you have done. So but to answer your question directly, no, I don't think nobody is better than somebody just because they have more money than somebody. I think that people who think like that, and there are millions who feel that way, I think they're egotistical, very egotistical. And sometimes that can be a detriment.
yeah. So, and I agree with you because as you know, we were talking about Anton Daniels the other day, and we were talking about and I had to strap you to the seat, man, because you was ready to go out there and make it happen with him. But I like, hey, brother D, we can talk to the brother. We can talk to him. So we're gonna get into that though. But because he thinks because he may has more money than another person, a lot of times he speaks to people with an inherent disrespect. And in his mind, I'm thinking that he thinks because you should submit to that disrespect just because you don't have as much money as him. And he doesn't understand it. That's not how nobody thinks that way. I don't have to submit to you because you got more money than me, or submit to your mistreatment because you got more money than me. That's called slavery. I don't have to submit to that. You know what I mean? I have a choice of whether I want to. Now, some people choose to, they elect to allow you to do stuff like that to them, right? They allow you to talk to them any kind of way, treat them any kind of way, and they still admire you. You know what I mean? But I'm not going to do that, and you're not going to do that. We don't subscribe to that, and most people don't. Most men in today's world don't subscribe to that anymore. And so that's where I'm coming from with the. You think you have money is better. The same thing I heard Tasha K. Tasha K went in on the lead attorney the other day. I don't know if you heard that. Are you aware of that, brother?
Man, I did. You know what? I saw a few seconds of it, and I fuck with the lead attorney, and I fuck with Tasha K.
Yeah.
You know, but I did see a little bit. She was kind of going off.
Yeah. She wasn't kind of going off. She absolutely went in. She went in on them. And you know, even when she came back, quote unquote, apologizing, she went in on them. But before we get to that, brother, before we get to your story, we got a couple of questions from the chat here. JP, what's the difference between ranking and class as we see it today? I think you got to answer that one, brother. I think she's directing it to you, brother D. So you might want to take that one.
Yeah, I already saw that, and I had to prepare.
Okay.
So rankings and classes start all the way in high school, right? We did not set this up. You're older than I am. When you went to class, the A, B, C, D, F, those are rankings. Those marks are rankings. For example, if I get all A's and you get all C's, they're going to rank me an honor student. I'm going to be put into advanced classes. I'm going to be asked to take advanced courses. You won't. That doesn't make me better than you, though. You understand how we can be ranked in different classes? Once we get older, if I get a degree and I become a nurse anesthetist and I make $260,000, and then someone else makes $50,000, I'm in a different economic class. You see what I'm saying? So I can be ranked different and I can be in a different class. That does not make me better than you. You know what I mean? So another great example of that is, for example, Adolf Hitler. He had a lot of money, economic power, but he wasn't a better man than somebody like Dr. Martin Luther King. Money does not make you who you are. Your class doesn't make you who you are. These are just things that you happen to fall in based on what you've done in life. You would meet a lot of people who, I see it all the time when I was in high school and in college. They rank very high when it comes to grades, but when it's time to perform, their classroom performance in their ranking doesn't actually it doesn't show when they're in the field. You see it all the time. How many times have we saw college kids be ranked the number one draft pick, come out the NBA, and then 4 or 5 years later, we're talking about the 13th pick? That happened with Kobe Bryant. It happened a few different times because ranking, and it doesn't mean that these people are better than you. It's just a systematic way of really collecting data, in my opinion.
Sounds good, brother. Sounds good. You got another JP, the aspiring matriarch. That's one of my hard driving soldiers. She asked you another question, brother D. So the black diaspora is the class but we are ranked different?
Black people have always, and when I say always been in different classes. So let me give an example that one of like you guys can truly understand. Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali was the world champion, but still living in the ghetto. He was not on the same level of class of his neighbors. He had millions of dollars. He had opportunities to go places, to buy homes, to build businesses. So the black diaspora, he was a part of it, but nobody would walk up to him and say, we're on the same level, we're ranked the same way. You get what I'm saying? That's what I mean by ranks in class. And as far as that goes, freedom, equality, equal rights, these things stretch across all different classes. It has nothing to do with just the people who shout out to the lead attorney. It doesn't have anything to do with just people who are attorneys or people who might be doctors. Equality, when the police put the poor man over the same way he put the lead attorney over, there's only a few different things that's going to differentiate the lead attorney from the super poor man. But for the most part, we can all agree that justice is abroad for all of them. They should all have it equally. And just like him, me, you, Anton, every single person, except the R. Kellys of the world, these people are a part of, in my opinion, the black diaspora that me and you talked about.
Okay. So what I want to focus in on is people that they have money. They think because they have money, they're able to mistreat other people. That's the key component and the key problem that we having. That's matter of fact. I know you don't live in California. I live in California. They're having a special election to get rid of the governor that's in power now, and it's all over money. It's not over the people. It's over money. And my thing is to reduce it down to the Anton Daniels situation. I tried to get through, and to be fair to Anton, I sent him an email. I sent it to you, Brother Dale. You saw it. I sent him an email, and I said, brother, we're gonna be, but he's doing his own live stream at this point right now. But I sent him an email telling him that we were gonna be talking about the situation between you and him, and if he wants to come on, he's welcome to come on. We wasn't gonna be attacking him. We just want to, go into it and see if we can resolve the issue. So, and then shout out to the lead attorney. We want to, if we could get a chance, we're going to go into the Tasha K and lead attorney situation. We're going to say some things that you probably can't say, brother. And so I'm sure you're going to clear up everything at the right time. Anyway, we got a couple other chats. Yep. Let's see. JP, Brother D, I mean, on a macro level, we are trying to move a nation of people. The diaspora would be the class of each person has a ranking based on economic level inside the diaspora. I believe that's another one for you, Brother D.
So she said we're trying to move a nation of people that the diaspora will be.
I think she's having an issue with the class situation. I think she's having an issue with the separating of people from one class to another. I think that's what she's having an issue with. And if she does, she'll explain it better. But that's my interpretation of what's going on.
We have never lived in a classless society. There has always been classes, even amongst white people when they came here. When we were slaves, they had classes of white people. They had white people that was learning education. They had white people that was learning about how to harvest natural resources. And then they had ones that was making sure that they kept us in line, that they made sure that they were farmers, et cetera, et cetera. There has always been classes. That's why when people try to say that we divide ourselves in classes, it's not us. It's genuinely not us. Barack Obama. Nobody can say that every black person in America is on the same class level of Barack Obama. It's not true. And if you say that, then you're ignoring the clear lines that make up the fabric of America. It's a reason why people like Donald Trump, Bill Clinton, et cetera, they walk around with Secret Service to this day because they belong in a class of society That's extremely high. Extremely high. And it's not just about economics, it's about politics when we get to that level.
Brother, I hear what you're saying, and I'm gonna let you explore that a little later. I'm gonna get one more chat here. I hear you, JP. Let me see. She understood, brother Clarence. Do you believe hubris comes with money or the man? Uh, depends. Depends. Uh, Usually, whatever's in a person, money is just going to explode it out of them, and they're going to just be more of what it already was. Sometimes we as people, we're in a certain situation financially where we can't exercise our desires the way we want to, right? But then when we get another financial situation, then we're able to exercise our desires, and then that's where we get led astray with our desires, right? You know, you want girls, and so now you out there and you all over and you get yourself caught up. It's like these NBA players that get caught up with these women, and now they got babies by them. Now they got to pay them $200,000 a month for child support. So I think it comes with the man, but it just depends on the discipline that the person have, because we all have things in us, challenging things in us. We all do. So I could talk. It's easy for me to talk because I'm not making $300 million a year, and I can't just fly around buying a jet and all that, right? So it's easy for me to talk. I'm not Anton Daniels. I don't have millions of dollars to run around, and I can do this and do that, and put myself mentally in a state of I'm up here and you're down here. So it depends. Like I said, it just depends on the discipline of the man and what's actually in the man. Okay, let's move on, brother, because I'm getting caught. Okay, I think Brother Jarvis trying to come back in. I'll bring him in a minute. JP this Friday, we are in agreement. I'm always in search of a way to meet our people, the message of doctrine and unity, and the way we move away as we move away from religion. Yeah, like I was saying before in the last live stream, you can't come to our people with religion anymore. It's just not gonna work. It's not a unifying thing anymore because so many different religions, so many people believe so many different things now. It used to be the big three: Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. Now it's people believe in all kind of different stuff, or a portion of that, or a demographic of that. So to just say, hey, all of us, we have to all believe this one way. No, you couldn't get it. Even if we mathematically, if we all believe the same religion, you couldn't even get us all in the same church. So it's just
right.
You know what I mean? So we whatever you believe that's bringing you to the best of yourself and bringing you up, and it's not making you throw a spear at someone else. Hey, follow that. That's my thing, JP.
You know what? I definitely agree with JP. My whole thing is when we talk about unity, because we were talking about classes and ranking, I just want to just make this final point clear.
Okay.
Even when you go to the military, they're all on one accord. They all have the same enemy. But we do have lieutenants, we have captains, we have deputy officers, we have petty officers. We have these different rankings for a reason. Because in order for us to have organization, in order for us to have true unity and power, there has to be order. We can't have that if everybody feels they're at the same level. That's why when we talk about money makes a man, I'm not really agreeing with that, because I make a lot of money more than men that's twice my age. But I would, unlike Anton, I would never come to a lot of these men and call them dusties, because I understand that, because I can make money on the internet. I can make $8,000 a month sitting right here at my computer. Right? But that doesn't matter. I know for a fact that there's men out here twice my age that has information about marriage, information about how to deal with people and situations in America, and stuff that I wouldn't even believe to think about. You understand what I'm saying? So for me to believe that just because I can make more money, that makes me better than somebody, I think that that's a sign of weak character. And like I told you, one of the things that I'm big on is we have to purge ourselves from these kind of people one way or another. You know what I mean?
Or educate them, brother. You got to remember, that's our brother. even though he's out there in the street, man, and he's pushing a crazy program, that's still our brother, man. So, you know, if we can't educate him and he refused to be educated, then out the door you got to go. But I mean, we at least got to exhaust everything to try to save our people, man, because it's not their fault that they think like that. They're under a spell. You know what I'm saying? We got a magician running this company, this country. It's a set of magicians running this country, and they are like wizards, right? They have money, so the people go woo. They do these magic tricks. I give this person a whole bunch of pieces of paper, and they're gonna give me a car. So it's a magic trick, right? So they get tripped out over the magic tricks, and they don't understand. Hey, look, that doesn't make you better because you got more these little pieces of paper with slave owners on them, and you can give them to him. He give you the car. That don't make you better than me. And you might have a better way of creating money, creating those little pieces of paper, but that don't make you as a person better than me as a person, and doesn't make me have to accept mistreatment from you. Now, with that all being said, Brother Daryl, let's get into your situation with Brother Anton. Now, how did that even get started, brother? Can you explain that to us?
Okay, man. Let me go ahead and get into this. I'm a big supporter of Black networks, as you know. The Lapeef Let's Talk show came across my channel due to Kevin Samuels. I noticed that Kevin was on there one night. I know exactly what I'm talking about. He was him, Tawana, Anton, JR, and a woman named Neek. It wasn't Courtney. It was a woman named Neek. She was light skinned, NIC.
Okay.
Right. So eventually I'm watching more and more episodes, and we get to a topic talking about Black culture. They bring in a Mexican woman, and they bring in Amira Exiled. Amira basically goes on this rant about how Black people, in her opinion, are the most racist and have been the most racist since the Obama presidency.
I heard about that. Okay.
She also went in and said that Black people shouldn't have Black History Month because white people don't have White History Month.
About that too.
Anton, goes in and he basically doubled down. Black culture is trash. Black people is trash. He said the Black Panthers don't do anything but go into rooms and then they complain. So, as I told you, Brother Clarence, Amira, she's one person. She's a woman. She can have her opinion. She's not of our culture. Genuinely, I don't feel like I should check it, but if I need to, I will. But Anton, he is a Black man.
Let me clear something up for you, Brother Daryl. So you talking about the Lapeef Network, the Lapeef Network show, that podcast? Okay, all right. Just so the people know what you're talking about. Okay.
Yeah, and before I even keep going, shout out to After Hours with Anton Daniels, the Lapeef Let's Talk show, Ka, Courtney, the lead attorney, Lauren, the whole crew over there, JR, et cetera, et cetera. This is not an attack on them. This is just the truth.
Right on.
So let's keep going. They had an episode where, they was talking about Black culture is trash. Courtney was the only one. Courtney and Kay was the only ones defending it. And they was defending it by using different things that has clearly had ramifications on Black people. And the only response that they was met with was the Victim Olympics from Anton. And then basically other callers saying, well, Black culture is trash. So I was appalled. Courtney ended up doing a live stream the next day. I talked to her. We talked. She was real cool. They do another live stream, and this dude named KJ called in. I told you about him, older fella from Atlanta, and he was going the fuck in.
Yeah, I saw him.
So I did a reaction to that alone. And this is where it begins. I'm sorry for this drawn out. I just want to make sure we get every step of the story.
Yeah.
Once we get to the KJ reaction, I concur with his points, and I also said, Anton, and let me just make this point clear. I still stand on this point. I said, Anton, when I see you, I didn't say I'm gonna beat him up. I said you're gonna have to stand on what you said about black people to a black man.
Okay, brother. So what did you mean by that exactly?
So what I meant by that, because a lot of people ask me that, is you have to explain to me what you meant. Because when you're talking to, correct me if I'm wrong, brother Clarence, but when I watch Anton talk to other people about black culture, he tries to correlate black culture to just rap music, things
Correct.
that have to do with rap music. And I
Correct.
understand black culture to be more than black music. I have black mentors. I
Okay.
have black female mentors and black male mentors. Shout out to the lead attorney because I'm doing a video on Donald Hollowell, and the lead attorney, he became a lawyer going to Donald Hollowell's firm. I found that out from the lead attorney himself. And for
Right.
those who don't know, Donald Hollowell was the attorney for Dr. Martin Luther King.
Okay.
If you don't do research about what is genuine black culture, then you might be misled into saying black culture is Megan Thee Stallion. Megan Thee Stallion is 23 some years old. She cannot define black culture. You understand what I'm saying? None of these rappers and hip hop can define black culture. They might define black music, but they don't define black culture. We have a group of people that in Kentucky that just made the no knock warrant legal, so that illegal. They made it illegal so that no policeman can kill people like Breonna Taylor again. That was all black people. Black people have a strong culture of perseverance in this, in this country. And the last thing I'm gonna say is, before you guys might want to ask any questions, is when we talk about the Black Panthers, Judas and the Black Messiah, for those who don't know, is a story about Fred Hampton.
Right.
Fred Hampton died at 22 years old. He fed the city of Chicago. We've talked about funding today. If we try to fund something like this, the police, the government, the city council, they don't fund these type of things. We need our people. Who was funding Fred Hampton? The drug dealers. Why? Because he understood, as we've been talking about on this show all day, we're not better than anybody. We're not better than anybody. And if we come together, not fake come together, not choose who we want to click up with, but genuinely create a black diaspora for all of us, the drug dealers and the activists, we all would benefit from it. And one thing before I'm gonna say this, last thing I'm gonna say real quick before I, open you guys up to questioning before I continue. They gave Fred Hampton money to create a medical clinic because, and I say they, the drug dealers, they understood the importance of what I'm talking about right now and what Fred was talking about then. So to say that black culture is trash, it's offensive. It's very offensive. And, I'll finish the story if you guys have any questions.
Well, I agree with you. This point that yeah, that's saying black culture, but somebody to say that doesn't really know what black culture is. So you think that, like you said, Megan Thee Stallion and Cardi B, that's black culture. That's not black culture. Anybody can do that. Anybody can do what they're doing. They had saloons with girls doing stuff like that back in the West, and white people was doing that. So it just depends on whatever, how they want to make money off of people in that mentality that they want to do that kind of stuff. As far as Anton, like I said, we want to be fair. I sent him an invitation, gave him an invitation to come and defend himself. He's not coming, but I'm not saying he's scared. I'm just saying I saw that he had a live stream scheduled at the same time, so maybe he's in the middle of that. So whatever. But I did offer him to come and defend himself. Now, before I question you, Brother Jarvis, you have a question for brother?
No, so I'm a little. I didn't see exactly what happened.
Okay, let
Or
me give you
what
the
even
short.
took place.
Let me give you the short version. Brother Daryl made a video about something he saw on this brother Anton's Lapeef network, where they kind of doing the same thing we're doing right this second, where they have a panel of people talking about different topics. Brother Daryl did that, and some kind of way, Anton said some things, and I think Brother Daryl confronted him. Did you confront him on on screen, brother, or did you just confront him on Instagram?
It was both, man. It was both. So the way that it works, I'm glad you asked. I'm just gonna finish the story up for you.
Okay.
After I made the video,
Anton,
Huh?
can you hear me?
Anton is black.
Anton is what?
He's black.
Is Anton
he's
black?
Yeah, he's a black millionaire, and a lot of times he will say something. He will hurl insults at the guests and different things like that, and he feels like because he's a millionaire, he should be allowed to do that. And so that's among other different theories of thinking that he has. So that's what caught me on him. But Brother Daryl is going to go into what caught him on it. So I'm sorry, Brother Daryl. Go ahead.
And just to be clear, because I'm not gonna just talk about Anton. I'm gonna talk about the black community today. That's why I came here today. I'm gonna
right at home.
The rest of the story is super clear, super quick too. After that stream, Brother Clarence, I reached out to every single person that was on that panel and said, I welcome you guys to a conversation. And I did that privately. Courtney did her show the next day, and that's why I told you that's when I talked to her. She did that show solo. So that day I just talked to her. The next time I talked to those guys was Anton on his show. I said, Anton, I have some smoke for you. He said on that show, Daryl has had some smoke for me on his channel. I saw his videos. So I thought he already saw the video of me talking about his wife. I haven't even got to that point. You know about it. I get there soon. Okay. So I said, Anton, on his channel, it's on his channel to this day. I said, Anton, what do you got to say about anti-black racism, policing brutality, and politics, how policies are written for black people, criminal justice system discrimination, hate crimes, housing discrimination, banking discrimination, school segregation and educational discrimination, employment and workplace discrimination, wealth inequality, which is ridiculous. And for black women and black men, but black women, oh my God, health disparities. The number one way that black women die in America is medical malpractice. Did a whole video about that. So when we have people out here saying that black women are running a victim Olympics, that, it infuriates me. I have two daughters. We're black men, and this topic gets me so upset, bro, because if we are not the gatekeepers and the protectors of our own community, then who the hell gonna do it? Who's gonna talk about how black women are dying 8 times as any other race giving birth? Why is that? Who's responsible? And I'm the type of person, I'm not gonna hold you accountable with my words. That's why I said with Anton, I want to talk to you. I'm gonna see you face to face. Now, if you chose to get physical, I'm gonna beat you down, and then we still gonna try to educate you about why you're wrong. Because as long as you're throwing this narrative out there, right, Brother Clarence, there was a book in 2017, a nursing book, all right, that was a nursing book that doctors was paying for. It was teaching these nurses that black people are more impervious to pain. So black women were coming in and they were saying, I'm having a heart attack. Right. But the doctor would say, no, you're just having, mild pains, go back home. Right. This is highlighted on the Bias in Medicine show by John Oliver on HBO. Okay. There was one gentleman who his wife was giving birth, but the doctors refused to pay attention to her and said that she wasn't really in pain. His wife ended up dying on the table that day. So my whole point is that, and I haven't gotten to police brutality. I haven't gotten to redlining. I haven't gotten to how they give us every other type of loan except business loans. Okay. You know what I mean? So if we get into all of that, I haven't talked about Henrietta Lacks, right? And I don't know if you guys know who Henrietta Lacks is, but
I do not.
Do you know who Henrietta Lacks is, Brother Jarvis?
No.
All right, so I'm sorry, I'm ranting, I'm going in, but this is what I do, man. I talk about black people. Henrietta Lacks was a black woman who was kidnapped and ultimately kidnapped by the Johns Hopkins University. If anybody have any doctor friends or anybody in the medical field, they know for a fact that the Johns Hopkins University is the #1 place for all medical students in this country. They extracted her DNA without her permission and used that DNA to create tons of pharmaceutical solutions, pills, medicines, and just Google it. Oprah ended up doing a movie for her. It's about 4.5 hours. Oprah plays her throughout the whole story. She was kidnapped and dissected on. It wasn't the first time. So rest in peace to Henrietta Lacks. And
oh man, they
shout out
killed
to
her.
the
Oh, man.
yeah. She passed away. She passed away from those scientific experiments. My whole point is, man, we look at that and then we look at Black Wall Street, 1921. You know what I mean? So many opportunities. And for the audience who might not know what I'm talking about, in 1921, the Rochefort District, Black people had their own doctors, their own theaters, their own everything you can name of. We had our own town. It was completely tore down. That was 40 years before Dr. King was murdered. We have to talk about what has happened to us if we're going to actually have a conversation about the Black community. If you're going to talk about the Black community, if you don't want to talk about us, that's fine. For people like Amira. But if you're going to, if you're going to say that we're victims and say that everything we're doing and we're complaining about, when we know Dr. Huey P. Newton, man, they was just doing so much for the Black community that it's almost offensive. And that's why I say I don't want to just talk about Anton, because there's so many other things that need to be discussed in this next hour that has
Brother,
nothing
you
to do.
can come back, brother. You think we just gonna let you come one time? Brother, you have the opportunity to talk about anytime you want to come back. You come on back, brother. You can talk about whatever. You ain't gotta rush it all into one topic. We just want
you see, I be going in, man.
Yeah, man, going in, man. We have no problem with that, but don't think you got to rush it because you never coming back, bro. No, brother, you can come back whenever you want to. Go and keep putting that information out there, bro. Because I didn't know about the system. JP down here, she said they continue to use their stem cells today. I didn't know that. I never.
Yep. Like JP said, stem cells came from Henrietta Lacks, a Black woman. Yeah. They kidnapped her, and Johns Hopkins University, in my opinion, they would never say this, but they became the #1 medical university due to her cells. So, I've educated myself. Pardon me. So
I'm saying fiction has become reality once again because study, if you look at any of the Marvel movies or any of the X-Men or any of the DC comic books, when they take and they harvest certain, what they call them metahuman or superpowered human beings, take them into a lab and experiment on them. I said on another show with Brother Clarence before, that's the Black community story. You are that superhuman being. They know that. You are the experiment. It's like Master Farad Muhammad taught the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. You have the strongest blood. It's your blood that they're experimenting on because of the Black community and because of it is true. You can endure more than anybody else on the planet. That's true. That's not fiction. That's true. So there's a reason why, like you said, with Henrietta Lacks, a woman who I've never heard of, they've been experimenting on us because, they want to live forever, but it's time. It's another story. I'm not going to even get in on that. But I do, now see me, myself, I do want to talk about this Anton guy. And I want to ask the question, is he more like a Larry Elder? He's a successful Black man who has forgotten, or is he a misguided?
A younger Larry Elder.
Okay, but you do know that some of us really believe what we're saying. The way he sees it. I don't know nothing about this man. I made it. I made $1 million. How come you can't do it? I did it, and I didn't have any excuses. I didn't come as a victim.
It's not how come.
How come you can't do it?
Now, his thinking is not how come you can't do it. His thinking is, like Brother Darryl was saying, he's got a saying called "You playing the victim Olympics." You're running the victim Olympics, whatever that means. So this is what Black people are doing, and Black people that are poor are playing this victim Olympics. If you're not rich like him, you basically Larry Elder, same thing. You're running the victim Olympics.
Well, that's silly because there's an overwhelming mountain of evidence that clearly shows the black community has always been the victim or victimized. So that's either you're a stupid man or you're a silly man, or I mean, I'm being nice by calling these, baby names. You have to be a sick or a misinformed, or I just don't want to know individual to come to the conclusion that the black community wants to play the victim. Who wants to play the victim? Who wants to cut their arm off? Who wants to be a victim? Who wants to cut their leg off? Nobody wants to be a victim. That's stupid.
Well,
You know.
he likes to, in my opinion, Brother D could tell his opinion, but in my opinion, he 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 doesn't have no. Now, I'm a religious person. I'm not a thumper, but I definitely believe in the oneness of God, and I believe that God can help us point the way to stuff, or we can do better in life. He feels like I did it all by myself. I had no help nowhere. He doesn't mention the sacrifices that other people might have made to help him get to where he's getting to. And then he just really, other people that he feels like he can go in on, he'd just go in on them and mistreat them. And that's how I even found Brother Daryl, because I was looking, I was like, man, what's he talking about, talking crazy to these people? What's going on? Then I found Brother D. So yeah, man, it's a trip. Let me get to some of these comments. JP, Brother D, I agree we must acknowledge our history and its effects on the modern black person. We also must give them the tools to move beyond that. Doesn't Anton do that? I call them trauma athletes. Does Anton do that, brother?
I think that what he believes Anton does is give people the tools they need to succeed. But it's not entirely authentic and it's not entirely genuine either. And let me break down why. I had JB on. You was there. We was all talking about it.
Yes.
The average black family. Let me stop right there. The average black family consists of two people, not one person. I didn't say the average black man or woman. The average black family makes about $40,000 to $50,000 in this country, compared to, let's say, Lebanese men. And I said Lebanese men, not family. Lebanese men average about $70,000, right?
Right.
Black people don't have the exact same buying power. They don't have the exact same investing power. And if you are lying to us and telling us that this is true, then you're just being disingenuous.
Brother
How?
D, let me interrupt you there, brother. I have to beg to differ. We definitely have money. Now, what we're spending it on that's the question, in my opinion, brother. But that's just my opinion. But please continue. I'm just throwing my opinion out there.
No, I agree that every community has money. But let's take college drag, because I love ranking in classes. Let's take college graduates. If you look at the average college graduate by race, let's say the men, right? I always ask black women this when I'm just hanging out with them, just casual conversation. I said, let me tell you guys how black people feel about black people subliminally. And they know it because it's true. Who do you guys think make the most? And who do you guys think make the least? Who make the least out of all the graduates? The black ones, right? Who make the most? The Asians and the white ones. So when they go into these communities, and plus these people own businesses, they get loans, they open up hair salons, nail salons, all kinds of different stuff in our communities, liquor stores, stuff that we can't even get access to in their communities. Okay. They do all of that, plus they graduate, make more money than us in the same field that we are in with the exact same education. So they come out with more buying power. They can go to their neighbors, and their neighbors don't treat them like Anton. They will have a rich neighbor. And you know what? As you guys can see, I live in East Lansing. I got the Michigan State on. All of my roommates were Indian. The poor ones and the rich ones, it didn't matter. One of my old roommates, he said he never had to sign a lease because they always looked out for him. So my whole point, because I want to circle back to and get to his question, Anton doesn't do it, in my opinion. When he would have a title that say, "Let me tell you about economics" or something, but then you go into the stream and he'd be like, you dusties, you dusties, you dusties. You're not really giving instruction. And that's what we need. We don't need people to tear down other people. We need instruction. You know what I mean? I graduated from Central Michigan with an economics and computer science degree. So I can talk about macro and microeconomics. We can talk about stocks. We can talk about forex. We can talk about real estate. In Detroit, 'cause I'm from Detroit. Buildingdetroit.org is a website that's basically called the Detroit Land Bank, where you can go and buy homes for $1,000.
Yeah.
That is something that you should do a video on. I don't have to call men dusty. Buy a home, have it built up with the HVAC and everything else before the city gives you a designated date to have it done. Boom. Now you have an investment property. My whole point is you can have 30 of those and then create a LLC called whatever, whatever, whatever. You get what I'm saying? But if you're going to be a business person, do that. Give instruction. Do not just attack people, because then you invite energy like the one that I was given. You know what I mean?
That's what I want to get to. I want to get to that.
Yep. That's how I feel.
Okay, Brother D. Let's get to the part where the juice is coming out of the orange, man. You
want to get
got
there.
so upset with Brother Anton that you made comments about his wife.
I
Right?
did.
Okay. So of course we're not gonna repeat those comments, but what I want you to do is I want you to walk us down the path how you got there. How did you get to the point where you got that upset where you said some things about his wife?
First of all, let me take full accountability and say that I was wrong again for talking about.
You did. You said that the other night, and I appreciate that, brother. You said y'all was wrong, and you went into the whole thing. But you can go ahead again. But I just want the people to know you ain't just doing it here. You told me that back over in your spot too. So
I said it a few different times at this point, and I'm gonna keep saying it again. Like I told you, I said, Brother Clarence, I give you my word that every time I mention her name, it's gonna be followed by an apology, right? So at the end of the day, I was wrong for bringing his woman, into the situation that we have. But I made a whole video highlighting how he called Kay, an ugly bully, said she was built like, a man or whatever, whatever, whatever. So this is how I play it, Brother Clarence. If I and me and you already disagreed upon this, right? You stand on your principles. You're not going, lower your notch to another man's level. But this how I play it. If we go into war and I see you doing some dirty shit, I'm not gonna tell my troops to stand by and be honorable and noble. I'm gonna say destroy him by any means. Go ahead, because as me and you talked about, I gave Anton an opportunity for peace. I gave him my phone number, my email. I put my email on the internet. My address is all on there, right? You have every means, and according to Anton, he knows where I live at anyway. You have every means to contact me, and I opened that conversation up. Once you decline that, I said, okay, respect. But then you go on with the threats. You know where I live at. You can destroy me with your money. Now, again, the kind of person I am, I'm going to go into bully mode now. And I'm going to treat you the same way you treat other people. Because anybody can come on my channel. You'll never see a video of me saying somebody's a dusty, this, and that, and that, and that. But if you walk around with your chest out, you might be challenged. And that's all this is. And I said, Anton, if you can admit that you were wrong about black people being trash and black culture being trash, and that the Black Panthers are nothing but men who just get into a room and do nothing, I will fall the fuck back. But if you cannot do that, and if you refuse to do that, and if you continue to go on these tirades about black people, then I'm going to feel obliged to attack you in whichever way I choose to. And like I told you before, when I was in high school, I used to get into all these different fights, right? People would jump me in these different things. If you jump me, do not tell me how to come back. There's no more rules at that point. If I come back with my tool, or if I come back with my fist, if I come back with my uncles, whatever I choose, that's the retribution that you deserve. I never told Anton that that this was something that was personal. It was all about defending black people. That's all it was.
Well, Brother D, hold on, because we got a question in the chat. Why are we still talking about Anton? I know y'all tired of it. We almost done. We ready. We're gonna wrap it up, but there's some things in here. There's some men stuff in here. There's some men code in here. We got to get this men code out. We gotta open it up because using Brother Daryl's experience, we might save a life here instead of having another man go out and say something that some of the things that Brother Daryl said in that same situation, maybe they can resolve it another way. That's all I'm saying. We're trying to save a life. If it comes to somebody putting some hands on somebody, it may happen. But that's why we're still talking about Anton, not because he's the man, but there's some men stuff in here. That's why I'm going into it. It's not because I'm messy, because I'm like the lead attorney. I want to show you a situation that could happen to almost any man. Any man could get into a war of words with somebody, and then it could go real left. But men are like Brother Jarvis said last week. Men are not like women. Women gonna hurl insults at each other and then go away. Men are not like that. A man might show up to your house or your job, you know what I'm saying? Or you might come home and your house is on fire. So we gotta show these young guys they can diffuse a situation without getting it to another level. That's why I'm going into it. Just give me a few more minutes, y'all. Give me a few more minutes, because Brother Dale has a good story, and I want him to illustrate it so that we can see. So another young man looking at this could say, "Oh yeah, I was in that same situation. I almost put hands on this person, but I didn't have to do that, or I almost got my pistol or whatever." We don't want that to happen. We try to expose this situation so they can see that there's alternatives to this. All right.
Let me say something to that comment too before I finish the story.
Yes, sir.
Like I said, we're not just talking about one man. Like I talked to you before privately. If Donald Trump had said these exact statements, whether he said it now or during his presidency, this is national news because everybody understands the implications of somebody saying something like this. This is these type of things are like when people say, "Oh, you know what? This happened because that man was gay." This is the same exact thing, and I talked about that too. Anton or anybody else on the Lapeef network, prove me wrong. Go in there and say the LGBTQ community is trash. Go in there and say that the Jewish people, because the Holocaust hasn't happened to them like slavery hasn't happened to none of us, that it doesn't have ramification on Jewish people. Go say it. I double dare you.
Hey. Now you got a point on that one, Brother D. All the billions of dollars a year they getting, Israel is getting from the U.S. government and the World Bank. They not running the Victim Olympics over there, right?
They basically get reparations. I lived in Mount Pleasant, Michigan. Like I said, I went to Central Michigan. That is native territory. The Chippewas there, they get money for their traumas, for the treaty that they had to sign ages ago, giving up their land. So my whole point about it is people got to speak educated. You know what I mean? Violence, it should have never got there. Again, I apologize to, Mrs. Daniels, but your husband was completely out of line. And in situations like that, if this was ancient times, I would feel like he putting all three of our households in danger. Because what type of man is he really? I hate to put him in this category because what he did is not a SA offense. It's not a crime, right? Okay. But the men like R. Kelly, anybody, Brother Clarence, that's detrimental to Black people in any form, I'm going to have a problem with them. Okay. And at some point, whether we can have a conversation and do it your way, or we can do it my way, and we can just go ahead and just get you up out of here because you don't need to be a part of us. White people, you know what? I don't know how it is in California, but in Detroit, there's a community called Dearborn Heights. Anton was saying that if he saw a Black woman getting beat up or about to be, if a man was about to SA her, he wouldn't do anything about it. What are you talking about? I can't have you around then, because if my daughter or my sister or my mother or my grandmother or my auntie's around, or Brother Clarence, your family is around. If your family comes to Detroit and I see that and I'm like, damn, Brother Clarence, I saw that happen, but I ain't doing nothing about it. What kind of man am I? We have to really take a close look at what kind of man we want to be. And the way that I see it, I'm gonna let you guys talk after this, is I want to be a mixture of Black Wall Street plus the Black Panthers. I want us to be armed and able to harvest natural resources so that we can create our own Black society. After we do that, then maybe we can teach about brothers like Alexander Miles. We can teach about brothers who need to be taught about. We can teach about how to spend Black money. We can teach Black businesses how to run businesses properly, right? Service the community. If you don't service your community, if these things don't mean nothing to you, then me and you won't align. And I mean, at very best, we won't knock heads and I'll leave you alone. At worst, you will get the Anton Daniels treatment. And my foot stays on your neck until you correct yourself. That's all it is.
All right, brother. Well, I'm trying to get around to the actual incident that actually had you saying different things to his wife. But hey, that's okay. We don't need to get into that.
I thought we talked about it. Just that was all.
No. I mean, like something he said directly to you. So if we covered it, the only thing is, and we gonna agree to disagree, brother. But my point was, just like I told you on the show the other night, if I'm warring with Brother Jarvis, I'm warring with Brother Jarvis. I ain't warring with his daughters. I ain't warring with his wife. I ain't warring with his sons. I'm warring with him. Now, if one of them come at me, then they add themselves in the fight. That's on them. But as long as I'm warring with him, I'm warring with him. Even somebody like Anton Daniels. If I'm warring with Anton, I'm warring with Anton. His wife is off limits. And it's not about being regal or noble. It's just we got to respect each other's families, because what would you say if he said something about your wife or your significant other? Of course, you would be hot like a firecracker, right? You'd be hotter than fish grease. So we got to exercise some type of, that's why I always preach virtue. Virtues is important because, and people get their virtues from different places. Most people get their virtues from a religious organization, right? But a virtue is the scale you weigh what you want your desires upon. Like my desire, somebody said something about my wife. Now I want to go and kill a person, right? But I need that virtue to weigh it and say, is it really worth me going and kill this person and spending 99 years in prison away from my wife because I let my emotions drive me to that thinking process? Or is it better for me to just walk away from the situation, as long as they don't touch me or approach my person, right? So that's all I'm trying to get. I'm trying to put it out there, brother. And, it depends on the situation. Like I said,
Oh, yeah.
It depends. If they're saying something about you, I can understand how you can get that upset. I was young before, and I can understand how you can get upset. I just want these young brothers to know, we as Black people, we so quick to get them up with each other. But like you said, with white people, we get them a pass and let them walk on by, right? We let them walk right by. They can say the same thing to us, and we'll let that go. 400 years of slavery, they say something to us, we let it go. Our brother who was right there picking cotton with us, they say something, now we ready to tussle with them. So I'm saying we should be the opposite. Or at least, if put like this, if we're going to extend white people or whoever, if we're going to extend them the courtesy of exhausting every other method of communication, then we should extend our own people every other method of communication, right? Instead of being the opposite way where we don't extend, first thing happened, boom, we want to put hands on somebody, right? That's all I'm saying. Now, I think you got another question, Brother D. So let me get JP got another question for you. And by the way, JP is a lady, aspiring matriarch. If you want to really get some good content, go over there, because she will slow you down and make you really think about yourself. Anyway, Brother D, how do we ensure our people don't end up like many on the reservations? They have high rates of self-deletion, substance abuse, and abuse as well.
How do we? So she asked me, how do we make sure that our people don't end up like a lot of kids on the Indian reservations, the ones who have a lot of like a high prone to alcohol and drug abuse?
Yeah, well, like we're pretty much there already, but yeah,
Yeah, I was about to say that we pretty much there, except we don't live in reservations. Um, I believe the main way that we tackle this JP is we emphasize mental health. And it's hard to emphasize mental health. Again, we just talked about how Jewish people today did not go through the Holocaust, yet it has mental ramifications. Now, let me compare that to the black experience. We were slaves and we had things that happened to us today that literally entices fear into the black community. How many mothers today are afraid every time their son go outside, every time their husband go to work for no reason outside that he is black? He doesn't work in a dangerous field. He might not even live in a dangerous community, but he's black. Listen, in order for you want black people to stop doing drugs, you want them to stop smoking weed and drinking, then we need to fix all of these things that are hindering the black psyche of America. Otherwise, you're going to have billions of black boys, millions of black boys going home every day, smoking weed, drinking, having sex, doing everything they can to escape the reality that is America. That is the truth. Um, and there is no other way around it. There is no other solutions. And that's why I preach so heavily that we need to insulate ourselves, protect ourselves by any means necessary, like Malcolm X said. And about your point, brother Clarence, I think about I think we talked about this already, but the daughters of the Confederacy, they were just as dangerous as Robert E. Lee. They would murder us and string us up just as quick as Robert E. Lee would have. Not to mention when Robert fell, they were the women who was miseducating people. They wrote the textbooks that's talking about how the Southern War was all about independence and not about slavery. So we have to, with me, I understand that there's a certain amount of nobility and honor that comes with protecting certain people and men and women. But it's like I said, once you cross a certain line, my morals go out the door.
I get you.
You are an enemy now. And how many women how many women have helped planned bombings, murders, so many different things, like what happened with those four women, those four little girls in Alabama. We
Oh,
know for a fact that the wives they helped, they enjoyed it. As a matter of fact, they felt like it was a badge of honor, and we must feel that same way when it comes to protecting our people. And when it comes to me, I'm going to protect black people against all threats: domestic, foreign, male or female, child or adult. And once you distinguish yourself as that, that's when you get this treatment from me. You don't do that, I'm a cool person. We can have a few brews. We can talk about how my Detroit Lions suck. We can talk about a lot of different things. But do not make yourself an enemy of black prosperity, because I have 4 children and they need that. I have 4 black daughters. Sorry, I have 2 black daughters, very dark skinned. They need representation. They
but
don't need.
brother, let me ask you a question, brother. Did she herself make herself an enemy, or did he? Did he? You know what I mean? Did she herself address you and or join on to his program in how he felt about you and or what you were saying in some type of way, acknowledge you and kind of spit on your program for you to include her into the fight?
I only included her. This is how I think about it. If I go into the White House when Bill Clinton was president, I start attacking him, I can guarantee, regardless of Hillary ever say I'm about to hurt you, she's going to try to hurt me. Any good wife is. And the way that I see their relationship, I do believe if something like that was to happen, I believe that she would be a threat to me. Right? Would she be as big of a threat, to him? I'm sorry, as him to me, absolutely not. But let me tell you something, man. You live in California. Anybody can pull a trigger.
Yes, sir.
Anybody can pull a trigger.
Yes, sir.
So That's why I made the apology very public. Sharita Daniels, let me apologize again. I apologize for bringing you in it. I wanted no smoke with you. That's why I completely took her out of it, because the way I was
Exactly.
taught and the way I was raised is that a man's family is everybody. If you come at me, I have family that's already prepared, men and women. If you think that you're gonna walk down the street, a woman can easily take you down just as quick as a man, and you might not see it coming because you are seeing her as inferior and not seeing her as a threat. I don't believe in that. But I'm not gonna. You see, what I never did was what he did with Kay. You know, Kay, I'll stump you out, I'll beat you in the ground. I never said that about Mrs. Daniels. I never said, Mrs. Daniels, I'm going to physically hurt you. I never said that. I said
And that was
she's
good, bro.
unattractive to
Yeah,
my eyes. She's unattractive. That's all I said.
I
Right. That's
know,
like if I
brother.
saw Leslie Jones and I saw Tyra Banks. I'm not going to threaten either one of these women. They both can say, I hate black people. You're all coons. Never going to threaten them ever.
But
But I
brother,
will say she's unattractive.
well, brother, the thing I'm saying to you is, brother, yes, you can feel that way. I mean, all of us can feel either kind of way, but we're gonna have see, like you were talking before, we have to have order, right? We have to have order. And to have order when you have human beings, you have to have social norms. You understand what I'm saying? You have to have social norms. Like I can't I we have to have social norms. I can't see you walking with your wife come in between you and say, "Hey, I'm here and walk with you." That wouldn't work. That's not going to be peace because you're not going. I'm going to disturb your peace, and then you're going to handle me after that, right? So we have to have social norms that we can have so that we can at least be peaceful among each other while we among each other. And now when we get home, we can say, "Yeah, that dude, this." But while we're among each other in the street, we have to have some social norms. And one of the social norms is respecting the feelings of other people. That's a social norm. Like, for example, you seeing brother's wife and then saying, well, brother's wife is unattractive, but saying it publicly. See, that's not following the social norm of that's going to disturb his peace, and then he's going to what what is going to happen if we multiply that out? What's going to happen? Well, obviously, he's going to respond to his peace being broken. He's going to try to break your peace, and you guys going to go back and forth until somebody may get injured. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying I'm never going to tell you, hey, that if his wife is coming up to you with a pistol, just go ahead and just be honorable and let her shoot you. No, I'm never gonna say nothing like that. What I'm saying is, like I said on your platform, everybody's 6'8" on the internet. Everybody's a million feet tall until they be in front of you. Then things are different. So what I'm saying is, brother, we gotta adhere to some social norms because I know you, brother. I'm looking at you, and I see your zeal, and I see the intelligence, and I know you said you got the degrees and all that, but I know that all that notwithstanding, if I said something about your significant other, man, it would be get them up. Can I get a flight to California so I can deal with Brother Clarence, right?
No,
So
no, no, no. You know what's crazy, brother Clarence, is no, no. You know what's crazy is I don't entirely agree for that. If you and brother Jarvis made a video today and say, you know what, man, brother Daryl, his baby mama is ugly. You know what? I'd just be like, man, that's their opinions. I respect those men' opinions. They have the
you
right to feel how they want to feel, publicly or not. But if if either one of you guys come out and say, man, black women, they don't do nothing but complain. Those black leaders, they don't do nothing but complain, and black people are trash. Now I don't respect your opinion. And now your opinion, it got to be challenged. How you choose to go about that challenge, entirely up to you. We can have a verbal debate like we're doing now, respectfully.
yeah,
But I would never come on and say, I found where Brother Clarence live at. I know what time he come outside and I know what time he take a shit.
I hear you.
Because now you're making threats.
I hear
And to
you.
answer the part of your question, where did me and Anton get to when it got violent? It was that part. Because I had never up until that point said, Anton, I'm coming for you now. But when I go and people are leaving me comments, damn, Anton said he know where you live at. He said he know what time you come outside in the morning. I take that as a threat. And now we're moving like a threat. We're gonna treat you like we're already at war. And that's something that I don't think he anticipated. I think that he thought it was gonna be a mix of words, but it wasn't. I've talked to many people from his network. They asked me not to say any more names after I made that Courtney video.
Okay.
But when I say I've talked to many people, I've talked to many people and they feel the exact same way. You know what I mean? It's just something I'm not standing on this hill alone. The thing is that, you know, again, nobody will go on those platforms to talk about the Jewish community because there's fear with that. I say something about them, I lose my job, I lose my money, I lose my network. I want that same fear to be in the back of your head before you speak about black people. I want that same fear to be in the back of your head. And if it means me doing this, then I'm going to do it. And I've already made my mind up about it. And if you had just corrected yourself, then fine. The same way I corrected myself about your wife. I was wrong. I would say that over and over and over. And it's like I told you, it doesn't matter about my money. I'm going to come on here and I'm going to listen to what both of y'all brothers got to say because clearly you guys are older. You guys have more wisdom. It's just that simple. And like I told you, Brother Clarence, whatever way that you OGs say go, no matter how I personally feel, that's how I'm going to move. You think I haven't wanted to say certain things? Of course I have. But I say, you know what? I made a vow to Brother Clarence and my word is bond. It matters more than my personal opinion. The only thing that matters is the objective. And if these brothers say it's going to tear down the objective, then I'm now in Anton's shoes. I'm a detriment to the black community. I can't have that. I'm not going to allow it from me or nobody else. So it's all about accountability. Had he took accountability, we wouldn't be here. But he did not. And then he doubled down, acting tough. I'm not really here for that. You know what I mean? I'm not here for that at all.
You
Don't worry
know,
about
you
it.
know,
Brother Joe.
you know, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught that you have to learn to love black people more than they hate themselves. And you kind of get that as you get older. When the older you get, you begin to learn that, there are some among us in our family, in our immediate family, outside of our family, who really deep down hate themselves. And that's why it's so important that when you make your prayers, to learn to love black folks more than they hate themselves. You know, being in California, now, I wasn't born and raised out here, and I've never understood, and I was always told that I would never understand why young black men would kill or die over a color. I've never understood that. For the life of me, I don't know why you red over here, you blue over here, but the cold part is that's my cousin over there, even though he in blue or red. But we gonna kill each other. And I never understood why. And then as when Minister Farrakhan did his Stop the Killing tour, and he began to explain how and why the gangs came about, you kill each other, the red and the blue, over a lie. Most of the times it's a lie. Somebody told a lie on either side. And the cold part is it was the FBI, like the Panther Party, that was infiltrated in the Crip or the Blood, who told a lie on the other side. You took a lie and ran with it, and now you want to kill each other. And I'm saying all that like you and brother, fighting or going to war is your last resort. You only go to war when all else fails. Always make that your last resort. That's never the first thing. Even though brother may disagree, even though brother may say certain things that you don't agree with, attacking the black community, because see, you can't touch him because we're not organized. See, the reason why you can't talk about Jews, they're organized. The reason you can't talk about Italians or the Italian mafia, they're organized. So you can talk about black folks because black folks not organized. There's only one group I know in the black community that's really organized. And really, they don't want to touch black folks like that. Even though some people like Sister said, why are we still talking about Anton? Because there are people like him in our community that need to be talked about. But we don't need to kill him. Because you know what? We may need him. What I mean by that is he's the one that's going to point out our faults because some of the things that he's saying may be true. It may he just might be right. You know, I don't
He,
like Larry Elder personally. I never met Larry Elder. I don't like him. I never met him. But some of the stuff he's saying, you know, look, we do got to get off our hind parts and do for self. Like the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, we have to do for self. The reason we touch and time, we're not organized. You know, that going to war should always be the last result. And you're right. We can't use you. If you really feel like we're a detriment or we're no good to American society and to ourselves, he's no good to not only himself, but to nobody. And he would deserve death to view the black community as something that's victims or no good. I mean, he deserves death. But again, that's the last result. It's only when you can't sit down and talk to him and he won't listen is when you put hands on it. But you got to be organized to do that because you just can't go around killing people. That ain't how it's done. I mean, look at the FBI and the CIA. The first thing they do is defame you. Then they set you up. Then they kill you. You know, the way to do it. I mean, I don't know if this is the platform to talk about that, but if you talk about killing folks, there's a way to do it.
well, we're gonna
Right?
hold off on
No.
saying the word killing. Let's just say extinguish.
Same thing.
Right.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
this platform, they look for certain words to be said and they cut the stream. So certain words we're gonna say. So brothers, what I'm gonna do right now is catch up on the chats. Brother D, you still got a minute to hang out with us?
Oh yeah, you good, man. Yeah, take your time.
Okay. Brother Jarvis, I know you got some things to do, so just let me know when you got to go. Okay, let's catch up. Brother Daryl, I'm a brother Daniel Madden Jr. I always say you gotta learn to pick your fights. I'm a special operations combat Marine and sniper. Whoo! However, I did not take out every target because it was the emotional thing to do. One shot, boom. JP. Oh, I promise I'm not out for anyone's juggler. I just want us to be accountable to ourselves and to the community. Absolutely. I think Brother Daryl's on the same page with that. JP, I believe in complex post-racial traumatic stress disorder. We live under a constant threat of violence similar to warring nations. Yes, we do. So that's something we got to learn how to figure out how we're going to work that out. JP, once again, at Daniel Madden, thank you for your service. I'm a military daughter, wife and mother. Vets are all in my heart. Me too, JP. Both parents were vets. Brother Clarence, if we hold white women accountable for being married to white supremacists, shouldn't we hold black women accountable for marrying skin folks? You know, sometimes women are in a situation where they're marrying people out of a necessity. So it depends on the situation, JP. Depends on the situation. Let's see. Sister Glenda Silvers. At JP, I'm a military daughter as well. My dad and uncles were Air Force and Army, World War II, RIP. Okay, now I got a question for you, brothers. Since we talked about Anton, and our whole focus was today about whether money makes you better. Now, let's talk a little bit about Tasha K and how she came at the lead attorney. I don't know if you guys are aware of that. I know you and our brother Jarvis, where the lead attorney is a YouTuber that all of us are pretty much fond of and we connected to. And, you know, we'll pop on his live stream every now and then. Good dude. Divorce attorney. Always putting dudes on to how to stay out of being in family court. Good dude. So the sister Tasha K has a channel talking about gossip. Well, she got some information about R. Kelly's case and situation and released it to the public. And now there's a big uproar about whether she's going to mess his case up, mess the government's case up against him, or if she's going to have to be dealt with by the feds are going to deal with her or whatever, right? So the lead attorney was making a video or doing a live stream about that situation. And what he was saying in the situation is his whole point wasn't about, it wasn't even about her. The whole point was make sure you fact check everything you do, because that situation that could end up with you. He said a couple of different things about her situation that he was speculating on, but he didn't say for sure. I know she's going to jail. I know this. He just speculated on this is a possibility of what. So that's all he was saying. And basically, he wasn't doing it to down her. He was doing it to educate, just like we were just doing about the whole violence situation. We educating other people. However, the sister Tasha K got informed that the lead attorney did this, and she went in. She went in on him. And so one of the things she said, the reason why I got her down here with the, does money make you better? One of the things she kept saying was the lead attorney went into how he making $27,000 a month on YouTube, right? And so because he has these little videos where he'll say, you know, this is how much money I'm making. You can do it too. He tries to encourage other people to do the same thing. So she went in saying $27,000, that's a slow month for me. And then she starts saying, you mad because you went to college, you got all them degrees, and you got student debt, and I don't have any of that student debt, and I make way more money than you. And so she felt because she make more money than him, that's what I got. Brother Darrell, you can say what you got from it. But what I got from it was she was saying that because she made more money than the lead attorney, that put her in a situation where she could now be disrespectful to the lead attorney and not just say, hey, brother, what's going on? Why would you step to me? But she has a very masculine framework, this lady. Very masculine framework.
Doing what? Doing what?
She just talks on the internet. She interviews different people on her platform. Like we doing now, she interviews different people. Except for, you know how we got 6 people here, and thank God for all the 6 people we got. She might have 15,000 in there, right?
Yeah, she's almost at 1 million subscribers.
Huh? What you say, Brother Jarvis?
She makes over $27,000 a month.
Well, the lead attorney makes that. She was saying that's chicken feed compared to what she makes. She was saying that was chicken.
And is that true?
It definitely probably is true. Definitely.
It's without a doubt true.
She got 10 times.
It's without a doubt true.
I would say, Brother Jarvis, Tasha K is sitting about at almost 1 million subscribers. One of my favorite YouTubers, her name is Kelly Stamps. She's about at 600,000 subscribers, and she makes upwards of $50,000 a month. About $50,000 a month, and that's before people really donate her money and stuff like that. Tasha is 300,000 subscribers more, and people really tune into her show. So I definitely believe she's making more money than the lead attorney. But to get to your statements, Brother Clarence, I saw a little bit of the video, and I think that Tasha was doing the exact same thing that Anton did with me, right? You had an opportunity to reach out to the lead attorney, but you didn't, and you chose to act very unkindly. I wouldn't be surprised if the lead attorney gets back on and dog her out, because first of all, I talked to the lead attorney that night that he did that Tasha K episode. I was on that night, and he didn't say anything that was wrong. There is major speculation about her going to jail for federal crimes. I typed in her name, and Yahoo News reported it. A lot of news publications, official news publications, are covering this story because all of those young ladies who need justice, it might be thrown out because of Tasha K. Right. I was sitting here talking to somebody about that. I said, damn, R. Kelly did all of that. And all of these people worked so hard to get this far for a YouTuber to might do more time in jail than R. Kelly. That's crazy. But that's what happens when you tamper with evidence. And the lead attorney, being an attorney, he was just highlighting why he would even use that if he was representing R. Kelly. So I genuinely think that she was wrong here. And if she has something that needed to be rebutted, she should have tried to do it publicly. but I think that she was very upset. Her
Right.
emotions led to her saying something that she did not mean. That's
Right.
what I meant about Anton. You say stuff that you don't mean because at the time you're upset. Gather your emotions, and I did it too with Mrs. Daniels. Gather your emotions, then come back, because the lead attorney didn't say anything bad about Tasha. He did not attack her character. He just said what was true. He almost just reported what everybody else did.
Yeah. I feel like well, let me get to Brother Daniel's uh comment there. I'm a law enforcement as well. I'm I'm law enforcement as well since 1985 and law school. Good for you, Brother Daniel. Tasha K is going to catch a no-win situation because the information was obtained illegally. Fed time, no good time for behavior. So, I mean, allegedly, FBI Academy. Holy smokes, Brother Daniel. Come on, man. How many you got one of those jackets with all those pins on it, man? You got something everywhere all over your shirt, huh? Man, good for you, brother. Good for you. Um yeah, so but here's the point, fellas. Here's the point. I really don't want to get into whether, you know, I mean, I know she's possibly could be indicted, but the point is she what makes a person think that they're better than another person just because they got more money than them? That's the sick part. That's the sick part. See, I know this sister, she's out there, she's making a ton of money, right? She has a following, her following, she drinks wine on her show and she calls her followers the winos, right? That, and that's what they do, right? She talks about gossips about different people and she drinks wine while she does it, right? Basically encouraging the women to get drunk and be drunk and gossip with other people, right? Okay, that's what they do. That's what they want to do. There's a lot of hurt people out there and they want to hear about other people that's hurt. Uh, we salute you, Brother Daniel. We salute you, brother. Um, if anybody wants to get into I forgot, man. Do you brothers mind if I put the link out there in case somebody wants to talk to us?
Go
Most of my
ahead. No,
hardcores,
go ahead. You're
they're
good.
they're doing some other stuff, man. But let me put the link out there in case somebody wants to talk to us, man. Once somebody wants to put their 2 cents in to the chat, man. Um, yeah. So anyway, why, Brother Jarvis? Why would she think that because she got more money, she's better than another person? When I say better, I mean she's able to insult another person, and the other person's supposed to accept it. Remember in slavery, when you was in slavery, they could say whatever they want to you, right? Well, first of all, let's look at the construct of slavery. I know it's wrong. You know it's wrong. Everybody knows it's wrong. It's wrong that you own another human being. That's wrong. But if I say it out loud, there's a problem. If I say it out loud, you're gonna look at you, the owner of the slave, is gonna look at me like I got a problem, right? Remember when I was going into Roots? I was talking about the scene in Roots
Mm-hmm.
when Nat Turner was killing white folks.
Mm-hmm.
What are you supposed to do with a slave master? Right? What are you supposed to do with a slave master? What else are you supposed to do with a slave master? What
No,
else are you supposed to do?
I think he was fully in his right mind to do exactly what he did. But as far as slavery being bad and wrong, I feel like that's dependent on your morals and where your morals set to. For a lot of people, it was a great economic engine, a great economic engine. Not
Worse.
only that, I mean, imagine if all of us right now could profit off YouTube, profit off everything that we see to profit off without having to do any of the work. I mean, yeah, because our history and the ramifications that it has had on us and our people, we know that despite the profits, it's still wrong. Some of us might not be able to sleep with that, but a group of people who have normalized it, that society is completely different. if you know that's in that society, having a person makes you a lord, makes you a baron,
Right.
and with that type of power, you just not enslaving your own. You are basically enslaving your own people, black people, anybody who doesn't fall under your flag. I mean, we see it happen every single day, specifically with the royal family of England.
Right.
Um, so I'm just saying that like it all depends on how you look at it, and then even the term slave. You know, I was watching Thor Ragnarok the other day, right? And you know, in one scene, this woman comes up to the enemy and she's like, "Man, we got to do something about these slaves." And he was like, "Ah, I don't like that word. I don't like that word." So she was like, "You know what? Fine. We have to do something about these prisoners with jobs."
Right.
And he was like, that sounds better." And you know, so what are we really talking about when we tell people that they're free, but we still don't allow them to harvest the natural resources of their own motherland, resources that if they did, they wouldn't need us for. Why aren't black people building their own toilet paper, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? We're not harvesting these resources ourselves. For example, why aren't we taking diamonds and opening up jewelry stores in the same way that Chaldeans and Jewish people and Mexicans and et cetera are? It just that's a deep conversation, man. Slavery, ownership it get real deep, real deep.
Well, I was saying about that back in the day, and I'm gonna let you answer the question, Brother Jarvis. I was saying about that we and we meaning especially black people in North America, we haven't been taught the science of business. They teach you business, but really how to run somebody else's business. They don't teach you the science of actually starting a business, the process of starting a business, getting customers, you know, and building a business. We don't get taught that part of business. We get taught business administration, right? How to administer somebody else's businesses. So that's what I'm saying. I'm saying we never got all of these sciences. Just like a lot of us have failed relationships, right? We didn't get taught the science of mating. There's a science to mating. This is Brother Jarvis covered this stuff a couple of weeks ago. There's a science to mating. There's a science to everything. There's a science to brother Anton has just uncovered the science to making money in a certain area, in a certain field. It's a science to doing all of this stuff. And when I say a science, the difference between a science and just you saying it is a science is a repeatable process you can do to accomplish the same goal every time. I used to work at McDonald's. They had it down to a science. Put the bun up, you put the burger on, the meat on the grill at a certain time. It was four lights there. The first light go off, you sear the meat. The second light go off, you flip it over. The third light go on, you put the toppings on it. The fourth light go off, you take it off and put it on the bun. I mean, it was down to a science. And so I'm just saying that most successful things are have a science behind them. But that information was held back from us. And any one of us who wants that information, they look at us, and here's the same thing I was saying about the scene in Roots, where they were looking at the guy Nat Turner as he was just this awful person. How could you be going out killing all these people? Well, of course, what else would you do as a slave owner except get them out of the way? You know what I mean? So, but it's just like you said, it's the perspective. Whose perspective is the perspective that you want to be on? That's why I'm always talking about virtue, brother, because virtue will let us know which perspective you should have. If this is, you know, if you weigh it on this, then okay, I'm going the right way. You weigh it on this, you're going the wrong way. And you need to know that whenever you're doing something, you got to weigh that stuff in your head before you do it. You know what I mean? Anyway, Brother Jarvis, I was asking the question, why would somebody think they're better than somebody else just because they got more money than them or more status in the community? And by better, I mean, if I want to insult you, brother, and say, Brother Jarvis got a big old knot head, and I want you to sit there, and I expect you to sit there and listen to me insult you, and then say, you're right, Clint, you're right. Why would I think that? How do I get to that point where I get that demented, where I feel like that's That's a normal situation. Like Brother Daryl said, it was normalized.
You know, brother, wow, we don't have really enough time on the show. We gonna have to come back and hit this same question a
Yeah.
couple times, you know. But I'm gonna sum it up in a couple of minutes. You know, the Bible and the Quran, all of those stories weren't written for no reason. You know, there's a story in the Quran. Before I go there, you know, you said the science of mating. You know, there is, like you said, there is a science to mating, and if you know the cool part about the black community is there is a successful way to mating,
Correct.
but we don't research homework to get it. The Honorable Mr. Louis Farrakhan wrote a book about the science of mating.
Correct.
But you know, kind of gets thrown out or thrown away because America has made him into a crackpot, and you believe that. But that's a whole nother story, you know. So, you know, if you really want us as a community to be successful in mating, the information is there. But getting back to, like I said, the Bible and the Quran, those stories weren't written for no reason. You know, Iblis, or they call him the devil, or they call him Satan, or they call him Satan. Satan had that same problem this woman had because Iblis told Allah God, you know, because Allah God asked him, why did you not bow when I asked you to bow? All the angels bowed down to my creation, but you, why you didn't do it? You know what he said? He said, you made me from fire, but you made that human being from dirt or soot. I am better than that. That's why I didn't bow. So this woman makes that she's better because she has money, because she thinks she's better than average everyday black woman or average everyday if she's black.
Yeah, but why?
Average everyday woman, because I got money and you don't.
Oh.
Because this society told her she's better. You know, if you got money, you better. Donald Trump became a president because you all thought he was smart because he got money. Money don't make you smart. He became a president. People really believe that, oh, he can do it. Oh, that guy, Mr. Donald Trump, can do it because he's smart. He started off with $40 million. You don't even know the story. He had a $40 million head start on you. I started out with nothing. Most of us start off with nothing. He had 40, his daddy left him $40 million. But you think he's smart. You know, so this woman, again, why she thinks she better? Because I got money. And this society told me I'm better. I'm smart. Just like Iblis. Iblis said, I'm better. I'm made from fire. You made that human being from dirt. I'm better. That's what America tells me. I'm a better human being than you. That's why I say that. I got money. I am better, right?
So I'm supposed to allow you to insult me because you got more money than me, and because you have mastered the science of money and how to create money. I'm supposed to let you insult me.
Yeah, or sometimes some of us don't even master money. Some of us, the way life is so funny, we fall into money. This woman, I don't know who this woman is, like Tasha K. You mean to tell me she's making over $27,000 a month for gossip?
Yeah, way more than
that kind of money off of gossip?
Way more than that.
Gossip.
Way more than that.
Gossip.
She said that's a slow
money off of gossip.
Yeah.
You give the American people slop and you eat it.
You remember what Master Farah Muhammad said? America is a place where you can get followers for anything. For anything. This is the place so wild you can get people to follow you for anything.
I'm about to say Tasha is not the only one. She is far from the only one making that kind of money.
And she's just making a piece of money. Tell her, Brother Daryl.
I was about to say, a piece of money. This YouTube bag is deep, man. It's deep. Tasha K not even getting, she's not taking her clothes off. I agree, brother. I'm just only saying that they making a lot of money doing that, and it's unfortunate, but it's true.
Yeah. So I want us to kind of narrow down like what I know the American society says I'm better than you, right? Well, let's start it from the beginning. Since we got off the boat and we got here, somebody said, I'm better than you. I got this whip. I got this skin color of my face. I got this hair like this. I'm better than you. So I can therefore tell you what to do, right? So you supposed, like Malcolm X said, you supposed to have shame. Shame is supposed to stop you from doing things that you're not supposed to do. You should know better than doing, right? I'm ashamed of, I don't want to feel ashamed of doing something like that. But there's no need for shame when you're a slave. You just do what you told. Hey, go, hey, big buck, brother Daryl, your mother's in the other room. Go sleep with her because we need some more hands out in the field. But that's my mama. Boy, don't tell me about that's your mama. Go out there and sleep with her. And then your sister, she's in the next cottage. Go sleep with her. You know what I mean? They don't care nothing about it. And you have a sense of shame saying, wait a minute, this is my family member. I can't be going to sleep with my family member. But the people that's running the plantation say, we don't care nothing about. So you don't need to be, you don't need no shame. So they push the shame out of us. Now we here. Let's warp speed up to 2021. Now we don't have no shame. We'll take our own clothes off now on camera in front of millions of people. We'll dance out there with our own clothes. We will have a man tongue kiss another man on camera now in 2021 and say, you brave for doing that. That's a good thing you did there, right? Now, my question, what I'm saying is how I guess how we walk backwards. How do we get that mentality back where we say, you may have more money than me, but you're not better than me. You only better at doing this activity. You might be better at digging that ditch and getting paid more than me, but you not. That don't mean you're a better person than me. Because better people are better servants. The servant is the best person in the whole house because they serve. The other people are just players in the field. They don't bring nothing to the table except they behind. But the servant do all the work and make the house actually run. So to serve our people, that's what we need to do to be better. And that even don't make us better, it just makes us better servants, right? How do we put the ish back in the horse? Our people that have gone through 400 years of, because I got more money than you, I'm better than you. Now, how do we put that back in the horse so we can? We're never going to get anywhere when we thinking like this. I'm saying, gentlemen, we're never going to get anywhere thinking like, oh, well, everything, if I get more money than this person, I'm better than them. You got to listen to me because I'm better than you. I got more money than you, so you got to listen to me and I can insult you. How do we reverse the course? What can we do? Because we're about solutions here, right? This is the part where we get to solutions.
Yeah.
What can we do as people to try to turn this situation around?
I think what we need to do is have more compassion and talk to people. Once we talk to people, we'll figure out what needs to be done and how we can go about doing it. In situations like I know your prerogative is to end a lot of let's say violence before it even happens, between us, exactly. Let's give a solution to that. Like I said, my solution on our end is communication and just clear cut respect.
Right.
And then once we do that between ourselves, we can do what we can do what the brother's talking about, and we can actually unify together, like every other country, like the Jews, like the gays. Um, eh, but we can't do that right now because we're not unified. We need one total collective respect for each other. And then I think we'll be able to be better off. But if you have people, to your point, Brother Clarence, who are walking around thinking that they're better than you solely because of more money, that might become problematic. You might believe that you can treat everybody differently. If you're part of the 1%, are you saying that you feel that way about everybody else? This becomes problematic. And, how can you be on a panel, not us three, but how can you, as in the person who think that they're better than everybody else because of their money, how can we trust you to regulate people? How can we trust you to create um great policies that's going to affect the people who are not like you? That's the problem I have with that line of thinking. It reminded me of, like I said, Donald Trump, man. I remember when he got online talking about that guy who was a reporter making fun of his hand and shit. You know, I'm not into people who really believe that they're better than people just because of money and class. You're in that class, like I said before. It does not mean that you're better than somebody. You know what I mean? How many men out here have money, but if they ran to the right man, they would never want to go chest to chest with him because your money is not going to protect you from these hands. And if you do
Right.
perish, if you perish, then your money is not going to bring you back either.
That's it, man. That's it. And brother Jarvis, like I say, man, you let me know when you got to go, brother, because I'm trying to respect that time that you say. So you just let me know. But as
Well,
long as I see,
yeah, well, yeah. No, I got some. I was just gonna let brother finish and let you finish, and I got some closing remarks. And
okay, well let's hear your closing remarks, brother.
like I said, the same subject is going to have to be revisited over and over again. When you say, "How do we go back?" The first thing we have to realize as a community, we're going to have to. You're going to have to stop looking at the devil. Really. Master Farad Muhammad taught, he doesn't have it. My son was, oh man, 7, 8 years old, and I told him to read the Book of Roots, and he would read a chapter, and at the end of it, after he read that chapter, he would come to me and give me, you know, what he had read. Just tell me what he had read. And really, it was like after 2 weeks of reading it, he was like, he looked at me and he said, "Dad, how could they do this? How could they do this to us?" And I told him what I heard Minister Louis Farrakhan taught us, or told me. The devil doesn't have that shame that you're talking about. It's not in him. That's why he can do it. Now, the voice or the of God is in him, but he buried it. He buried it so he doesn't even hear it. See, one thing about black folks, even when we bury that voice, you can still hear it faintly. But after a while, you keep living more and more, the voice gets louder and louder. You can only do wrong for so long. And then the voice of God comes to you, and you got to start doing right. I don't care if you the biggest bangingest gang banger. You can only kill for so long. And the thing about that, and that's another story too. A lot of the gangbangers who are banging, you were born to kill. You just don't know who to kill yet. But that's another story. I mean, who to extinguish yet. Let me put it like that. But the thing is, you say, how do we go back? We're going to have to go back to God. We're going to have to. That voice of God is in you. And you're going to have to take the muzzle off and let the voice of God talk. How do we straighten out our community? We're going to have to go back. We're going to have to go back to God. There is no other way. You can't outdo him with wrong. You can't do it. And we're going to have to organize, because see, one thing about the devil, old and young, he's looked upon as the most powerful thing on the planet. Nobody even want to fight him for the most part. You're the only community that'll go at war, or maybe I should say, that'll go toe to toe with him. You're the only one that'll do it. There is nobody else on the planet that's going to. It's going to be you and only you. And some of us in our community feel that he's invincible, but he's wrong. The devil is wrong, and he's on his way out anyway. But again, that's a whole nother story. So how do we go back, or how do we straighten this out? We got to go to God, and once we go back to God and organize. The key to me today is organization. Organize and become educated on who you are and what you are. Then and only then, like brother said earlier about Black Wall Street, that town in Oklahoma. You've already demonstrated you can. If you can. The problem is the devil won't leave you alone. As soon as you start making progress, He has to interfere. Anything he sells, he can make money. What we have to realize is we have to somehow make money without the devil even being involved. You know, this woman, Tasha K, you're making money off of slop. You feed the American people with gossip and slop. We're going to have to stop that. We're going to have to find a way to make money. I don't want to say righteousness, just doing right.
It's hard, man. It's hard to make people turn around from they getting $100K every month or $70K a month. It's hard to say, oh, don't do this no more. You know what I mean? It's hard. Just like your sisters, post sisters that's in those strip clubs and they going down them poles and they walking out of there with $2,000 a night. Hard to tell them, hey man, this is going to affect you worse later down the road and affect us all.
Yeah.
But it's hard to, so that's a hard sell, brother. But go ahead, man. Let you finish.
Yeah, but the one thing about that immediate gratification, like you said, it's hard, and you're right. Because the way she see it, I'm making $2,000 a night. Look at Carly B. Carly B glorifies the fact that she was a stripper first and made money doing that, and then it catapulted her into do something else. You got young black girls thinking that's the way to go. And then somebody like us come along and say, sister, I'm telling you, you don't want to go that route. Because if you go into a pornography or you go into the strip club, do you know most of them sisters that's doing pornography or the strip club wind up killing themselves?
Yeah.
They wind up committing suicide. You can only muzzle the voice of God for so long. After a while, you have to pay for your sins. Rest assured, I believe it's like the Quran says, your sins will seek you out. Trust me, in the long run, you're going to lose. I don't care that it looked like Carly B made it. Trust me, she got ghosts. She got things that she can't even sleep at night for. Trust me on that. But she don't talk about that part. And I wish she would. There are things that she have done, and there's things that she's very ashamed of because she's of the original. And she can't bury that, but for so long. I don't know why. She'll tell the fact that she made it, but she won't tell ghosts. Trust me, she ain't sleeping like you think she is. Because she got to pay for that. All that shit, she got to pay for that. I wish she would talk about that. The Megan Thee Stallion, trust me, she got ghosts. They all got ghosts. In the long run, like you said, brother, it's going to hurt. It's going to hurt you worse than all that money you making. In the end, it's going to hurt worse.
Hold on.
End. But don't,
hold on 1 second, brother. Brother Daniel, I see you trying to come through, brother, but for whatever reason, it keeps saying your device is not connected, man. Maybe you want to unplug your camera and unplug your microphone and plug it back in before you try to log back in, brother, because I see you down here trying to come through, but it's saying your device is not connected. I don't even have an avatar for you. All right, brother Jarvis, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No problem, brother. That's like I said, that's about it. When you say what we need to do, we're gonna have to go back to God. You ain't got no place else to go. Where you gonna go? To the devil? All you gonna do is lock you up. Where you going?
You're already.
Like you said,
we're here already.
What do you do with a slave master? What do you do with a slave master? You can't reform him. What do you do with him? There's nothing you can do with a slave master. What you gonna do? Teach him better? Like he really gonna listen?
No, there's only one thing you can do with a slave master, man. There's only one thing you can do.
I mean, I grew up in a black church. They told me you gotta love everybody. Jesus said, love everybody. Jesus never said that. Jesus ain't never taught you that. Jesus never said that. Because if he was here, you'd be surprised what Jesus would do with the slave master. You would really be surprised what Jesus got in store with the slave master.
Brother Jarvis,
he didn't say
easy, brother Jarvis. Easy. I know. Easy, brother.
You know, that's it, man.
You're trying to put a steak on a baby spoon, brother. Come on, you gotta chop it up a little bit, put a little meat there, and just enough to get some in the mouth, get them started. All right, brother. Brother Jarvis.
That's it.
Okay, brother Daniel. I hope you're still out there, man. I hope you go ahead and try to get yourself through, man, because we'd love to have you. Brother Jarvis got to go. Brother, thank you for stopping in, man. I appreciate you as always, man. I'll be hollering at you later. Peace to the east.
Appreciate it. Nice meeting you, Brother Jarvis.
Yes, sir. And I thank you, brother. I thank you, brother D, for hanging in there with me, man. Because, like I said, man, it's, sometimes we rant and we rave, but like I think the thing that we all have in common is that we love black people. We want to see them do better, and we just want them to. However, it's gonna happen. However, and like you were saying earlier, brother D, it does depend on. I probably would have picked different words, but you said it right. It depends. It's different classes or levels, and we're going to have certain people that understand. I'm going to have to do the digging. Another person that I'm going to have to do the planting. Another person is going to have to say I'm going to do the watering. We're going to have different people at different points on the scale to do different things, but at the same time, we all working for the same goal. That's what we're gonna have, brother. We're gonna have to have that. And I think people like this. Well, let me first go in. Let me first finish up about the Tasha K and the lead attorney. Now, what was your opinion on that situation?
Ultimately, like I said, I feel like Tasha was wrong for the information about the R. Kelly situation. She obtained it illegally, and the lead attorney did nothing else but cover the exact same report that everybody else recovered. I mean, Tasha, if she wanted to go in on him, she might as well had, looked up every single journalist that worked for every single major news publication because they all covered it. So I feel like in that situation, she was wrong. Um, Everything that the lead attorney said, whether you want to call it gossipy or not, it is true. And gossip is one word when people use when they're being emotional. This is news. Let's just call it what it is. This event could directly have an impact on the R. Kelly trial, which if he get a mistrial, imagine how people are going to take this case and say, well, damn, black women are never protected. That is a big deal, whether people want to look at it from a microscopic level or not. That's how I feel about it.
I feel kind of the same way, brother. But my biggest problem with the whole Tasha K and the lead attorney situation was, obviously I'm more biased because I know that I've had more dealings with the lead attorney. That's my guy. But like I said, like Wapo said, if the lead attorney was the wrong one, then I'd have to hang the hook on him. But Tasha K went after him, man, and she threw so many low blows at the lead attorney, and the lead attorney was much more classy so far. I don't know what he's gonna come with next, but so far he's been much more classier handling the situation, than she was to him. And I feel like this, man. You should be able to talk about something if it's an article, if it's public information, and I'm not like he didn't dox her. He didn't go and get information from the courthouse or nothing like that. He got public information. This was already public information, so he didn't do any of that. So why would we? Why is she having an issue? Why did she have an issue with him coming out with that public information? Why do you think?
Why do I think that she had information? She had a problem with the lead attorney discussing her.
Yes.
I think, like I said, like with the whole Anton situation, she was being emotional, and she didn't want to admit that at the end of the day, this is news. The lead attorney, just like everybody else, the lead attorney, like everybody else, is covering this. So it's not just him. It's a little bit of everybody. Everybody's covering this entire situation. Now look, my mom's calling me back to back.
Hey man, handle your business. If you gotta go, you gotta go, brother.
No, I give her a call in about a few minutes, man, because
Okay.
I just want to finish this point, and then I'll let you do your thing.
Okay.
But she was wrong, brother, because this is something that everybody's talking about.
Okay.
That's how I hate hypocrites. I hate hypocrites. For Tasha to have, I won't call it a gossip channel. I would call it a commentary channel. She has an extremely popular commentary channel. And in my opinion, Tasha has the best camera on YouTube. Her videos are extremely well edited and they look terrific. However, for her to get mad about somebody who's talking about a person who talks about people for a living, that's a problem. It's hypocritical. And that's why I said it reminded me of the Anton situation, because Anton, you get on here and you talk about Amber Rose is ugly. You talk about everybody else and you do these different things, but then when I say it, you're upset. And I feel like that's hypocritical. And it led me to do the things that I was doing. So we don't want to be hypocritical. That's why I really side with the lead attorney in this situation, because he wasn't hypocritical. His job is to be an attorney. And the basis of that video was to explain why tampering with evidence might have ramifications on the verdict. That was the entire, it wasn't meant to say, fuck Tasha K, let's gossip about Tasha K. No,
well, the main purpose, if you listen to the whole video, his main issue was you as a YouTuber don't do what she did, because you can get yourself in some trouble. That's what the lesson was. It wasn't so much about her, or he was just showing all of the possibilities that could happen. But his main issue was, I'm trying to help you as a YouTuber not make these same mistakes like her, because you ain't got, like she said, I got 4 lawyers, I got 4 different lawyer firms. Yeah, you ain't got 4 different lawyer firms out there to protect you. So you got to watch what you're doing out there, especially those of us like you and me. We got small channels, and the rest of us, and all of my other hard driving people that's over here, JP, Glenda, and all of them. They, BG, blind guy, his wife, they got small channels, because comparatively speaking, we don't have no 4 sets of lawyers out there that you can just say, oh, well, here's what's going on here, handle it. You know what I mean? No. So you got to watch your step out here. It's kind of like watching out for YouTube strikes, right? You got to do things to make sure you don't get no strikes and go, get copyright strikes, because you want to keep your channel up. You know what I mean? But I appreciate you, man, because, I thought that was really big of you to say, I'm sorry, and I'm not going to handle that like that anymore. I thought that was really big of you, man. So I appreciate you doing that, man, because you didn't have to do that. You didn't have to show me that kind of respect, but I appreciate that you did. And I appreciate you showed yourself that much respect, and the community that much respect, to say, hey, I know young dudes might see me out here, and I don't want them to fall into that trap. So
that's the point.
You know what I'm saying? So that's what we're doing out here, brother. Brother Daryl, I know you figure like, oh man, it's only these many people in here. But trust me, brother, it's people that go back, they come back and watch these live streams, and they get little nuggets out of different things. And I cut them up during the week, and I put them up. So they will see some of the stuff that you're talking about, and they might relate to it and see what you're saying. So I thought that was a good thing. Now, as far as this Tasha K thing, I think that I agree with you. She was wrong for what she did. Now, I don't know if you had a chance to hear her apology.
Nope.
Did you get a chance to hear that? Okay, yeah, it was really watered down. It was really sorry. And she spent most of the time of her quote unquote apology for excusing herself for her behavior. She spent most of the time excusing herself. And she said, yeah, I feel bad for what I did. But then she come right back around behind that saying, he deserved it. And and I'm like, how is this an apology? You apologizing like this? And no smoke for her. I'll be saying the same thing if the roles was reversed. So it's not just, I got this thing against Tasha K. It's not. I just want people out there to realize, man, when you wrong, you wrong. It's like you, man. You realize, hey, I got enough people telling me that what I said about old boy's wife, that's not, I was out of step. So I got enough humility. That's what the humility to recognize that I was wrong, and that's something I need to probably correct. Right? It's what I say, Brother D. We need virtue, because we have to weigh stuff. See, if you didn't have that scale of humility to put that against what you did, you would be able to say, you'll just be still driving hard. Man, forget you, Brother Clarence. I'm a double down on it, right? You know what I mean? But see, you was smarter than that, man. Which I knew already. I could see it. But you were smart enough to say, you know what? Maybe if I got enough people telling me something, maybe it got some validity to it. And then you look inside yourself and say, yeah, how would I feel if somebody said that to me or one of my um, significant others.
Yes, sir.
So I feel like we all can change. Because let me tell you just a little bit about me, man. I was a mess. So that's why I'm religious in a certain way because I I'm more I was that man in the street. I was that man in the gutter. I was that person with no sense, with no scale to weigh anything on. Like when you have no scale, you just do what your desires tell you to do. Oh, I want this girl. I'm just gonna take her. You know what I mean? Not in a physical way, but I mean in a slick way. You do stuff, slick stuff like that. You know what I mean? And so I was gone. I got found in a day of love. God pulled me up. Whatever you want to say, God, the higher power, the spirit of the universe, whatever words you want to use, that force led me and showed me a way out of what I was doing. It was hard because I had to let go. I had my identity was wrapped into being the kind of person I was, and I was slick because nobody really knew. Nobody really knew I was a functioning uh, fool, psychopath. You know what I'm saying? So I got delivered from that. So that's why, and brother too. So that's why when you hear us, we talk about what helped us, but we don't expect everybody to grab onto that. Like we don't come out here and expect, oh, well, everybody's got to be religious. Everybody's got to be a Christian, a Muslim, a Jew, whatever. No, whatever works for you. If you see, there's a small group of people, in my opinion. I'm gonna let you talk, brother. There's a small group of people, man, that have that innate sense of how to do right. That is, but most people need to see how to do right. Anyway, what is your feelings on all of what I just said, brother? And I know you got to go. I know you got to call your mom, and I don't want your mama mad at me. Don't tell her. Go, brother. Clarence kept me on the phone, brother.
Right.
You got, but just your feelings on that, and before you leave, brother.
Oh yeah. I would say my closing remarks on that, man, would be it's like when you raising a child. A child a child always can be taught something verbally, but they do what they see adults doing. You can teach a child, and this happened a lot when I was a young man in the 90s and 80s, specifically when I was a young man in the 90s. Children were being taught that killing people and selling drugs were bad, but then they were seeing men kill people and sell drugs, or sorry, destroy people and sell drugs. They saw the violence, and you know, it's the same way in my community in Detroit today. People go online, and then you have people like Anton. Being this way is bad. Being this way is bad. But then I know a lot of people who are feeding their families, opening black businesses, supporting it. You gonna try to tell me that Nipsey Hussle wasn't a good role model? A man who was unquestionably into gang related activity, unquestionably a rolling 60s crip, who unquestionably involved themselves in criminal behavior. Was Nipsey Hussle not um a role model? Did he not invest into black businesses? See, it all depends on who you are. You get what I'm saying? Um, a lot of things that we talked about today, even what you just said, it all depends on your character. My character, when it comes to certain things like what happened with Anton wife, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. It doesn't have anything to do with my money, my position, my education. None of that's going to matter. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. And when we have respect for black people, like you said, I didn't have to have that respect, but I extended it because I'm not going to be a hypocrite. I respect the entire black community. I'm going to respect you up until the point where you do something that garners me to disrespect you. You get what I'm saying, brother? But it's all about levels. It's all about your character. That's why I don't do what Anton does when it comes to calling people dusties. Oh, this guy is older than me. This guy doesn't make much money. This guy doesn't have education. This guy can save my life. How many people have I talked to, you know, that didn't graduate from college that's taught me something in life? Brother Clarence has been hundreds of them.
Same
Some
here.
of my main mentors, they never graduated from white institutions. They learned so many different things by just being adults and living a life. And they represent Black culture to me. The men who are teaching other men how to fix cars, how to do HVACing, how to do plumbing, the men who are teaching us how to make a life, even if you're in the streets. I know men like that. You know, we had a this is where I'm really gonna leave my final thoughts on. Tupac Shakur came out with a code called the Code of Thug Life, where we're going to do these different things. We're gonna make money off the fucking weed, right? Just like these fucking dispensaries do. But what do they say that they invest some of their money into public communities, into charities, et cetera, et cetera. I think that we need to fund the Malcolm X's. We need to fund the Fred Hamptons of our generation today so that we can educate each other, on what need to be taught. I think some of us, like you're talking about with me and Anton, it's about respect. In your opinion, I need to show a little bit more respect. And I learned that. So that way, when somebody else who looking from the outside in, somebody from Amira's community, they might be saying, you know what, it's okay for me to disrespect Black women because everything every day, look at how he came at Sharita Daniels. It's okay for me to go treat his wife the same way. So that's why I corrected my ways, because I understand that what I was doing might be a detriment to the Black community. We must align ourselves correctly, align our chakra so that we can be in the right mentality. And we cannot do that if we have a go-to mentality of superiority just based on monetary gains. That's extremely it's extremely naive, and it can lead to your detriment. Sorry, it can lead to your entire clan being destroyed. That's what I'm trying to say. And that's not something I'm here for. I want all Black people to come together and try your hardest, like Tupac said in Changes. Treat each other better, look out for each other, and ultimately just do right by each other. That's the goal for me. That's how I feel about everything you're saying. I'm gonna get to this little quick comment. Aren't you being Snuggles668? Aren't you being hypocritical when you're calling people who are gang members good people when it comes to the nature of being a gang member? No, I'm not. Stanley Tookie Williams started the gangs because Black boys, and you're from California, Brother Clarence, Black boys didn't have the opportunity to go to the Boy Scouts of America. So what they needed, because a lot of them had broken households, even then, they needed a sense of community.
He
So
started. Wait. He started the Crips because the Black people, when they start desegregating the schools, the Blacks would get beat up at the schools or walk into the schools. The whites would jump on them and beat them up. That was one of the main reasons why. Okay,
exactly. So it was about community. And with gang members now, again, I live in Detroit. One of the people I've been talking to recently I lived in Detroit. I live in East Lansing right now. But one of the people I've been mentoring is a young man from Chicago. He got stitches all over his stomach. He told me when he got shot, he had to put his intestines back in his stomach and he had to keep his legs and his knees up to his chest so it won't fall out. My whole point is there's plenty of bad men out here who are living crazy lives, selling drugs, doing stuff, but it's all about survival. If we want to reach these people, hold on, what does gang member do, if you don't mind me asking? Snuggle668, if you've been around any gang members, all of them are not drug dealers. You must understand this. Let me give you a good example. Frank Lucas. Frank Lucas was a gang member, but he also was a businessman. This man opened plenty of businesses. You know, you have to really understand that one part of who you are doesn't define the totality of who you are. Malcolm X, to a certain group of people, moved like a gang member. The Nation of Islam, the Fruit of Islam, they all move to a certain degree like gang members. So Snuggles, I think that what you want me to say is gang members are just people who are just throwing up gang signs, selling drugs, being bad for the community. That's not exactly true. Brother Clarence, how many OGs are in Compton making sure that the blue flags and the red flags don't kill each other?
We got a lot of them in the mosque, brother. Ex-gang members in the mosque.
Too many of them. I've been inside prison before, Snuggle668. I've met too many OGs. So you consider prayer if you want to stigmatize the young gang members that's 14, 15, 12 years old out here doing stuff without any sense of direction from OGs, then fine by me. But then the totality of gangs, they are groups of people that want to stick together and they're going to make money. They're going to make money.
Let me see if I can clarify what get down to the nitty gritty what she's trying to ask you. I think what she's saying is, does I mean the ultimate question is, does if I help an old lady across the street, if I help 10 old ladies across the street, 10 times I see an old lady waiting across the street, I help them across the street. If every time I help those old ladies, I dig in their purse and take their wallet out, and I spend the money on ice cream for my neighborhood, is that did I do a good thing? Was it good that I took the money from the old lady, or was it good that I spent the money on the community? And does the ends justify the means?
I think that's insidiously loaded question because it implies that the way that drug dealers are moving are simply in that derogatory manner where I'm taking something from an elderly person, but that's not always the case. If a drug dealer comes here today and sell me this package of weed, he's not doing exactly what you're saying. He's taking that money and he might be doing anything. And I live in East.
Weed. Okay, so let's be clear. Weed and cocaine are two different things. So we're not talking about weed. Weed is actually, I'm in California, it's actually legal to have it on you. So
the heroin drug.
I think she's more talking about in the community how they move and the violence that happens to people, innocent other people that's actually not affiliated with the gangs. Others, I'm being a devil's advocate. Snuggles, if you want to come up and just click the link and come up, and you can explain for yourself. But I'm just explaining, being a devil's advocate, saying what I think you're trying to get at.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what she meant because I see she said, "What is the community?" Again, when I grew up in Detroit, it wasn't just a community of bad people. A lot of these people had no direction. They had absolutely no direction. For example, let me make sure I get this young man name right. He was an 11-year-old boy from Chicago, and he was a gang member. He was destroying people. He was destroying people because he grew up with no father, no mother. DMX, for example, I did a lot of videos on him. So I guess let's talk about DMX. DMX grew up in gangs his entire life. 14 years old, crack blunt. Why? Because his mother, as he said himself in plenty of different occasions, his mother was very abusive. She was nonchalant. She was non-loving. So what did he do, Brother Clarence? He sought guidance. Like Tupac said, and even though they sold drugs, they showed a young brother love. I moved out and started really hanging. I needed money on my own because I started slanging. I'm not guilty because even though it sell rocks, it feels good putting money in your mailbox. My whole point is we have a group of people that's starving, and these people will do whatever it takes. And for the young brothers that's like Tupac, how he felt, that's feeling no love, no guidance, and you hungry, you love for a drug dealer to come beside you in the Benz. Hey, here you go, young brother. Nobody else is going to feed you, young brother. Not the politicians, not the people that's saying that you are bad. But me, I'm going to feed you. And I think about I think about gang members, like I said earlier in your show, Brother Clarence, they funded Fred Hampton. Fred Hampton walked right into there. Look, man, I know what y'all doing, but can y'all feed the community too? We got 3,000 or 4,000 black kids. They need to be fed. You know what they said? Yes. Yes, because the only reason why we're doing some of the things we're doing is because we understand that, we have no other opportunities. And as far as the hard drugs, the pharmaceutical companies sell these exact same drugs to black people in the form of prescriptions. They just don't call it meth. But a lot of these different drugs, opioids, that happened because doctors. It wasn't because of black gang members. And that was an epidemic that skipped over black people because we don't have healthcare as a nation. So my whole point is just like we got to really think about who we're talking about when we talk about drug dealers, because even Malcolm X used to be somebody who was selling women. You know, he
Pimp,
was he, he was a pimp. Yeah, I didn't want to say that word, but he was a
yeah.
pimp. We got to look out for everybody.
Brother Daryl, I got a quick question for you. Okay, on that note, now here's the issue. Like you said, the major drug companies are selling pharmacy, and a lot of the drugs are way worse than cocaine that they're selling out there, right? But because they have government, they have a lobbyist that can go up to the government, go and lobby the federal government for to sign off on these drugs. They can do it, right? Then 5 or 10 years later, when people dying like crazy, they get a big settlement and they sign off on it, right? Just like they did with FinFin or whatever it was. Anyway, my point is this: should we, just because they're doing it, should we do it? Should we follow them if that's their model of how they make money? In other words, does it? Wait,
I'm
go
sorry,
ahead,
brother. I'm sorry, brother.
Go ahead, brother.
I understand what you're trying to say. What you're trying to say is, and let me go and make it very simple. We should not be selling crack cocaine. We should not be selling these hard drugs. We should not be doing these things. However, brother, I'm a realist, and I understand that if you got a brother starving, he looking at his mama starving, look this way, his daddy starving, brother starving, sister starving, he got a kid might starve too, and he go apply jobs. He been applying for a while now. He can't get no jobs, and then he get a brick right on his table. Only thing he got to do is shave it right off into little pieces. Now, not only do we got enough money to feed everybody around that's starving, I got enough money in abundance. I can go get you a car. You're gonna have gas. You're gonna have insurance. You want to be an artist? I can pay for studio time. I can get you a guitar. I can do stuff for you that the average working man can no longer do. Right. Oh, and guess what? I'm not trying to hurt nobody. These people are coming to me. These people come to me because of everything we talked about earlier, the stress that they're dealing with and how they need to deal with it. And these people have no insurance. They can't go get prescribed drugs, so they come to me.
But brother,
it is sleazy and it is bad.
I'm just saying, brother, if somebody comes to me and they say to me, hey, I'll give you my daughter if you just give me this, or I'll give you money to give me something that I know is going to, they know, that you're selling something that's going to cause a cascading effect in a negative fashion on them. I'm saying to us, we have to be able to, remember I was talking about virtues before. We have to weigh what now there's dudes that can sleep at night. Hey, I'm just selling the rock, like you said. You coming to me. I ain't coming to you. I ain't banging on your door, knocking on everybody's door. You are coming to me for this. So you obviously, you the responsible person. What I'm saying is, just because they're coming to you doesn't mean that it absolves me of the responsibility of feeding this person something that's going to be harmful to them. You see what I'm saying? Like I say, oh well, I'm like people used to tell Ms. Farrakhan, I only rob white people. And Ms. Farrakhan used to say, yeah, but robbing is robbing. You know what I'm saying? Eventually, black people are going to get on that list sooner or later, right? And so the point of it is we have to be able to weigh what we're doing. We have to be able to have some kind of way to say, okay, like in other words, where's the line of demarcation, Brother D? Where's the line of demarcation? Where's the line where this is too far? Like what can be done? What's too far?
Like I said before, my personal shout out to Lucky, the beautiful Lucky Marie.
How you doing, Miss Lucky?
Always looking beautiful as well. To answer your question, Brother Clarence.
Hey man, is that Lucky from
yeah, that was Lucky who was on the show with me and Anton that night.
Oh, right on, man. Good for her. Good for her. She's man, smart young sister.
Thank you. Thank you, Lucky, for being supportive. We definitely appreciate you and everybody at the Lil Peep Network, including Anton, to a certain degree. Let me say this. We, like I said before, we don't want anybody selling these harmful things to the black community. That's not what we want.
Of course.
But if we don't want these things, Brother Clarence, and we want to really put it into it, that's why I use the word purge. We got to, somebody got to be able to do it. Somebody got to be able to do it if that's the goal. Because these brothers out here that I'm talking about, these gang members, they're going to make sure that they feed their families by any means necessary.
I agree with you.
And hold on, let me say this too, because you know I've heard this argument before, and my retort is what about people like the narcotics companies? Sorry, not narcotics. What do you call it? The tobacco companies, Newport, Marlboro. If drug dealers were selling the exact same thing, I wonder why don't they get the same exact kind of support that those companies do? These companies get hella support, and they literally cause cancer. And that's just in one way. They got food that they sell that cause you cancer. They sell you grease every day that you cook in your food that also is bad for your body. Gang members are not the only people that's selling stuff that kills people. How many people die from diabetes? How many people die from being overweight? We must examine, in my opinion, if drug dealers had mountains of coke, but nobody had a reason to actually do the coke, that would be a better society. We need to purge everything that's causing Black people to have mental health issues. I told you that earlier. That's how I feel. So if I have Thanos fucking glove, if I can snap my fingers and everything that made us want these drugs go away, the drug dealers, you can have all of that supply. You can have all the supply you want, but you have no demand no more. You have zero demand, because that's not something that we tolerate. But in our community, people are suffering and nobody's answering their suffering. So they're figuring out how to do it themselves. And, that's something that I struggle with. I smoke a lot of marijuana, Brother Clarence. You would be surprised how much I got in this room right now. And it's because I had mental issues, meaning, and you can see that I can tend to be violent. I can tend to be angry. But it's all about protecting Black women. And I mean that shit. When I say it, I'm going to do it with every last blood, sweat, and tear. And if it means mine or yours,
I believe
you. Whether it's Lucky, it doesn't matter if, I know Lucky is aligned with Anton. It doesn't matter if I see somebody attacking Lucky and I'm like, oh, that's Anton, homie. No, that's a Black man's daughter.
That's what I'm saying, brother.
So I'm going to do everything I can to defend all of them. That's why since we got Lucky on here, I apologize to Mrs. Daniels, because she did not deserve my animosity. And I will continue to apologize to Mrs. Daniels if she came on here. If I talk to Anton, it would be all the exact same thing. That's all I'm going to say, guys. I'm going to holler at you later, Clarence. I'm going to call my mama back, man. I tell her I love her, etc.
Yeah, call your mama back, man, because I don't want her mad at me. I'll finish up. I usually do a wrap up for another half an hour or so. Go ahead,
Lucky, I'll tap in with you too, Lucky. We absolutely adore you and all the women over there at the Lapeef Network. I want to let her know that.
All right,
brother.
Thank you, brother.
Appreciate it, brother.
Appreciate you, man. You're welcome anytime to come on, man. I'm on every Sunday, and anytime you see me, just come on, man. You're welcome to come on and just click in, brother.
All right, I'll be watching too. If you keep going, I might just swap my batteries out and come right back in. Just let me know.
All right, brother. I'll be here.
All right.
All right, man. All right, that was Brother Daryl. Appreciated him, man. He is, he has some strong views, man. That's okay. He's young. He's still trying to get there. Money does make you special. How does money make you special, Mr. Stewart? Please explain that to me, because I don't see where money makes you special. Money gives you ability. What'd you say, Miss Lucky? I smoke marijuana too. I just quit. Yeah, but I think Brother Daryl, I think that's part of his he needs it. You'll use for depression. Yeah. See, I'm in California, Miss Lucky, so it's legal out here. I don't know where you're at, where you guys are at. Well, he's in Detroit, so he said I don't think it's legal out there, but it's legal out here in California. So you can have it. But the whole point was, the question was, here you go, Snuggles. I never understand when you talk about the community and you want to bring up people responsible for the downfall of the community. People turn around and make an argument about companies. I know, but you got to understand, Snuggles, this brother's very young. Okay, he's very young, and his vision is going to take him so far, and then he's going to have to stop because in his mind he's not going to want to have to face the reality of the situation, which is that if you selling hard drugs, how can you sell hard drugs to these people and destroy these people, and then take that money and go over here and buy these people ice cream and say I'm doing a good thing? Are you? You know what I mean? So he was making the argument that all of that stuff, and which young guys do. Young guys do make that argument. Oh well, you know, Nipsey Hussle and all of these named people, but the evil, the wickedness that they was doing it'll catch up to them sooner or later, and unfortunately, it did for Nipsey. I wouldn't wish that on nobody, but unfortunately, it did. Much love to you too, Miss Lucky. Much love to you, Snuggles. So it's okay for me to sell drugs and destroy people you want me to help. That's what I was trying to get him to understand that, and I was trying to get him to get to that point, and he saw me going there, so he really had his mama on his mind. He really didn't have his mind on what we were talking about. He had his mama on his mind, so he couldn't really go into it. But I don't think he really wanted to understand where he was coming from at all. Thanks, brother. I'll get on next time and bring the noise. Appreciate you, Mr. Daniel, man. Come on through, man. I definitely want you to be on next Sunday. We'll be here. Come on through. You too, Mr. Stewart. Anytime. You too, Lucky. Come on through anytime you get ready. Money is clear. Money is a clear indicator of a person's work ethic and intellect. No, it's not. You got people that have never worked a day and they've inherited billions and billions of dollars. Money does not determine a person's work ethic or intellect at all. I have to disagree with you on that one, Mr. Stewart. And you usually hit the mark, brother, but on that one, you lost me on that one. Thank you for letting me know. I can cannibalize my own people and then turn around and feed them and blame the fact that I was poor. Oh, Snuggles. Man, hey, the youngster he just didn't have his mind on really answering the question. You know what I'm saying? He had his mind on his mama calling him. Excuses for Snuggles. Excuses for what a man had on his mind. Did he give any of those excuses for Anton Daniels, or did he hold Anton Daniels' feet to the fire irregardless? You're right. He sure did. But if you notice, he kind of jumped. He kind of was on the thing about Anton. I wasn't able to lock him down into a clear situation about that, so I decided to leave him alone about that, because you know what? What I don't want to do here, I want everybody comfortable here. I don't want nobody to be like, oh, he gonna grill me. No, I'm not gonna grill you. If you want to open up about it, you open up about it, and if you don't, you don't. You know what I mean? So we talked earlier. He said, yeah, I'll go through the whole situation, but then when we get here, he decided he don't want to go through the whole situation because, for whatever reason, he felt like, man, he didn't feel good about it or whatever. I'm not going to force the guy to go into it. Just like I wouldn't force no one else to go into it. Mr. Stewart, I'm obviously talk those who work. Come on now. I don't know what you're talking about, brother. I don't know unless you be clear with me. I'm an engineer, so I don't. You got to tell me exactly what you're talking about, so I'll know exactly what you're saying. Talking. I got you now, Mr. Stewart. I'm obviously talking about those who work. Come on now. Okay, well, you're talking about those who earned their money. Yeah, I mean that says a lot about what they're willing to do to get the money. But that doesn't mean they're a better person. That doesn't, just because you're willing to do whatever you got to do. Just like, that's a perfect example. Just like Snuggle was saying, just because I'm willing to sell rocks and destroy one set of people, and then take that money and go buy ice cream for another set of people, that makes I'm good? No, it doesn't make I'm good. Oh, man, the OG is in the house. Anton Daniels. Hey, Anton, you missed it, man. My man just got off the live stream. I appreciate you stopping by, man. Honored to have you, man. and I wanted you to come up and talk with him because he really wanted to apologize to you for what statements he made about your family. He wanted to apologize. Well, he apologized to me on his live stream earlier this week, and then he apologized again today a couple of times. You know what I mean? So brother really wanted to apologize to you about that. He still got heat for you, but he doing it right. He got the heat for you and not for your family members. So, and I told him, I said, yeah, man. I told him and JB was on another live stream, on his live stream, and I told the both of them, no, y'all need to still say something to Anton. You know, all of us need to be checked. You need to check me if I say something crazy. I do something crazy. But going after the brother's wife, that was out of line. And so we got that straight. The brother apologized to you many times. He apologized to your wife many times, brother. So, you know, know that he was in a good place when he did it. It wasn't, I don't know, nothing crazy. He wasn't on nothing crazy. He was on some, I made a mistake situation. But glad to have you in the house, brother AD. Appreciate you, man. Mr. Stewart, you're only seeing it from a negative perspective. No, sir, brother. I'm not. We got the man right here, Anton Daniels. I like the guy, but I don't like the fact that because he's got money, at least the shows that I saw, he was insulting other people that weren't as money-wise. That's something I would say something about my own brother that did something like that. So I don't mean I don't like the guy. I'm just saying, hey, if you correct this, the show will be more watchable, right? But I'm not in these, you know, I see it from a positive perspective. We got to do something to help our people. And some of our people ain't going to be able to experience the greatness of a guy like Anton when, you know, they're not going to be able to experience that because they're going to get caught up on the fact that, oh, he said this and he said that. You know what I mean? And I don't want that to happen. I got a lot of good information out of Lapeef, so I wanted it to continue. And I know Anton got a lot of good info to tell. Okay, let me get down to these comments. I'm not saying he's right or wrong. My question is it okay to dismiss people who did a lot of wrong because they did? No, I was trying to take him there, Snuggles. Snuggles, this is a young man. I had to go piece by piece. I couldn't just jump in there and do it. I had to go piece by piece by piece by piece. This is a young man. He had his mama calling him, probably got his family members. It's Sunday. You know what I'm saying? He's in a whole nother time zone. So, you know, I had to go piece by piece to try to get him to see what you were talking about. If a white man killed a bunch of black people and eventually held a bunch of black people, what would you think of him? That's irrelevant. I see where you're going, but brother Daniel, brother, hey brother, guess what? Guess who's in the house? You still out there, brother D? Guess who's in the house? Guess who's in the house? And I told him that you apologized to him. Brother AD, yeah, I definitely would like to cam up just me and you. When would you like to do that, brother? Let me know, because I'm here right now, but I'm sure you're probably busy. I know you had a live stream. I invited you. I saw you had a live stream, so I told the people I invited you, but you had a live stream, so you couldn't make it. Well, no, I'm scared to come. Just he had something else to do. But I did want the people to know I invited you. But anytime, brother, you let me know what's the best time for you, and then we could definitely cam up and talk about it. Let's see. Brother Dale said I can come back at any moment. If you're out there, Anton, and you want to come on, you want to cam up now, here. Let me put the link out there if you guys want to cam up now. It's up to you. If you want to do it. If a Caucasian killed a bunch of black people and then I already did that. I don't know. If a Caucasian killed a bunch of black people and then turned in to help a bunch of black people afterward, what would you think about that? It would sound hypocritical. I would have to see why would he thought one group of black people was better than the other group of black people. One group deserved to be terminated and the other group deserved to be saved. I don't know. I have to see. Sister Glenda, great live stream, Brother Clarence, always informative. I tried, Sister Glenda. I tried. We trying to mend fences out here. You know what I'm saying? We trying to mend fences out here. Y'all, wait a minute. Let me give this man an introduction. I got the brother AD Anton Daniels. I went at him. I went at him a little hard, not hard, but a little hard enough to, just wake him up and say, man, let me think about that, right? I know it's a lot of other people going at you because when you're the king, when you sit on the top of the hill, people coming at you, man. But I appreciate you. I got brother Anton Daniels coming in the studio. Brother AD, how you doing, man?
What's going on, fam?
It's good to finally meet you, man.
You too.
I went at you, brother, and a lot of your people came back at me, and they was like, "You're just trying to get views off of Anton, and you just trying to get your." But see, I tried not to.
Shout out to my tribe.
Yeah, man. They. I'm just letting you know, man. They came after me with, with the fire sticks and everything, man. But it was all good, man. I tried to let them know, hey, brother, it wasn't about me trying to hate on the brother. Just like I seen in Brother Daryl, I see that you can do so much better. And so I'm just putting my 2 cents in, brother.
Let's have a conversation. How do you think I can do better?
Well, I feel like, man, I've seen you since I put that video out that you've kind of not been as antagonistic to the guests. I mean, you're still running that K, but K love you. But I'm talking about the guests that come in that don't really know you.
Like which one?
I think last week I saw you. There was a brother on there, man, that was, the brother with the dread things. Like, I remember the brother that came in and said, he was asking you a bunch of questions like, how come, what is the rate of this and what is the rate of that one? And how come you don't
remember a guy with dreads?
Yeah, well, I don't know if he had dreads. He had some kind of little, it's like dreads, but it was little ones, man. It was,
I don't remember.
Like little Jewish people had the little locks they have.
Honestly, I have no idea.
Well, the brother came on, and instead of insulting the brother or like just pushing him out, man, you at least heard him out. And I said, I even left you a comment on one of them. I said, I appreciate your growth, man. I see your growth. I see you trying, man. And I appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? That's all I was saying, man, because when I watched you guys on the PEEF, I said, damn, man, this is a great show. This is a great show. But Anton going to run everybody away. Ain't nobody going to want to come on the show no more.
Because numbers are bigger than ever.
Huh?
Numbers are greater than ever.
Okay, see, but that was my thing. I was saying, dang, it's a good show. Everybody's pretty smart. And I know Anton can treat these people better than this. So what do we do?
Who do you think I'm treating wrong?
Brother, I saw how you treated Hannibal, and that was absolutely over the top. You called him Buttercup every other word.
Mm-hmm.
Brother, that's just not going to work with men you don't know. You know somebody, maybe.
Let me give you some insight, right?
Okay.
This is some, I'm gonna give you an exclusive, all right? This is something that you don't know, but I don't necessarily talk about because it's a live show, right? But what I found out behind the scenes, because I got my guys doing research all the time, right?
Okay.
And what I found out behind the scenes was that he came on with an agenda.
Okay.
And
what was his agenda?
What y'all were presented from him was different than what his objective was coming on the show. And so what I found out was that he was part of Kay's network, Kay's friend, and I was basically being set up. They were setting me up. Like his whole goal was to come at me. Like he didn't come on with good intentions. He didn't come on to have the conversation. He didn't come on to express and be able to, be conducive as far as, pushing whatever forward. And you know me, I'm open to anybody saying anything about me. Right. You can say whatever. You can say it about me personally. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to my daughter and my wife, I got boundaries.
Of course, man.
I don't trip. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to I don't threaten people or anything like that. But ultimately, I choose to walk away from certain conversations with people that's not a part of the panel if I hear certain levels of disrespect, right? But I digress. The whole point is that I found out through research that this dude had an ulterior motive within minutes of us starting the show.
Okay.
Right? And so because I knew he was a mole and because I knew that he had an objective, I made it my personal business to break him and expose him for what he truly was. And I did that. Right? And so what you seen at the end was him absolutely admit that he came on there with an ulterior motive to do things differently. And that's why I was able to do what I was able to do. So it's a difference with somebody coming on there and you disagreeing with them or whatever, you go back and forth, right? I disagree with the lead attorney. Me and the lead attorney have had multiple shows and multiple conversations where we completely disagree, but we always leave the conversation and we the best of friends behind the scenes. Right? But when you come into it with bad intentions or clout chasing or looking to do something, you got to be careful what you ask for because you might get it on the other side and it might not turn out the way that you think it is. So a lot of people think that I would, that I was a certain type of way towards him, but I would argue that he got what he asked for. It just didn't come in the package that he thought it was. It wasn't in a nice Christmas bowl. It was an explosive in there. Okay,
brother. So I get that, man, and I get that. The thing I'm saying is, even though you felt that way, you don't think that you kind of insulted the brother and kind of did what other people do to you. Is they try to insult
you. He had called me before he ever came on the show. He already had vitriol and negative words and all of this. He came into it with bad intentions. Here's the thing: you can do whatever you want to do. I don't believe in censorship, but you can't control how I'm gonna react to it. Okay. And so I used him. I could have controlled the narrative. I could have did it differently, but I chose to do it differently because I used him as an example in that everybody can't just say what they want to say and get away with it. One thing about me is I'm willing to take it on both sides. I got thick skin. I don't trip. I don't censor people. I don't, what I'm saying? None of that. But the thing that I do say is that you're going to have to be able to deal with the consequences and the fallout that come along with it. Everybody not meant to go. Just because you're black or just because you got a, whatever, so on and so forth, it don't mean that you deserve to have a voice. You know what I'm saying? Because the foundation of who you are matters also. And so, in the same way, people hold me to a higher standard or they put greater expectations on me because I got a platform.
Right.
But I'm human just like everybody else. And so the first thing that I did before I ever had a platform was live my life like an open book, right? I hold myself to the same standard that I hold everybody else. And the same way that I dish it, the same way that I take it. So he should be able to take it the same way that he was coming on to dish it.
Yeah, see, that's the thing, brother. See, like, we as the audience, it's like when two parents are fighting. When two parents are fighting, the children are just looking at it and saying, "What's going on here?" That's what we are. That's what we were experiencing as the audience. We're saying the foundation person, you, going in at him, and we're saying we don't see a reason why he's going at him like that. See, we don't see the underlying reason. I got a better understanding of why you did it now, but at the time, we're looking at it saying, "Man, that sounds unfair, man. Why would he just go in on the dude? The dude didn't even say anything. Or the dude didn't even say anything that warranted that action." Because I think at some point...
Well, you got the exclusive.
Huh?
You got the exclusive.
Yeah, okay. So,
and here's the thing. Like, I'm not too big for nothing. I jump on the big platforms. I jump on the up-and-comers. I support you. I don't try to censor people. I rock with everybody. The only thing that I say is that, I choose to align with people that I think that actually are authentically coming from a good space.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We can be completely on the opposite ends of the spectrum. We can completely disagree. I'm cool with that. I think that is what fosters growth, right? I'm open to the possibility that I can be wrong. Right. I'm open to the possibility of growing. That's one of the reasons why I don't believe in echo chambers, is because I think that growth comes in spaces of uncomfortability. But the thing that I do ask for when I'm deciding to align myself with and support people, because I support everybody, bro. I really do. I pop up everywhere. I'm here right now, right?
Yeah, man.
But the thing about it is that I just ask for people to actually come into it with good intentions, and most people don't. And so in those instances, sometimes I make examples of people, sometimes I ignore people. But either way, you can't control. You can control what you say, but you can't control how people gonna react to it. And you got to be able to deal with it on both sides.
Right, brother. And let me just say, I appreciate you, man. And because I know you're a busy person, you don't have to jump on this stream to clear anything up. But I appreciate you. You must have saw something in the fact that
I'm jumping on here because I think that you have good conversations. I seen you had sent me the email. I was doing a live stream earlier though, but
I saw that.
Like I said, I'm always supporting and I'm always trying to big up other people. I don't want to be rich by myself. I want everybody to be. So I mean, real talk. So I rock with you. I support you. I got a lot of love for people, man. I'm never too big. I'm never too much of a man to ever be able to have a real conversation. And I don't tell people what they can and can't ask me. You can ask me anything you want.
Okay, good, brother. Because we were having a nice conversation. But I don't know if you're gonna get mad at me now, man. So I'm gonna ask you a couple of things, man, that we were trying to
whatever you want.
Okay, so as you can see, our lead topic is: does money make you better? Now, okay, good answer. Now, please elaborate.
Because people are looking at the money in order to evaluate who I am. But the one beautiful thing that I've been doing for the past 8 years is I've been living my life like an open book. So it's not the money that makes me better, but it's what the money represents, because money is not the end all be all, right? The fact that I got the money, but I did it positively. I didn't rob nobody. I went to work. I bust my butt. I sacrificed and worked 16 to 20 hours a day. Documented the journey and gave people the blueprint along the way so that they can do it too. I've hired people that look like me. I poured over $1 million into my community. I've given away over $250 a day. I employ people and I mentor young guys between the ages of 14 to 24. I think the money and me being rewarded in my life for doing the right thing is a thing that we should champion in our community. We so busy championing rappers and Jay-Z, but I'm a lifetime C student. And not only am I a lifetime C student, I'm telling you that you can do it. And I'm giving you the blueprint because I'm not the smartest guy in my class, right? I'm not the tallest. I'm not the fastest, but I'm the guy that you can be like. You can duplicate it. You can be much more successful than these dudes. And so I'm giving you the blueprint along the way. But the reason why money makes me better is because it's not the money, it's how I got the money. I'm rewarded according to my efforts. The money is just a reflection of my hard work. The money don't make me. It's the things that I do that generates the money that makes me better than a lot of these people. I'm willing to make the sacrifices. I'm willing to not cut corners. I'm willing to not take shortcuts. I'm willing to continue to propel and employ people that look like me. I'm willing to pour into my community. I'm willing to continue to cam up regardless of how big I am to support other platforms and have these honest conversations. I don't hide. I give my wife, I give my daughter, I bring my mama up to show you exactly and live transparent, to give you every single aspect of my life, because I don't believe in skeletons. I live my life like an open book. And so I understand and all of the stuff that comes along with it. My family has made a large sacrifice, but let's be clear. Very few people are willing to sacrifice the things that I've done and live my life like an open book in order to do the things and get it the way that I got it. A lot of people take shortcuts. I'm better than people that take shortcuts. I'm better than people that want to make excuses. I'm better than people that run in the victim Olympics. So am I better as a person? No. But are the things that I do in order to get what I have to get in order to make sure that I blaze a path forward to people that come behind me and be able to duplicate it, I am absolutely better than the people that are unwilling to do that also.
Hey man, you took half of my steam away right there when you said, am I better as a person? No. I see by you saying that you understood where I was coming from, because I think you have a lot of people that give you smoke because they hear you say things, man, and they don't have a full understanding of your position. And so you got all this game, but it's like I was telling Brother Daryl, it's hard for them to get it because they get stuck on, like me. I got stuck on the fact that I saw how you traded Hannibal. I was like, what the hell? What's going on here? You know what I mean? So, and the dude that came behind him, Freezy, I was like, damn, he's just stepping all on these dudes, right? So I think it's better we got, but
when did we get so soft to where we can't have real conversations with each other?
we can have real conversations, brother, but we got to respect you. See, the one thing we never had in this country is respect. We never really learned how to respect each other. And
But
so
why should I respect somebody that don't respect me from the get-go?
that's
Like
what I'm saying.
at the very least, listen, I let him on my platform.
Okay.
I gave him a platform, right? I gave him a voice. Would have never had a voice any otherwise, right? From its outset, he never had respect for me from the first place. So how long do I allow this dude to be able to operate in the way that he operates? Or when do we start taking out the trash? Because everybody is not meant to be respected. Everybody don't deserve a voice, and everybody is not cool just because we the same color. The problem with our community is that we've allowed people that are trash for too long to set the standard.
I agree. Agreed. However, how do we take the, if you saying somebody is trash, how do we deal with them? See, we can't just say, well, because you haven't achieved this mark at this point,
That's
you're
not
trash.
the thing that determines whether or not you can get respected. Money is not the determining factor for whether or not somebody should be respected. That's not the determining. The determining factor is whether or not you're coming into it with good intentions. I got people in my network. Some of the greatest men in history was not the richest.
Right.
It don't have nothing to do with the money. We all got a purpose, right?
Right.
I just so happen to be a dude that have the money, that got the platform, and I reach a different type of audience. I might not be for everybody,
right,
but I am absolutely in a positive way impacting a lot of people in their lives and their families, right? But here's the thing. Agreed. How long do we continue to tolerate the people that add no value whatsoever? And just because they got a black flag, and just because they bought a mug that got a the continent of Africa on it, then we supposed to automatically respect them? Yeah,
no,
right.
brother, we're supposed to automatically respect anybody who comes to us, and then if they behave in a manner which determines that they should no longer be respected, then at that point, then maybe that door is open for us to remove them or whatever. But to just openly see, that's what it looked like to us. It looked like to us watching. Now you explained it, and you gave more insight into what was actually going on. But at the time, it looked like, oh, you just jumping on the dude just because she's Kay's friend or whatever. You just jumping on the cat, and that's what it looked like to us. But regardless, whether it's Kay's friend or not, or whose friend or whoever, right? I'm saying if somebody should be, everybody should be respected at a certain level. I'm not saying you put them on a pedestal, but everybody should have a certain amount of human respect.
That's why we've devolved so much as we have, is because we've let the inmates run the asylum.
Why do you disagree with that, brother?
Because everybody does not deserve respect.
Okay, name me somebody who does not deserve respect upon first meeting them.
Somebody that come into it with intentions to sabotage the platform from its very inception.
Okay, so is there any other way you could have handled that without showing the brother the disrespect?
Yeah, but I chose not to.
Okay, why?
I was willing to live with the consequences, because we need to make examples of some of these people. Everybody that got a voice don't need to talk. Some of these people need to sit back and listen.
Agreed.
And just because you black don't mean that we align with you. We need to take out the trash.
Agreed. Let's get back to that, because we're gonna agree to disagree. Let's get back to that, brother. If you got a minute, brother AD, let me can we take some questions from the people that want to ask a question? Because I got one of JP, the aspiring matriarch, wants to ask you a question. At Anton, do you believe a softer approach is necessary considering the current mental health climate?
No, absolutely not. I think men have been coddled for too long, and that's why we weak. We weak. There is no rite of passage. Everybody gets a participation trophy. Everybody can say what they want to say and don't have to be accountable for it. And I think that men need to suffer, and we need to go through things, and we need to throw away all of this secret on code bull crap so that we can actually progress. The only thing I care about is the results. I don't care about all of this how you feel, junk. We worse off than we've ever been, we freer than we've ever been at the same time. What's the correlation? Why does that make sense? We coddled. Too many of us been raised by our mothers. Too many of us have been picked up every time we scrape our knee. We go through things, we suffer, we grow, and we become warriors, and those are the people that should be leading the tribe, not the people that's the most popular.
But brother, this is my disagreement with that. I agree with you. Everybody should not talk because some people don't know what they're talking about. That's like if Hannibal was trying to tell us about how to get money and how to get us financial situation together, I would say no, leave that to Anton. That's Anton's lane. Don't try to talk in that lane.
But who determines who makes the rules? Because largely we have an environment that your leaders are a reflection of the people. And if the majority of the people is suffering and off, how are they the ones that determine who should be in leadership?
Well,
how
that's
can you
why
have the people that are on the bottom determining who their leaders are? That's crazy to me.
Well,
that would be like my wife telling me how to run our household. No, this is not a partnership. This is a benevolent dictatorship. I consider your ideas and I consider what it is that you bring to the table because I recognize the great aspects of who you are. But let's be clear. The buck stops here because I got to be responsible for both the wins and the losses. If this house goes down and the man come and foreclose on things and we lose everything we got, they're not going to come to her and say, hey, what's wrong with y'all? They're going to come to me.
Agreed.
And so because I have to be the leader and stand up on what it is that we are supposed to do, and I got to be the man that I will want my daughter to marry, and I got to provide the provision and protection, and because I'm the one that ultimately makes the decision. This is not a democracy. This is a benevolent dictatorship, and the people at the bottom don't get to determine who the leader is. It's rites of passage. I've proven myself over and over and over again, and so the leadership is determined. Who people follow is determined by who's the most successful and who they feel most protected under. And I would venture to say the people that they feel the most protected under is the one that's the most powerful and the one that stands up on their ethics and principles and are unwilling to take the elevator. They know what it feels like to take the steps. So I don't let the inmates determine how to run the asylum. I run the asylum.
Yeah, brother. I mean, I have no issue with that. I think that it's a good show.
Men are weak, man. Men are weak now. They are weak.
I know this, brother. This is my whole point of talking to you. Our people are weak, and they need to see people, brothers like yourself, that have actually hit the launch pad and took off. Right? They need to see you. But if we talk to them with disrespect, then even though because they're not successful or maybe they're sick, because a lot of our people are sick. And they just don't know they're sick. And so we have to talk to them in a way to try to get them better. At least that's from my perspective. It's just like
sometimes you got to cut off the one bad apple can ruin a bunch. And sometimes you got to throw that baby out. Everybody not meant to come. Everybody, you can't. No, listen. And then we can agree to disagree. But I'm just telling you that this is 300, man. This is Sparta. Sometimes the weak kids got to get out of here. We need strong people. We're not looking to baby everybody. Sometimes you got to get these people. Everybody not gonna come. You gotta eliminate the weakness and roll with it. Otherwise, you're gonna ruin the entire batch. This is not the feel good Olympics, man.
I agree. I agree with you on that, brother. I'm talking about having a conversation on, let's say, for example, and then I wouldn't even say anything on your Anton Daniels After Dark. Hey man, you could come at somebody because they got this. If they want to stay and let that happen, that's fine. But I'm talking about on the Peep Network where you got a panel of people trying to talk to one person
that we created, me and my brother.
And it's a beautiful show, brother. That's the only reason why the ones of us that's mad at you, we're saying, hey man, it's a good show. Please don't scare people from coming back on there because they see how they have the misunderstanding. See, if you hadn't explained what happened, I would still have that misunderstanding of what happened, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying when you have people come on, brother, and even though you may not know them, but you feel like, hey, you have bad intentions, I feel like you're smart enough to be able to maneuver around them and still hold that same respect and put them in a position where either they're going to step up to the plate or they're going to leave.
No, sometimes you got to put a sledgehammer to an ant.
I agree. Sometimes
in order to make an example of certain people, and it's all calculated. I'm a chess player. I've been playing chess my whole life. I'm 15 moves ahead. So I mean, you know, some people just gonna have to trust that I know what I'm doing and let me lead us. let me take us there.
Let me ask you a question, brother. What was accomplished by doing that then?
I made an example of them.
To whom?
I set the standard to help people to understand that everybody not meant to be a part of the conversation. And the next time that somebody cams up and they want to participate on a platform, understand that you're going to have to come in with good intentions, because if you come in here with bad intentions, it's a possibility that it's not going to go the way you think it's going to go. And so a lot of people clout chasing, a lot of people trying to do things with wrong intentions. And so sometimes you got to use them as an example in order to illustrate a point.
I get you now, brother. Because see, I don't have that many subscribers and that much activity, so I wouldn't know. That's a good explanation of that situation, because the rest of us, we just want to know, hey, why would you do something like that? But now I see there's even a point. There's some logic in that. I get you. I got it. But still, let's get back to the question of, does money make you better? You already answered the question. Does money make you better? Now, well, let me ask you this. Did you see the situation with Tasha K and the lead attorney? Have you been?
I didn't. I'm not really familiar with it. I seen that he made a video talking about her releasing evidence, and then something they got into it, and she apologized. I'm completely out of the loop, to be honest with you.
Okay. Well, basically, she made a lot of personal attacks on the man, and this is why I put her name in the thing, because one of her main points of contention was that the lead attorney made a video about how he makes 27 grand a month, right? Very like yourself, very open book guy. Okay. So she said $27,000 a month. That's a slow month for her. That's a month where she's not doing it. Okay. Yeah, we get that. But in your opinion, does that give her the right to attack him personally because she makes more money than him?
What did she say about him personally?
She said a lot of different things about him personally, like she talked about.
Oh, I'm not familiar with it, honestly.
Okay, well, she
took it down.
She took it down, but she basically said a bunch of things about if you really want the El Guapo, he made a video about it in which he wrote down every insult that she hurled at him. But make a long story short, she was talking about his bedroom vernacular. She's talking about, you know, him not being a real attorney. If he was a real attorney, he wouldn't have time to be on the internet. He's a gossip attorney. Just attacking him personally. Just really serious personal attacks. And my question to you is, do you think that, or what's your feeling about her saying that because she makes more money, she can attack him personally?
I don't think based off of what you said, I don't think that she's saying that because she makes more money, that's what she's saying it.
Well, that's how she scripted it. She said, I make more money. Here's another thing she said. She said, you must feel bad because you did all them years in college and you only making 27 grand, and I'm making way more than that, and I haven't finished no college, done no college out there like that. I mean, she really dug into him, man, really bad. She took it off. She took it off, man. She took it down. I guess some people got to her. So she said she was gonna dox the man. She put his real name out there. She just did a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah, man. She was really on one. Very masculine frame. She went in, and I don't have.
I would say that two things.
Okay.
Well, let me say three things. A is real out here in these YouTube streets, right?
Right.
B, I always operate in a space of the art of war, right? And that
good book.
You gotta pick your enemies carefully, right? And then C, you gotta be willing to deal with whatever comes with it. Apparently, she's willing to deal with whatever comes with it, and he's willing to deal with whatever comes with going at her and making a whole video about her. So, you just got to pick and choose your enemies very, 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 very carefully.
Yeah. No. I'm not even trying to get you in the middle of that situation. What I'm saying is, if a
You
person,
ask me anything, I'm cool.
if a person has more money, like say, let's pretend I got more money than you, Anton. You got 2 billion, I got 10 billion. Because you got the 2 billion, and I got the 10 billion, I can come at you and say, Anton is this, is that, and he's this and that, he's this and that, and I can talk about you like a
You gotta
dog.
be careful. I mean, did he mention her? What made her even say it in the first place?
Well, what happened?
See, we're not asking the questions that we need to ask. We need that. If you really want to understand the art of war, especially as it relates to two people that are very powerful, league on the come up, Tasha already there. If you really want to understand the art of war, you got to ask what incited this in the first place, right?
Well, what incited it was the R. Kelly trial. The government wants to talk to her about how she got some documents or some information about the R. Kelly, about some of the R. Kelly incidents. She allegedly obtained it illegally, obtained this information illegally. So the lead attorney was trying to do a video. He did a video, and it wasn't directed directly at her, Tasha K, in particular.
I seen a part of that video. I'll say this: when you start to become a content creator, I don't really know what's fair and what's not. I just know that as you grow, you got to know what come with it. It's gonna be people that disagree with you. It's gonna be people that do reaction videos to you. It's gonna be people that come at you, especially if you wanted a bigger. Like as you grow, as your platform grow, as you get more visibility, you just got to know what come with it. And so, I just think that it's expected. I don't really, honestly, I don't even really go by fair or not fair. I don't believe in that at all.
Okay.
I just believe in results and actions versus consequences, and it just plays out how it plays out.
Good answer, brother. I'm not going to try to drag you through that no more, because I want to ask you something that really makes sense. What made you get the idea of setting up the LaPeak Network, and how did you do that? If you could answer that, as best as you can.
Yeah. So JR, I already had a platform, my regular. So I got a few different channels, and then I own some channels with some content creators that a lot of people don't even realize that I'm a part of. But I understand content creation. I have the resources to be able to put behind certain people, and I'm always looking for talent. So JR was rocking with me because he was a subscriber to my channel when I was kind of talking about building my restaurant. Now, and we both had Jeeps, right? We both had bought these Jeeps. And so he shot me a DM, and we was talking back and forth because I thought, he was just a dope dude. Like, we was just friends, you know what I'm saying? Wasn't about no network, wasn't about none of that. And so he was like, hey, Anton, come check this out. And so he was just doing like a little, a Facebook. It was just streaming live on Facebook on a specific night or whatever. Every once in a while, he had kind of started this thing. And just based off of the friendship, I was like, fam, I'll get behind you. I got your back. I think that you got a little, a dope thing or whatever, and it's awesome. And so I think I could take it to the next, I show up. No, I wasn't even on to take it to the next level. I was just like, yo, I show up on the next platform. I turned it up for you. And he was like, all right. I was like, I'm going to be authentically myself, so I don't know how that's going to go. And he was laughing. So I jumped on, and everybody went absolutely crazy. It wasn't even on YouTube. It was just on Facebook.
Okay.
And everybody in the chat was just going absolutely insane about the fact that I was saying some stuff that made people uncomfortable, but it was the truth. It was the truth. I mean, because very few people at this space are in a position to be able to not worry about losing a job or whatever.
Right.
I had already leveled up to the point to where you can't cancel me. I'm already good.
Right.
And so I was saying some stuff that made people uncomfortable, but it was real. And so, we did it a couple more times, and then JR was like, hey, we need to partner up. And I'm like, all right, bet. Well, if we're going to do this, let's do it till the wheels fall off, and let's push this thing all the way. And so we partnered up. I'm not going to go into the details of the business arrangements, but
right, of course,
we just had similar interests. We partnered up, and we the perfect tag team, and we're going to take this thing to the moon.
You guys, man, let me tell you, man, you guys got a damn good product, man. And, the only, as a fan and a subscriber, man, I just hope you guys, just keep growing. I see your growth, man. Appreciate you. I appreciate
it. We completely like, we not opposite. We very aligned. But what makes him unique and what makes me unique, we really have been able to figure out how to separate responsibilities in order to be able to grow the platform the way it needs to be. So that's my guy. That's my homie. That's my bro.
Okay. And so how long you guys been friends?
2 years.
Okay.
Yep, 2 years, something like that. Maybe less, maybe a little bit less.
What do you think is because I think you guys have a good business. What do you think is it about you guys working together? Is it just the chemistry, or everybody knows where they're supposed to be at, or whatever? What is it that makes you guys so successful?
I only do business with people of good character.
Okay.
I knew JR before we got into this. You know what I'm saying? We was gonna be homies regardless. And so when we would talk on the phone, and this is before the network junk and any of that type of stuff, right? When we would talk on the phone, I would just be pouring into him, and he would, you know, we would just become best friends. And I was like, hey, man, I don't think you should do that. Hey, I know your homie's going to tell you this, but I think that this is the best way for you to go. I was giving him insight on the money tip and how you can manage things a little bit differently. And we was just genuinely wanting to see each other be great. And so I got a chance to find out who he really was, you know, in his real life, and who he was as a person. We opened up to each other, and we was cool, and we was dope, and we had never even met each other, right? And then that was
you guys all got together, and I don't know where.
Well, that was later. That was way later.
Okay.
But I knew who he was as a person, and that was the thing that you know, helped me to determine whether or not I was going to rock with him. It had nothing to do with the network, nothing to do with the business opportunities. The money didn't mean anything. It was all about whether or not he was a good dude. Because I rock with people of great character. I don't do all money ain't good money to me.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So, you know, it got to be the right type of money. It got to be the right type of opportunity. And so I was just like, yo, once he showed me the platform, and I was like, you know what I'm saying, I think I can take this to the next level and do what I do and get behind it in the way that I get behind it. And that was the thing that propelled us. It had nothing to do with anything with regard to business, the network. It was all just about, you a dope dude, I rock with you, and I got your back.
All right. Have you ever had an experience where you did try to do some business with somebody that wasn't of a certain character and it went wrong or whatever?
Nope. Because I only do business with people that's in my network.
Okay.
Like if somebody come to me with a business opportunity, I'm not even interested. I'm only interested in doing business with people that I know is of good character. Because I mean, think about it. Let's just say you a genius, right? You're a phenomenal restaurateur, right? And I know what I know from a business perspective, and I've owned restaurants, I've built them from scratch, whatever. And you're like, let's partner up, Anton. And I don't know who you are from a character perspective. And let's say we start to do business together, right? And then along the way, we doing good, we doing fine, the business is fine or whatever. And you say, you know what? I know how we can increase margins. We're going to have to make some sacrifices on the quality of the food, but it's still going to be above board, and that, you know, the standards of it will pass federal regulations and health inspections and everything like that. But it's just going to be a little bit better, but it's going to make us a whole lot more money in time. I'm unwilling to make that sacrifice. You see what I'm saying? Like I'm unwilling to do business with people of good character because eventually at some point there's going to come a crossroads where we're going to have to make a determination of whether or not we put money above the purpose or what it is that we're doing. And I'm unwilling to put money above anything. I think that the money is a reflection of good character. Okay. It shouldn't be the thing that defines what it is that you do. I don't do everything for money. I do it because it's the right thing to do, and then I get rewarded for it on the back end.
Wow, man, I'm getting a lot of insight on you, man. I'm glad you cammed up, man, because I'm getting a better picture of you, man, and I really appreciate it, man. So what is it?
Let's answer this question.
Okay, so let's answer the question, brother Daniel Madden. I thought you was gone, brother. What happened? oh, Big AD came on. Now you coming back. Why did he wait until you decided to shut down the show and then he's deciding to come on? Straight narcissism. Yeah, why'd you do that, brother AD?
Well, as you indicated earlier, and you already know, I stream on Sundays at a certain time.
I'll let you explain that.
Everybody know that I stream on Sundays I start my stream depending on, I mean, you can go through after hours with Anton Daniels, and all of my Sunday streams at some point start between 3 and 5 p.m.
Okay.
Always, because I go to church on Sundays, whatever, so on and so forth. I didn't anticipate coming on because I don't align with the person that you invited me to come on with.
Right.
And I'm not going to speak about him in a negative way, but for me, it's just certain lines that you don't cross. And I'm not necessarily offended or anything like that. But why would I give any kind of spotlight or shine or use whatever influence that I have to big up, somebody that I don't fundamentally agree with?
Would you be willing to let him apologize to you face to face on cam?
No, for what?
Okay.
And I mean, think about it though. Every video that they've ever made is still up there. It's still rocking. It's still disrespectful. Is it like, see, I don't care about what people say. I care about what their actions reflect. That's how I define whether or not I'm going to rock with somebody. You see what I'm saying? So it has nothing, and I don't have nothing against homie. Like, I hope that he becomes wildly successful. I hope that he does well. I hope that his life turns awesome. Like, I don't wish any ill will or harm on homie. Like, I hope that he does significantly well. I'm just saying that we may be in two different spaces and look at things completely differently. And I'm okay with disagreeing, but for me, it's just certain lines that it's certain things that I look for that I think that make sense when it comes to doing things. I'll give you a perfect example. Okay. Me and Kevin Samuels are really good friends. I talk to him almost every single day.
Right on.
Almost every day. There are some things that Kev say, because I don't agree with 100% of anybody, right? I don't agree with 100% of what my mom say.
Right.
I don't agree with 100% of what my wife say in the other room, right?
Right.
But there are certain lines for people that I'm looking to completely align with. Kev has very much helped me make a lot of money. I'm not even talking about on the content creation stuff. I'm talking about in business, like out behind the scenes. The dude has poured into me or whatever. It would behoove me to ever say anything about the dude when he's put so much into me or whatever. It would behoove me to say anything. I would never say nothing about JR negatively. I would never say nothing about Kev negatively. You know what I'm saying? Like, these are people that pour into me and that they didn't have to. Well, respectively, they didn't have to. I was already rich anyway. But the point is that, again, it's the way you go about doing things when you're trying to rock with people. Now, again, you can do it your own way, and I'm not necessarily going to stop you. I'm not trying to, you know what I'm saying, report your channel or get you banned. I'm not trying to send people over, hey, y'all go. I don't care nothing about that. I said what I said. I said my piece as far as what it is that I think about the situation, and then I move on. But then, homie is making videos and sending them to my wife. You know what I'm saying? Like, no. Let's be real. If we gonna be real, then let's be real, because let's keep it above board. Doing shorts and sending it to my wife. Courtney calling me like, hey man, who is this dude that keep DMing me about you, bro? JR, like, what the piss is going on with this guy? Why is he so, you know what I'm saying? And so when you start tagging and following my wife and all of that other type of stuff, come on, man. Come on. What how do you expect me for me to go about handling it? Because again, the point is that we can disagree. And I even said that, yo, I see a disagreement. I'm going to cam up with you. At one point I did. And then people were sending me the video like, yo, the dude is super disrespectful. Say what you want. That's what comes with being a content creator. I understand, but you can't control how I react to it when your actions don't align up with what you're saying. You can't be sending my wife stuff. You can say whatever you want to say. Of course, I knew that bringing her up on the platform is going to be whatever it's going to be, but you can't do that and then expect me to just continue to say, okay, cool, whatever. Yeah, I forgive. I don't hold no grudges against nobody. Okay. But at the same time, I don't have to promote the thing that I see you you promoting. You know what I'm saying? And I think it's a specific reason why it's happening, but I'm not speaking on that. I'm only speaking on exactly what's happening. Dude is you know what I'm saying? Tagging my wife and stuff, following on Instagram and all of that other type of stuff. At what point do you say, okay, all right, I'm gonna just have to let this go and just let homie rock? Again, I don't have nothing against him. I hope he's super successful. I hope his platform do well.
Hold on,
why should I continue to do this?
Anton, hold on one second. Daryl, I see you there, but brother says he doesn't want to speak to you at this moment. So I'm gonna hold you tight there, man, okay? Because brother's saying, hey man, and I do not want this to get into something ridiculous, man. That's not why I wanted you guys on here. I thought you guys could talk it out, but I see Anton has a different point of view. So I let you tell your point of view. I'm letting him tell his point of view. And
Well, I mean, everything that I'm saying is facts, bro. Like, he followed
Okay.
my wife, and I had to pick up her phone and block him from my wife's account. Like, if that's not the highest form of disrespect, regardless of whether or not you apologize or not, I don't know what is, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. So for me, again, I'm not gonna speak ill of anybody. I don't care, what he decides to do afterwards. But for me, again, I just decided to ignore it. I addressed it one time. I moved on from it
okay.
and let it fly. I mean, let it die. If we disagree, he do his thing, I do my thing, and I don't have nothing else to say about it.
Let me ask you a question. So you can find it in your heart to forgive the brother for what he said, because he did.
I don't hold nothing against him.
He definitely did apologize to your wife. Apologize to you.
But
apologize to
again,
your wife.
it don't matter what you say. It matters what you do. Right after the apology, he was tagging my wife in a video and following her on Instagram and continuing to make videos. So again, I don't have any ill will towards him.
Okay.
I don't have, you know what I'm saying? I don't feel nothing towards him. Like, I don't feel nothing towards him to have to forgive him. He can do whatever he want to do. That's what comes with being a content creator.
Okay.
But at the same time, for me, it's the actions. When the actions don't align with the words, then it is what it is. Then I just got to move on. I just got to ignore it.
Okay. All right. Like I said, man, I only wanted you guys to come on, not for no gangster stuff. I just wanted you to be able to explain your part, him be able to explain that part. And I thought,
well, I'm coming on here to, honestly, and again, you can ask me whatever you want, but I'm coming on here because, again, like I said in the beginning, I support content creators. I support content creators that I rock with. And so me coming on your platform is just me supporting you. It's not necessarily, and I mean, whatever you want to ask me, you can ask me, but I didn't come on here for that. I came on here because I wanted to give you some insight and answer some questions based off of some things that you had on your mind. So we can talk about whatever you want to talk about. We can talk about that in depth more if that's just what you want to talk about. It's your platform. But at the same time, I didn't pop up on here for him. I popped up on here because you sent me an email and I couldn't make it during the time that you asked me to. But
I know your time
just to show you some love and support.
I appreciate that, man. I know your time is valuable. That's why I'm trying to ask you specifically information about yourself, get some information, because I know I'm talking to you and I'm in a space where there's people that's actually paying you good money on your Patreon to be able to have these kind of one-on-one conversations with you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Trying to get that information out to, this crowd here so they can kind of learn a little bit about the game. I know you can't give it all up, but I mean, just a little bit about the game and how to play it. You know what I mean?
I charge my corporate clients $450 an hour, bro.
I bet, man. I bet.
$450 an hour, and then I bring it back to my people, to the people that rock with me, and I give it to them for for nothing, basically. You know what I'm saying? So my actions speak for itself. People could say what they want about my methods, about how I talk, whatever, so on and so forth. And I'm a in progress. I'm not a complete, finished, perfect product. You know what I'm saying?
None of us
but at
are.
the same time, very few people can argue with my actions. Very few people can stand up to and say that they've done more for the very people that they say that they advocate for, versus having the criticisms for the person that's actually one of the most powerful, impactful people from a actual action perspective. You know what I'm saying? Like, they can say whatever they want, but the actions don't. And I don't do stuff. I do it because I genuinely care about people.
I can tell, brother. I know you.
I'm not getting nothing. You didn't pay me. You didn't
right? Exactly.
Email. You know what I'm saying? And I'm here. Like, what up, fam? Like, let me support your platform. I rock for you. I rock with you.
Appreciate you, man. And you can see, I'm not coming from a bad place, brother. I just want to get two brothers, try to patch it up. If you can't. We'll move on to something else. Okay. Well, let me read one of these chats, brother. JP, the aspiring matriarch. That's one of my hard driving soldiers. At Anton Daniels, how do you suggest getting our youth onto some type of foundational discipline as they run from religion?
You can't, in my opinion, because I stand on Christian principles. And so I think that the foundation of who I am is based off of, to a larger extent, for the simplicity of the platform, Christianity. I'm a Jesus guy. And so everything that I do is based off of Jesus. Even my leadership, the way in which I live based off of leadership, right, is based off of The fact that he was a servant leader first. I poured into people first. I build people up first. I do things for people without asking for anything from anybody. And that's largely the way that I've been able to be successful. And so I don't think that you can have it, because how do you set the standards from an ethics and a moral foundation without having some form of thing that you lean on? And how can they run from the very thing that is going to define how it is that they're supposed to live their life? What do you do? Live in atheism? If you're in atheism, then why would you even get married other than to do things just from a financial perspective? Like marriage is a business, right? But at the same time, the foundation of what marriage is in this whole country is defined and based off of rules and regulations and laws that was largely set forth by the Christian church.
Correct.
So I don't think that you can have one without the other. I don't pick and choose which parts of the Bible that I rock with. I rock with the whole thing.
Okay. I hope he answered your question, JP. I'm gonna ask him another kind of question about him. How did you? I saw the shows when Tawana was on there, and I saw the shows with B. Nix and other people.
Me and Big Nix is real cool. We talk regularly. That's
okay. Yeah, man. Dad. All right, right on, man. Because the last one I saw with you and B. Nix, man, I was like, whoa, they about to go at it, man. They about to go at it. So that's good. I'm glad y'all patched things up. How do you guys find the people to actually come on the show? How do you guys get those people?
I leave that to JR. That's one of the. I'm so busy, bro. Like, you know me, I'm the money man.
I understand.
Businesses, whatever. We segment responsibilities and we do them very, very well as individuals. So I tell JR, don't tell me nothing with regard to the people. I don't even know who coming on the platform the day that they come on. That's why it was interesting for me to do my own research and find out what the piss was going on with the Hannibal dude while things was happening with the show. I didn't know he was going to pop up until we went live. I don't turn my camera on. I don't do none of that. I don't want to know what the subjects are. I want to come in completely in the dark so that everything that you guys get is real-time reaction of exactly what it is that I'm thinking and feeling at that particular time. So I don't know. That's JR.
So, okay. Do you guys, because I know that, and most of us know that, like you said, you are part of the Beef Network, you are part of behind the scenes. Is there a point at which you have to see the person and agree with them to actually be on the panel, like Kay and Courtney, or you guys just put them on the panel and just?
I leave it all to JR. That's his responsibility.
Okay.
I trust that me and JR discuss things. Let's not, you know what I'm saying?
That's what I'm saying. Okay. You know, you guys.
Yeah, we talk about things all the time, but there are certain boundaries that he don't overstep as far as what it is that I determine that we're going to do certain times and vice versa. You know what I'm saying? We leave that. We segment responsibilities, trusting for the other one to be able to do what it is that they're supposed to do.
Okay.
We just trust each other to know what we're doing. And so he might ask for my advice. I might ask for his insight on certain things, but ultimately, we don't overstep each other's boundaries as far as being able to do our jobs effectively.
Okay. I got another question for you, brother AD. JP, the aspiring matriarch, at Anton Daniels, do you believe there's a place for agnosticism in the Black community?
You're going to have to define me. I'm a C student, so I'm a little slow. What is
I believe she's saying there's a system of belief that excludes a quote unquote deity at the root of it.
When I speak about things, I don't speak about it from a Black perspective. I don't believe in that at all. Only thing I care about is character.
Okay.
That's it. And I don't believe that there is a place that excludes God, so to speak. But it's largely, and don't get me wrong, like I'm open to the possibility that I'm wrong, and I rock with people regardless of their beliefs. I don't care what the piss you do. I don't care how you feel. As long if you're a good person, you're a good person, right? Because we all exist in a society where we have to be tolerant of other people's views, right?
Right.
As long as it doesn't infringe on anything that I got going on. But at the same time, just based off of my beliefs, I can't believe that because it's the basic foundation of how I've always lived my life and how I raised my daughter.
Okay. How did you come to that understanding, because most black people are, like we said, on code, right? How did you come to the understanding that maybe that's not for me?
What do you mean?
In other words, you're saying, well, I'm not going to rock with you just because you black. I'm not going to rock with you just because you white. I'm not going to rock with you just because you Asian. How did, well, most black people are like, I'm rocking with my people first. And then.
Yeah, but based off of what? Most black people haven't even really, like in 2021, most black people haven't
most black
anything.
people are rock with each other because of a shared sense of issues.
So they don't have any understanding of what's going on in society and how society is truly working then. And that's why they're always going to be at the bottom, because ain't nobody worried about them. It's a class war. It don't have nothing to do with color.
I get it. It's
a money war. It's a have and have nots. It's a decimation of the middle class.
That's my question to you, brother.
Well, mine is based off of my beliefs.
Yeah, but how did you get there, brother? How did
because
you?
Because I was raised to believe that. I've always been raised in the church.
Okay.
I've been raised in the church since inception. I was always, in a space to where I was taught that, the Holy Bible, Christ, Jesus, what he lived for. My favorite person in the Bible is Paul.
Okay.
I read the Bible every single day. I've studied it back and forth. I've read it back and forth 7 times, and so for me, it's always been based off of that. And then the confirmation came along with my experiences in real life. You know what I'm saying? Some of the people that's had the biggest impact on me from a success character has been white people.
Okay.
And so, some of the best people that I've met in my life is black people.
Right.
Some of the worst people I've met in my life is white people. Some white people. Some of the worst people I've met in my life is black people. My experiences said that each individual has to stand on their own merit, and it's not based off of something that I can't control, like the pigmentation of my skin. Like, because where do you draw the line, right? Do you draw the line at how do you continue to separate yourself? Do you separate it just based off of color, right? Do you define it based off of a standard that somebody set for you centuries ago, and saying that you can be defined based off of the fact that if you got 10% black in you? Most of us don't even know what percentage we got in us. Most of us are mutts. Most of us don't even know our ancestry, right? Do you can divide yourself then and say, you know what, but I don't like tall people either. So if you're above 6 feet or below 6 feet, now we got a war going on. Do you do it based off of gender? Do you based off of sexual orientation? How many different lines and boxes do you put yourself into before you realize that you're the only one suffering because you lack the information, insight, and the network to be able to propel yourself forward to be the best version of yourself, all because of something that some people couldn't control in their lives? And just because somebody else is hateful, don't mean that I have to adopt that same principle and philosophy.
I get it. But you are definitely understand that we have what's the word I want to use? We have similar issues that have us. Oh my God! I just heard an accident outside. We have similar issues that polarize us in a certain understanding, and so sometimes maybe some of the way you say things might rub some people and make them think that you are like against the black people trying to do better. Now, what I'm sitting here talking to you, I'm not getting that vibe, but I've heard you say things that have been misunderstood. So I want you to
talk about it.
Okay, so I want you to explain your position, because a lot of people ask you, well, they say, Anton, he ain't for black people. He don't want black people to do well, and a lot of people will say stuff like that.
Then so why have I been one of the people that's impacted some of these, despite the fact that I only base it off of character, right? Based off of proximity, why have I poured so much into my community, and why is the overwhelming majority of the people that I employ look like me? My actions speak louder than what people say against me. And so, for example, one of the things that got people really upset is the fact that I said that black culture is trash. What they'll take out of that conversation is the context that I added to support my argument when I said that the reason that I said black culture is trash is because the things that we adopt and champion the most are the worst parts for you.
Okay. Let's get into that. Now, would you say rap music is black culture? Because I
Yes.
think that's what the
Well,
okay.
no. Here's the
I
thing.
disagree.
But it's not just black culture. But when people align themselves and you have that conversation, listen, I'm on all these platforms. I'm on Clubhouse. I'm on everywhere. I listen to what everybody's saying, right? They saying it's ours. It's ours. It's
Right.
ours.
I understand that.
Right. So if that's the thing that you holding dear to your heart, it's not what I'm holding dear to my heart. It's not a part of my culture. Right. But if that's the thing that you champion and holding dear to your heart, I would say that that's the very thing that's one of the worst things for you.
Well, I would definitely say the rap music that is being promoted out there in today's world, absolutely, it's been hijacked and turned around and weaponized to use against the youth of America, not only just the black youth, but the youth of America, period. But why? Just because
I think we agree more than we disagree. Now,
of course, yeah, of course. I think our disagreement is along the lines of semantics. I don't think it's I think it's just a semantic. And I think the problem that most people have is it's semantical. It's not, because if you were able to come out and explain all of this stuff like you've been explaining it to me, even though I still see it, I got a better vision of you as a person. And it's always better to get a bigger picture of the person and be able to sit down and talk to them. And then you can see, oh, okay, now I see where they're coming from. But you did say that black culture is trash. Now I want you to explain, brother. I don't want to put no words in your mouth. I want you to explain exactly what you meant by that.
I specifically just defined it, right? Black culture is trash was the headline. The context that I added directly after that was, and the reason why I say black culture is trash is because the things that people embrace that look like me, that's in my age bracket, are the worst parts for you. The WAP culture, the thought culture, the music that people embrace, the fact that people embrace this whole and champion these people as your leaders when they are the worst for you. They teaching you to be the consumers instead of teaching you to be the lenders, right? They don't even understand how money work. They telling you to bust down your watch, where I'm sitting here telling you and showing you I'm buying Rolexes. I got 4 of them right there on the wall right there, and ain't none of them bust down. And the reason why ain't none of them bust down is because they beat the rate of inflation, and they all worth more. Their assets, because they're worth more in their standard form, as a result of me leaving them stock. Then you see what I'm saying? Like, I also teach people how to write off this stuff. I give them the game. And so the things that people champion and celebrate the most ultimately be the thing that destroys the households and the family when they embrace them and adopt them.
I hear you, brother. But can you clearly, I hear what you're saying, but can you clearly define? Because I think if you can clearly define what you meant by black culture is trash, I think that people could get with you or not get with you.
Okay, so let's break it all the way down, right? Okay. What the piss is black? What is black? It's a word that somebody gave you to help you define yourself. You're not even black. Somebody told you was a color. And people are embracing this, right? They gave you a color. They gave you a name to help define yourself, and you embrace it. The idea behind the fact that you tried to take something that they've used to degrade you for all of these hundreds and thousands of years and calling you a nigga, and you use it and try to justify it as a term of endearment, is trash. Well, everything in the foundation that you've built around this whole thing should be torn down and redone, because it does not add value to your life, and it's not conducive to the direction that you're supposed to be going in.
I agree with you.
I'm very clear about the fact that this thing that we've adopted is largely given to us by people that did not have your best interest at mind. The very fact that you define yourself as black is trash. It's very much trash.
Let me retort that. Okay, the reason why some of us consider ourselves black and use that term is because not only is it doesn't define us by a landmass, it defines us as a people. And a lot of us as a people are going through a lot of different stuff. if we can get brothers like yourself here in America teaching, and in South America teaching, and in Africa teaching, and all over the place where all of us are, then we can come together and do better. For all of us can do better, because if we look at this thing like an emergency room, Black people are the sickest. They go right past everybody else. And
let's talk about that, though.
Room.
Another thing that we culturally hold on to, the food that we eat. Soul food is absolutely trash, bro.
Agreed.
It is one of the worst foods for you, but we hold on to it as something that should be championed, and it's not.
Agreed. Agreed.
And so that's why I'm adding more layers and more context in order to paint a bigger picture. But the point that I'm making is that, you know, I just don't align with the idea that I'm defined by something that somebody told me to believe and build on. That's not what I rock with. And so I think that, you know, again, my argument is largely based off the fact that the things that we adopt and hold on to the most and we refuse to let go or change, or the people that we remain on code for, are some of the worst people for us.
I agree, brother. I agree. Some of the stuff that we stand on code for doesn't make sense. I agree. That stuff needs to be changed. You're right. So a lot of that stuff needs to be changed. But see, I want you to be clear, man, because I don't want nobody See, I misunderstood.
Listen, I don't care. Here's the thing. I don't care if they misunderstand it. because I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna be honest with you.
Okay,
semantics are for people that's trying to debunk your argument, right? And so a lot of times you can't get people to believe. It don't matter how many times you break it down. It don't matter how and you know what I'm saying? If somebody, it's a difference between a debate and a conversation. A conversation is something where I'm gleaning from you, I'm hearing you, I'm open to what it is that you're saying, and vice versa. A debate is just trying to prove somebody wrong. And so we got debate shows, and those are a form of entertainment, and hopefully people can get things out of it, right? But having a conversation, I think that anybody that's coming into it with good intentions can understand exactly what it means. And so, you know, you leave the low frequency. For me, I leave the low frequency thinking to people that want to still live in that low frequency wave. And we elevate. They get it. They get it. They understand exactly what it means. But, you know, it is what it is. They can choose to stay there or they can come along for the ride. But either way, the train is going to keep moving. Nobody can stop my movement. Not one person can stop my movement.
Okay. Because, see, I think people get the wrong idea about you, man. They in other words, like they get like I never got the wrong idea about you. I just said, man, I wish he would stop yelling at the guests. But I feel like I don't want people to get the wrong idea. In other words, a person at your level of business acumen, going out and defining to other people, saying, hey, if you throw this out and throw this out and throw this out, you can be successful. Mm-hmm. I think that's very important. So I'm not trying to put you on the grill. See, I'm trying to teach people here, brother. Even if we got just 10 of them here, I'm trying to teach them, trying to get lessons taught. Because like you said, 5 of them going to take what you said, and then the other 2 going to be like, he's crazy, and then the other 3 going to say, I'm crazy. You know what I mean? But somebody will learn something, brother. You know what I mean? So my point is, as a business expert, I'm going to call you a business expert. As a business expert and having to deal with Black people that are grown, because children you can teach, but grown people are a little much more difficult to teach. When you say Black culture is trash, what should be thrown out so that more success should come in?
Oh, you got to throw out everything. Almost.
Everything.
Right?
Example.
You need to throw out the food. You got to throw out the music.
Agree.
You need to throw out your friends. You need to throw out gang culture. You need to throw out your mom, your dad. You literally have to
come. You can't throw your mom and your dad out, man.
Yeah, you do. I've separated myself from a lot of my family. I've thrown a lot of them. I threw out my own brother.
You can't do that.
I don't care nothing about that. The only thing I care about is the results.
I hear you.
Anything that slows me down from being able to do what it is that I came on this earth to do is in the way. I don't care who you are.
I get you, brother. I get you.
Throw it all away. I believe in throwing anything away. Anything away that is not conducive to your lifestyle and moving you in the direction that you're supposed to go in, you got to eliminate it. Get it out of your system, get it out of your circle. Don't entertain it. Don't continue to have conversations with it. Just completely remove yourself from it, which is why it's so easy when I identify certain people that's trying to be content creators to walk away from it. I'm going to say what I'm going to say in order to make a point to the people that I'm trying to make a point to, my audience, in order to illustrate or as an example of how they can do things differently or how they should react to certain things. And then I walk away.
Okay. Let me answer this real quick. JB, gang culture is not black. That's learned since you got here. Anyway, we got brother Anton here. If y'all want to ask him questions, man, I mean, you got a brother here. He's very successful in the business world, you know what I mean? And he's gracious enough to stop by here. He could be doing something. He's got his, what is that, the Louis Vuitton robe, brother?
No, it's Versace.
Versace robe. See?
I got 10 more on order, all custom.
You out of control.
It's a little less than $12,000 to order.
You out of control, brother, but I'm happy for you. I'm sure I'm happy for you. But he's here, man. If you guys want to ask him questions, man, because he's got, I know he don't have all day to spend with us, man. So let's ask him some questions. We never know when we're going to get him back over here because he has a lot of good work to do. Let's see. Let me hear. Sounds like Anton doesn't fully rock with anyone thing except making money. He didn't say that.
This is you get it, right? You get that I didn't say that, and this is the point that I'm making is that people will hear whatever they want to hear in order to be able to justify how they think. Because the hardest thing that anybody can do is try to change. And that's why I embrace growth. I embrace opposition. I embrace people thinking or looking at things a little bit differently than me, talking to people that think completely different with me because I don't chase happiness. I chase growth. I'm not trying to justify my argument. I'm trying to justify my results. And so clearly you can see that this right here is not exactly what it is that I said. But again, exhibit A, people will believe whatever they want to believe and turn it into whatever they want to believe in it to. So why even continue to go down a path to justify it or make sense for people that's not going to ever embrace anything differently, right? I'm fine with that. It's not for everybody. I'm looking for the 1 out of the 10 that I can pluck out to actually be able to work with and push to make a better version of themselves. I'm not looking for the whole 100%. I'm only need one person at a time. We're going to change their life. And it's somebody that's going to probably hear this that's going to say, you know what, I'm going to think differently about that now because I heard it. I'm not trying to sell the whole audience. I'm only trying to sell the people that makes that aligns with me. It's 8 billion people on this earth. I only need a few.
That's all we're trying to do, brother. We're trying to teach that one person that's going to say, oh, man, you know what? Let me go over there to Anton. And by the way, y'all can go over there to Lapeef Network and subscribe to Lapeef. Subscribe to Anton Daniels, check him out for yourself. I'm subscribed, but I still tell him I'm telling him right now, man. Hey, I like how you talk to Hannibal. But
that's man, fair. Listen, I'm with that. Look, I'm not tripping. Look, I got thick skin. I'm cool with people disagreeing with me and all of that. Like I don't have no problem with that whatsoever.
I see that. I see that from you, brother.
The same way I dish it is the same way I can take it.
But this brother Dominique Duarte, what I wanted to share with you, brother Anton, is that's why I question you like I do, and I step by step. Our people their thinking is like on a baby level sometimes, and so if you use certain words, they're not going. So I'm trying to get you to be. You're at this level here, so you're not even going to explain every little detail because you're at light speed. Okay, but see, I'm trying to get our people that's down here on the ground to understand, and you got to kind of like take baby steps with them. So don't think it's not that I'm crazy. I'm just trying to get you to break it down.
You can say whatever you want to say, bro.
All right, brother. Let's get into some of these chats, man. And I appreciate you.
Yeah, let's get into it.
At Anton Daniels, JP the Inspiring Matriarch. At Anton Daniels, what is denying the term black if not using semantics to dismiss a discussion? What you got to say about that, brother AP?
I'm not really sure
AP.
What's the question?
The question
What is
was,
denying the what? What is denying? What is denying
what
the
is
term black?
denying the term black if not using semantics to dismiss a discussion?
I'm not
In other
dismissing the
words,
discussion at all.
Okay.
I mean, here's the thing. People can think whatever they want to think. At the end of the day, they can feel however they want to feel. They can think whatever they want to think. They can think that I'm completely off and I'm completely wrong. They can stay on code. They can go to their Black Power meetings. They can do whatever they want to do, right?
That's what we're going to do.
My understanding and my view into the world and what's really happening is a much broader view. I don't live in a space of my own mind. I'm bigger than my neighborhood. I'm bigger than my city. I'm bigger than my state. I'm bigger than this country. You know what I'm saying? And so my point is that I'm looking at it from a world view. I'm not looking at it from how people want to box me in. So I'm not dismissing the discussion. We can just fundamentally disagree with the idea or whatever it is that I'm stating. And that's cool.
Hey man, do you get comments like this on the piece? Because sometimes I see people say all kind of crazy stuff over there. They don't usually go.
You know what I'm always trying to figure out? How come nobody is ever questioning the people that come at me?
Because they think you deserve it. You deserve it, man.
Nobody is ever trying to figure. Nobody ever asks, "Hey, why you go at Anton like that? Hey, why you do that? Hey, why you got this ulterior motive? Hey, why did you do that?" They always want to know, why did I respond to it that way?
Brother, we don't see it. We don't, like you said, you see other stuff because you're there. We as the audience, we don't see it like that. It's like you watching a good play. You know what I'm saying? And something happens that wasn't supposed to happen in the play. But the players the people on the stage know that something went wrong. But if they're really good, the people in the audience won't even know that something went wrong unless they were there the night before. They won't know that something went wrong. So that's what I'm saying. It's because you know all this stuff ahead of time, but we don't. We just looking at it saying, man, I wish Anton would stop yelling at the guests, man.
Well, I know that's the nature of people. I already knew. I mean, it was a rhetorical question. I already know the answer because I'm a king and it's good to be king.
Right on, man. Right on. With the king comes the cries of the people, brother. JP, the aspiring matriarch. So results matter than service. Do results matter more than service, brother?
Yes.
Okay. And why is that? Can you explain it? Can you elaborate on that?
Because nobody cares about what you meant to do or what your intentions are or what it is that you do. We only care about what the results. Nobody cares about what your intentions are. Nobody cares about what you did. We only care about what that translated into. History don't remember servicemen.
Fair enough, brother.
Okay, added to reminders.
Look at my Siri.
JP, you are focused on showing your results, not defining the character quality it takes to be long lasting.
I don't know what that means. My character speaks for itself.
Let's see. Let's maybe we should come back and explain that one. Ask him why he told Kay he would hit her and de-escalate tension with men. You want to answer something like that, brother?
Yeah, I can answer that.
Okay.
Again, the context of the conversation. The conversation on the PEEF was based off of the fact that women are advocating for equal everything, right? They want to be equal according to men and all of this other type of stuff, especially when it comes to putting their hands on men. And so the idea of it is, don't put your hands on men, because the conversation is always based off of how men should react to women putting their hands on them. If you want to be a man, then be prepared. Like you want to threaten a man, you want to put your hands on a man, don't be tripping when he decides to stomp you out and put his hands on you, right? Now, the de-escalation tactic was as a result of a question talking about, would you hit Mike Tyson? You know what I'm saying? Okay. The question was, do you want to go head to head with Mike Tyson? The idea behind it is that you want to de-escalate every kind of situation. I de-escalate such situations every single day, right?
Yeah, I saw you a couple of times last week do it, and I said, that's why I even gave you the comment. I said, man, I see you trying to grow, man. I see it. I see you.
Yeah. But it's not de-escalate with men. We can get it in with whatever if I'm forced to do that. But the idea of it is that I was making a point to emphasize that, not me personally, right? I've never in recent history had to put a chick down, right? When I was a younger adolescent and in my teenage years, The chick was getting out of line, and she was a pretty hefty chick, and she had to get that work. But the point that I'm making is that I want to emphasize to women that you got to solve the problem by getting to the root. Guys don't just walk up to women and start beating up women. Too many women is getting in dudes' face, and if you don't want to deal with a guy having to subdue you, then don't put your hands on men in the first place. Get out of men's faces. You're not built for that. But as far as the de-escalation tactics, I de-escalate with anybody. But the question that the guy had posed to me on the panel was, are you just going to scrap it out with Mike Tyson? Why would I be scrapping it out with anybody, let alone Mike Tyson? That don't even make sense. That's a dumb, you know what I'm saying? It's this dude's hands are certified weapons. Like, I'm going to do what I got to do if I got to do it.
Of course.
Why would I ever put myself in a position to have to scrap with Mike Tyson?
I'm going to go to your playground.
Yeah, it's dumb.
And
you know what's so funny? This keep it real mentality, this tough guy mentality, that's the junk that gets you killed, man. So many dudes that was tough guys that's in a grave today. I got a purpose. You know what I'm saying? I live in a great neighborhood. I got an awesome wife, awesome daughter, and all of this other kind of crap.
Congratulations.
I'm not trying to keep it real. I'm trying to keep it successful.
Let's see that. That's something.
I don't want my legacy to be defined by the fact that I was being a tough guy. I want my legacy to be defined by how many lives I changed.
That's what, and we all know somebody whose legacy was defined by that. But anyway, that's something I thought you were going to say when I was asking you about what in the black culture needs to be thrown out. I thought you were going to say something like the keeping it real type of mentality. That's what I was trying to pushing you towards, saying something like that, so people can better understand. Because I know that those are things, but like I said, you operating on such a higher frequency. I'm not saying a higher level as a person, but just a thinking at another frequency that you don't realize, hey, I got to slow it down I'm talking to people. I have to slow this frequency down. And I know it's hard for you to do that. So that's why I'm not going to keep pressing you and pestering you. Anyway, let's get to Snuggles. Snuggles says, to the people on the panel, what is the job of a woman in the household? Would you like to answer that, Brother Anton?
I don't know. I just think that women follow men that are worth their salt and their leaders. I just truly believe that. I don't know what the job of a woman in the household is. To fall into my vision, I don't know.
Well, I'll say this, Snuggles. The job of a woman in the household is everything the man isn't doing in that household, that job is probably going to fall to the woman. So if the man isn't, keeping the house together and making everything flow so the man can go and do what he needs to do, that's probably the job of the woman. The man is probably not going to be taking care of the children, taking care of the household. He's probably going to be out in the street trying to put some money together to make sure that household is running smoothly from the outside, and the woman's probably going to be taking care of everything from the inside. Let's see here. JP, aspiring matriarch. Thank you. At Anton Daniels, yeah, thank you, brother. I appreciate you stopping by. And at the Better Black, Let's Talk the Better Black Life, for another great example of black men coming together to lead by example. Be sure to be up early, Brother Clarence. Keep your spirit up. I will, JP. Thank you so much. Thank you. Dale, great video, brother. This is the brother. He's saying this is a great video. See, man, he's a fan of yours too, man. He just.
I wish him the best. I wish him success. I don't have nothing negative to say about him.
Yeah, man, because have
you heard me say anything negative?
No. And I'm not. I'm just saying I got from your energy that it probably wasn't going to be a good idea to bring him on, so I didn't bring him back up. He was on earlier and he had to go because he had some things to do, but I didn't want to bring him back.
I didn't get to watch none of it earlier, but listen.
Yeah, so but you had no.
I wish him the best.
Choice, man.
I hope that he's incredibly successful. I hope that he does well in life. I hope that every single thing that he's ever wanted to achieve, that he gets it, and that he's dope. I hope that he does well. I don't have no problems with nobody.
And I can see that, man. And he did, as far as I could see, he wasn't coming from a bad place to come on here. Anyway, let's move on. Josh says, is Brother Anton a man of God? I think you answered that already, brother. But
I'm a Jesus freak, man. I'm a Jesus freak.
Okay. What does that mean?
Everything about me. Like God is the foundation. I profess that it's the foundation of what it is that I do. When I do my live streams in the morning, I tell all of my people that I pray for them. And I mean, it's the foundation of everything of my entire existence. You know what I'm saying? So again, I don't pick and choose which parts of the Bible that I believe and that I don't believe. I rock with the whole thing. I subject myself to the teachings and the mindset behind everything that's in the Holy Bible. And I love it, man. I just absolutely love everything about God, Jesus, and all of the great men of the Bible. I think that is just the greatest book of all time.
Right on. Josh, I hope we answered your question. Did we answer your question? Hope we answered your question. I got a few more questions for you, Brother Anton.
All right, and then I got to dip out after
Okay.
after a few more
I'm waiting
questions.
on you to tell me that, because if you don't say that, brother, I'm gonna keep you here all one of the questions I wanted to ask you was, when you and the lead attorney got on the stream together, man, and the lead attorney started kind of telling you about how divorce goes, man, what made you so resistant to understanding what he was saying to you, or how he was trying to explain to you that, you know, things could go left at any time? What was making
I
you?
understand exactly what it is that he meant.
Okay.
I just think that I always look at everything from an abundance mindset.
Okay.
I don't know what divorce looks like. I don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I understand based off of what he explained that can happen, but that doesn't necessarily translate based off of how it is that I approach things. He also explained that prenups are ironclad if you do it the right way, that they hold up 99.9% of the time. Okay, so protect yourself. What's the problem?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah.
you know, make informed decisions, get the information, but I think that there's a lack of information. Everybody wants to talk about divorce. Everybody can talk about what's wrong with a situation. Very few people actually pose solutions, which is one of the reasons why I have a lot of the problems with the people that always want to debate, because they only want to debate the point. They don't want to actually come to this, figure out what the solution is. I'm solution oriented at the end of the day. We can talk about the problem all day long, but now let's get some information as to how you can solve for it. So it's not that I was resistant. I took in the information. But I just reject the mindset behind that marriage can't be awesome.
Oh, yeah, I don't think he was saying that. I think he was just saying that it can't go left.
It can go left, but I think that there's a lack of accountability on men's part in order to. When you hear somebody that tells you something that happened, most of the time they're only going to tell you from their perspective. They're going to tell you what the other person did. They're going to say, she stopped having sex with me, whatever. They're never going to add into that cocktail mix exactly what it is, that role that they played to go along with it.
Right. Okay.
So I think it's, half the time you see these guys talking, not the lead attorney, because we were just talking, as it relates to what he said.
Real good video.
Just a lot of times, people tell half truths. They don't tell the whole story. Yeah. And often at times, even those half truths are exaggerated.
You know what, brother? I mean, people are still shooting questions at me, but I know you got to go, brother. I don't want to hang you up here. I appreciate the fact that you dipped in. And, please, brother, if you have any other time where you can dip in, man, you're always welcome to come through. Robe or not, you can come on through, man, and dip in, man. It was good to finally meet you and talk to you, brother. I got a very broader understanding of why you did a lot of what you did. So you explained a lot. You kind of filled in a little bit of the blanks there. So I appreciate you. And when I'll be more prepared, I wasn't prepared for you to step in today, man. I would have had some.
You never know.
Questions
I'm always
for you, man.
watching
I see that, man. I would have been better prepared for you, but I thank you, brother. I appreciate you coming on. And please, man, you're more than welcome to come on anytime again. I know you got to go. You busy, man. So go be with your family, brother. I appreciate you. And
my friend, listen, I wish you the most success ever.
I feel that.
If you need anything from me, if I can within my power and I have the capacity to, I definitely got your back.
I already feel it.
You got my email address. I love you. I hope that things go well for you, my friend.
You too, brother. I got you too.
You have a phenomenal evening, man. All right.
You too, brother. Appreciate you and the family, man. Take care of yourself.
My friend. I'll see you.
Peace. What happened? What just happened here? What just happened here? Did Anton Daniels just come into my live stream with 10 people here? What the hell happened just now? JP, what the hell just happened here? What the hell just happened here? Mr. Stewart, what the hell just happened here? Did Anton Daniels, was I dreaming, or did Anton Daniels come into the stream? What the hell happened here? Hey, man, I appreciate the brother, man. And Anton, if you out there, man, we appreciate you, brother, for stopping by and, getting into the mix. I know, JP, you want to ask Anton. I saw you loading up on him, man, so I decided to let him go because I saw you loading up on him. He would have never got out of here. So, but I appreciate you coming by, Anton. JP, the inspiring matriarch at Anton Daniels. Aside from God, what is fundamental requirement of marriage to work? Yeah, man, you guys was loading up on him, and he was just not. I think he was in coast mode. He wasn't in like get in answer mode at the time. So, I think he just stopped by to make his presence felt, just to say, hey, I can get down with anybody, and I appreciate that he did. You know what I mean? And we could question him at a later time if he stops by. I could be more prepared for him. I really wasn't prepared for him to stop by, but I appreciate that he did. JP, WTG at Let's Talk Black Life. Breathe, brother. I'm like, what's going on, man? I mean, we got the biggins coming through, but hey, I can deal with them whenever they come. But it's just like, man, I wasn't prepared. I had a bunch of questions that I wanted to ask him, but I just didn't have them in front of me because I wasn't prepared for him to come on the show. So that's why I kept slowing down. JP, aspiring matriarch, laugh out loud. It's all love, brother Clarence. I'm proud and happy for you. I know, JP. Girl, you can't nobody tell me you don't love me. I already know that. And all my hard driving soldiers out there. But I just never would have imagined somebody at that level of success stopping through here. But hell, the lead attorney stopped in here, and that's my dude. The lead attorney stopped here. But the lead attorney liked me already. I think Anton got a new understanding of me because I think he thought I didn't like him. Well, I know his fan people did. His fanboys, they came and jumped on me so bad. I know they thought I didn't like him, but I kept telling them, hey, two things can exist at the same time. I can say Anton's a good dude, but I don't like the way Anton did X, Y, Z. Those two things can be true at the same time. I had to teach them that. What do y'all think? What do y'all think about Anton? Did he answer the questions that you wanted to ask? Did he reveal anything that you felt like, man, I didn't know that. He did for me. I didn't know. I asked some questions he answered, some questions he didn't really go into, and y'all know me. I'm not gonna press nobody. Once I get the energy that they don't want to answer or go forward, just like Brother Daryl, I didn't press him on how he came into, the exact situation with how he came into saying different things about Anton's wife. I didn't press him about that so I didn't press Anton about a lot of different stuff too. Brother Clarence. Okay, let's see here. Brother Josh, Brother Clarence, what advice would you give to your 20-year-old self? Advice I give to my 20-year-old self: listen to your father. Listen to my father. Well, my father was passed away at 20, but listen, find men that you can trust, men that are going to tell you the truth, and men that are going to point you in a positive direction. There's men out there that'll tell you the truth, but they're going to tell you the wrong truth. They're going to tell you truth that's going to get you behind bars. Find men and surround yourself with men. If you're a man, surround yourself with men that are going to tell you a positive truth. Maybe they are religious based. Maybe they're not religious based, but they're going to tell you the truth. They're going to tell you, brother, you need to work on this. You need to work on that. That's why how you can appreciate. That's why brother appreciated me, because I told him, hey man, you need to fix this. I told him you need to fix this. You're making the show not watchable. Then I went to him privately and said, hey, I sent him an email saying, hey brother, I know you can do better than this. So that's what I would do, brother. If you're 20 years old, find men that you can trust, and find a way to take care of yourself, meaning a career, And the only reason why you need a career is because you don't have your own business. If you can start your own business, you got to war trust that you can start your own business. Hey, start your own business, because that's what we really need to be. We all need to be in business and doing business with each other. But if you can't do that, set your sights on a career. And then if you're going to have a career, you might as well have a career that's going to pay you good money, so you can steal some away, put some away, so you can start a business on the side, and then ultimately start a bunch of businesses. And ultimately, you'll be in a position like Brother Anton, Brother AD. You don't have to worry about somebody canceling you or firing you or whatever. That's my advice, Brother Josh. You got any more questions? I'm right here. JP, why is the assumption that holding you to a standard means who don't care for you? Why is the assumption that holding you to a standard means, oh, I don't care for you? Well, some people feel that way, JP. Some people feel that way. They feel like if you hold somebody to a standard, then you're a bad person but the person, like Anton's people, they were saying to me, hey, you making a video about Anton, you clout chasing. You ain't got no business making no video about him. And I would tell them, hey, I'm just sharing my opinion. They said, you ain't got no business sharing your opinion. I said, but that's what Anton's doing. Anton's just sharing his opinion. He really get a game to the people on the Patreon. He ain't out here talking. He just sharing his opinion on these videos. But I said, I'm just doing the same thing. I'm just sharing my opinion. I just thought it was an interesting topic. I ain't trying to clout chase him. And I see he realized that, because I could have put his name in the video, right? I put, does money make you a better person, right? Okay, so if I was really clout chasing, I could have put his name all up in the video, in the title. I only use his video on here on the screen. His name on the screen. JP, I'm harder on those I love. Yeah, we all are. We all are. We trying to take each other to the next level. And I'm sure in his own way, Anton's doing the same thing. Brother Daniel, don't let nobody create their own show on your show. And he avoiding answering obvious questions. Brother, I'm never going to press anybody. I wouldn't press a our victim. I wouldn't press nobody to answer nothing that they don't. I'm not finna do that. That's not how I roll. I get what you're saying, but that's not how I roll. If they give me the energy that they don't want to answer something, brother, I'm just gonna move on. You see, him, just like Brother Daryl, I asked him a bunch of questions, maybe 2 or 3 times. I saw he wasn't gonna answer it clearly. I left it, because I'm not finna press nobody. And same thing with Anton. I'm not finna press him on something. If he don't want to answer it, cool, we'll move on. Because here, this is a safe place for Black people to talk about the issues and try to come together. It's a safe place for Black people. If you want to come over here, and not saying you, Brother Daniel, but I'm just saying, if I bring a person on and then they want to fight with the next person, I'm going to kick that person off. I'm going to put them to the side and say, hey, bro, this ain't the place for that. If you can talk, cool. If not, then you got to go. This is a safe place for Black people. One of the safest places for Black people. Brother Josh, how do you discern truth from deception, though? You have to have virtue, brother. And these people, my hard driving soldiers, will tell you, virtue is what you need, brother. Virtue is the scale upon which you weigh what the things that you're going to do. If you're going to do something, you have to weigh it on virtue. Virtue is the scale that which you can weigh on what you're going to do. Meaning that you say you want to eat, you say you want to have money, but you got to sell crack cocaine and destroy your community to do it. Well, is it worth the money to destroy your community, to go buy lollipops for your family? So you got to be able to weigh what you. So virtue, that's why you need some type of place with virtue. Most people get it out of the religious community, out of some type of religious belief organization. But if not, you got to find it somewhere. You got to find a scale where you can measure, is this right, is this wrong? And the truth from deception, truth is easy to discern from deception, because truth will make sense. Truth is mathematics. And the truth will always make sense at any point in the universe. Whereas deception is at some point, it's not going to make sense. It's going to sound good, but it's not going to make mathematical sense. That's how you use it. That's how you don't even need to get spooky with it. Somebody tell you, oh yeah, you know what? If you give me $50, tomorrow I'll give you 150. How? Don't worry about how. I'm just gonna do it. Well, then that don't make sense to me. If you can't explain to me how this, see, they want you, people that do deception, they want you to believe in magic. Okay? They want you to believe in a magic trick that's gonna make it happen. And then when the magic trick don't happen, they go, I wonder what happened. They act like they don't know what happened either. But you see what happened. They just it just was all smoke and mirrors. So don't believe everything you hear, Brother Josh. You sound like a young brother. Don't believe everything you hear. Okay? Take everything people say with a grain of salt. You know, even you hear Anton, he's got all this money and everything. Take everything he say with a grain of salt. Take everything I say with a grain of salt. Weigh it. You measure it and see if it stands the test of time. If it stands the test of time, if it makes sense to you, then you say, okay, that person must be telling. And then you can go back and apply it to a situation and it works out the way it's supposed to work out. Then you know it's the truth. When you can take something somebody say to you, try to apply it and it don't work out, then you know that was deception, right? Your mama told you, go be a nice guy to these women, and the women step all over you being a nice guy. You got to figure out, hey, my mama loved me, but she deceived me. Trying to protect me, she deceived me, thinking she was protecting me, thinking she was putting somebody out there, a good man out there. When in reality, she put you out there, threw you to the wolves. But it was unintentional. So you can't blame your mother, but it was unintentional. So you got to figure out for yourself what is the truth and what is deception. That's why you need virtue, brother. You always need a scale by which you can weigh information that people are giving you and then weigh on whether you should move out on it or not. Capiche? Capiche. Brother Daniel, I will come on. Man, we waiting on you, brother. We waiting on you, man. I want you to come on next week, man, because I'm probably going to do another 10 or 15 minutes and then I'm out of here. But yeah, come on next week, man, when we got time to really chop it up. I ain't the lead attorney, man. I ain't used to doing these 5-10 hour streams and stuff like that, man. You know what I'm saying? But I appreciate y'all for hanging out with me all this time. I appreciate y'all, man. You know, y'all made this experience better and y'all gave me questions to ask Anton because, you know, I was trying to think of some of the questions I wanted to ask him, but you guys made it work. You know what I mean? And don't get mad when guests don't answer questions, man. When they don't, when they come on your stream, you should always be hospitable to them. Even the people that you watch the lead attorney, he's hospitable to everybody. No matter how they act, he's hospitable to them. You know what I mean? If they keep acting up, he'll eventually cut them loose. But he's hospitable to everybody. And that's what I'm pretty much the same way, man. I'm hospitable to everyone. As long as they act like they got sense. Now, if I'm questioning them, they don't answer the question the first time. And then I question them again. They don't answer the question the second time. I question them again. They don't answer the question the third time. Then I know, okay, this person ain't finna answer this question. So let me move on. Let me move on, man. Thanks for the advice, Brother Josh. Thanks for the advice, man. God bless you and your family. You too, man. You and your family, man. Make sure you spend time with your family. A good man spends time with his family, man, because you are the rock that they bounce everything off of if they should do it or not, or they should be a certain way. You are the example they should see, walking and moving and behaving. You know what I mean? So you spend time with your family too, young brother. Appreciate you. Snuggles, I've been trying to get you to come on this live stream for 4 weeks, Snuggles. What you gonna do? You know what I'm saying? You keep talking about you gonna come on. Come on then, girl. Stop playing games. I don't care if I ain't the lead attorney. I ain't that big where you can't have an avatar. You want to have an avatar? Go on and have your avatar. You know what I'm saying? My OGs, they're gonna get special differential treatment. Yeah, but you should come up. You should come up. I've been trying to get you guys to come up, but I know you guys are cooking or doing something with your family or doing something and you just listening on the side. I get it. So I ain't even mad that you guys are not coming up. I wish you would have came up today when I had brother on. I wish you guys would have came up. I wasn't trying to talk to him alone, but I see, I was in a position because he surprised us all, right? We didn't know he was going to come on, and I appreciate it. I'm glad that he did. But I sent him an email asking him to come because I wanted him and Brother Daryl. See, in my mind, what I wanted to have happen was those two to talk it out, come together, and work it out. Because I sensed that Brother Daryl was sincere about talking about Brother's wife. I think I saw that he was, in my opinion, he was very sincere about that. So, hold on, let me see, Brother Daniel, I'll be there toe to toe, blow for blow. Yeah, man, come on through, man. Come on through. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to just be talking for myself. My whole thing for starting this channel was to discuss things, bounce things off of different people. And I know everybody's not gonna I'm not gonna be everybody's cup of tea, but and I'm not gonna, you see, Brother Daryl, he had his beliefs. I didn't change his beliefs. I mean, we talked about it. I tried to get him to see it a different way, but he didn't see it that way, right? He didn't see it that way. But that's on him. You know what I'm saying? That's on him. But I'm looking forward to having you next time, Brother Daniel. Don't let me down, brother. You make your word bond, man. If you say you're gonna come up, come up. You too, Snuggles. If you're gonna come up, come up. Don't tell me, don't give me goosebumps like you're gonna come up and then all of a sudden, oh no, I'm not coming up. Nah. Y'all gotta be like JP. JP will come up. When she get ready, she'll come. Laugh out loud, Snuggles. Noon is holding their breath. Hey, we want to see all of y'all, whoever wants to come up. I throw the link out there, and this ain't the lead attorney where you got 1,000 comments. We got a couple people in here, and just cool. You can come up and talk about what you want to talk about. Now brother might stop through. He just said he might stop through. Brother Daniel, let's be good, brother. No harm or BS, just real black talk. That's all I want, bro. I don't want to, I ain't trying to, people want me to press them, but I'm not here to press nobody, bro. I'm here to have a safe place. If you want to talk about it, come on, let's talk about it. If not, well, let's move on, especially if it's personal. I asked him about the Tasha Case situation, not to get him enthralled in that, but I think he did a good job of keeping himself out of it. But what I was trying to ask him is relate to our question. If you think you got more money, but I think he saw it as something that maybe he shouldn't spoke about, which was cool. See, I left him alone about that. It wasn't what I was trying to get him to. I wasn't trying to get him to what you call that, gossip about it. I was trying to get his opinion on that principle. But I see he felt like, hey man, maybe that's something I shouldn't get myself involved with, especially not having any knowledge of the situation. Cool, no problem, right? I left it alone. See, I'm gonna always leave you alone, man. We get up here, we talk. If you say, hey, I really don't want to talk about that, that's cool. Ain't no problem. I ain't gonna be like trying to chase you down and you gotta answer this question. You gotta answer this question. I didn't do it to Brother Daryl. Bless his heart, he wanted to come back on. Brother Daryl, I'm sorry. The brother had so much energy in the reverse of that situation that I didn't want to bring you back up and have him have a bad reaction to that and have you guys get into a situation. I didn't want to do that. And so you can come back and explain a little better, another time. And then, we can get that straight. You know what I'm saying? But I didn't want to have him and you, because my purpose was to have you guys at each other's throats. My purpose was to just have a conversation about the situation. All right. So y'all know now, be ready. We can have anybody come through. The lead attorney came through. Anton Daniels came through. We never know. Kevin Samuels might come through. Who knows? Tasha K might come through. Who knows? Who knows? But we just sitting here talking the real truth about everything, try to get our people to come back together. Anton said a lot of different stuff. Some stuff I agree with, some stuff I didn't agree with, but I didn't have time to really go into it because I knew his time was short. If he had came on in the beginning of the live stream, of course, we would have more time to actually question him about some of the stuff. And then, obviously, like I said, if he ain't going to answer it, we're not going to belabor the point and make people uncomfortable. I don't want people uncomfortable with coming on my show. I don't want them coming on my show thinking they're going to get jumped or they're going to get jumped on. No, I want them to come on, speak their mind. And if y'all disagree with them, y'all disagree with them. But I don't want them coming on here thinking, oh, man, they're going to get me. I'm not going to come on his platform because they're going to come get me. I want them to not come on my platform because they're scared of the questions we're going to ask them, not because they think we're going to jump them, that we think we're going to press them and press them and press them and press them and press them. No. I want them to be like, hey, I ain't coming on that show because they're going to ask me for the truth. You know what I mean? And if they don't want to tell the truth, to hell with them. We don't want them on here anyway, right? We don't want them lying to us. We don't have enough people lie to us. Is that right? We had enough people lie to us. We don't need no more people lying to us. Anyway, y'all, can I finish this thing? Let me get to y'all. Let me finish, y'all. Let me get the final thoughts here. My final thoughts. What did we learn today? We learned that, number one, expect the unexpected. How many of y'all used to watch the show Kung Fu? Yeah, there's a show called Kung Fu. It used to come on in the 70s. And in that show, Kung Fu, okay, wait a minute, hold on. Before I get into that, let me see what I got here. Sister Glenda, yeah, when you gonna come up, Sister Glenda? Another awesome live stream, Brother Clarence. Hey, I'm trying, Sister Glenda. With your help, with you guys' help, my hard driving soldiers' help, everything makes everything work better. There was a show that called Kung Fu back in the day. And on this show, Kung Fu, the primary character is always having these flashbacks to when he was in the monastery. So anyway, he has a flashback in the monastery, about, I forgot what I was even talking about now. Man, yeah, now I know I'm tired, man, because I forgot what I was even talking about. Oh, what did we learn today? What did we learn today? What did we learn? We learned that you expect the unexpected. So in the show Kung Fu, the guy was him and his friend were walking down this path and they got robbed. And so the teacher asked them, where's all the stuff? And they said, oh, we got robbed. So they said, he asked one guy, what did you learn? And the one guy said, I learned to never trust anybody. And then they asked Kung Fu, what did you learn? And he said, expect the unexpected. The other guy that kicked out of the monastery, they said that he's a bad seed. But you expect the unexpected, that's the way you got to live. Anyway, I got 3 more comments. Let's see. Y'all ain't going to let me get out of here, huh? Brother Daniel, that's my wife, by the way. Oh, Sister Glenda's your wife? All right, man. All right. You sure she going to let you cam up, brother? Better check with her. Yeah, you right, Sister Glenda. It's David Carradine, Grasshopper. You right. You're right. That was one of my favorite shows when I was young. Anyway, getting back to my final thoughts. We learned that, hey man, anything can happen and we got to be, ready for whatever can happen. So you guys look at what happened today and take that as how you could run into somebody on the street, a black person on the street. And next thing you know, now you talking to them. You know what I'm saying? The next thing you know, you in a heated debate with them. Are you gonna press them? Are you gonna keep pressing them and you see they don't want to answer you, or what you gonna do? Or you might break up a fight and you see one person, and what are you gonna do? How you gonna handle it? Think about it. Anyway, I think I'm gonna do the old school set now. Old school set. When Love Calls by Atlantic Star. Go check that one out. All right, family. I am dog tired. We've been at it for 5 hours. I'm dog tired. I'm going to go get me a sandwich, a grape soda, and sit down somewhere and, just think about, man, what could I learn from this situation? I'm going to try to contact Brother Daryl and see, what we can do to try to, I still think I can get these guys together. If I can just get him to cool down his language at that time, I think I can make it happen. If I can just get him to cool down. So I'll think about it. Anyway, one more comment. Sister Glenda, he's the king. He doesn't need my permission to come on your live. My voice is nearly non-existent. Sister Glenda, I was just teasing him. He know it. I was just teasing him. I know he's a man. You ain't gonna, all the stuff he done. I already know who's running around. I already know. Brother Daniel ain't playing those games. I already know. I was just teasing him. Anyway, I will see y'all next week. I am out. Y'all got anything y'all want us to talk about next week? You guys got my email. Just go ahead and send it to me and let me know. All right. Until then, I thank you all, because all of you guys could have been doing something else this Sunday, and you hung out with us. I appreciate you all, and please come back next week. All right, y'all. Until then, I'm going to end the broadcast. Peace.